The forest whispered with life, the shadows of ancient trees trembling as the winds carried tales older than memory. In a quiet clearing, where the moon spilled its silver light, a miracle unfolded that would change the course of time. On this night, the heavens bent low, and the earth trembled in anticipation, for a story unlike any other was beginning to weave its threads. The gods of the Ashanti gathered above, their forms shimmering like starlight, unseen by mortal eyes, but felt in the heartbeat of the land. Nyame, the sky god, loomed majestic among them, his presence as vast and all-encompassing as the heavens themselves. He was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the words that bound the universe together. Yet, even he could feel the shifting tides. Something new was coming, something clever, something small but mighty. Below, in the thick embrace of the forest, a woman lay on the mossy ground. Her name was Asacia, the Earth Mother, whose spirit gave life to every leaf, every creature, every breath of the world. She was not alone, for the shimmering essence of Nyame intertwined with hers, forming a union of sky and earth. It was said that when the heavens kiss the soil, something extraordinary is born. The cries of a newborn shattered the stillness. It was not an ordinary cry. It carried with it the spark of creation, a sound so sharp and filled with promise that even the gods paused in their celestial chatter. The child was small, with limbs as delicate as twigs and eyes that held the glint of 1,000 untold tales. A thin, silken web shimmered from his tiny hands, catching the moonlight and glistening like a thread of destiny. Nyame's voice echoed softly through the forest. He shall be called Kweku Anansi. His tone was heavy, not with sorrow or joy, but with the weight of foreknowledge. Born of earth and sky, he will walk a path no one has walked before. Asacia cradled her son, her touch both gentle and strong, like the earth that sustains and shelters. She could see it in his small, knowing smile. This child was no ordinary being. His heart beat with the rhythm of both creation and mischief, a duality that would shape his life and all who came to know him. She whispered a lullaby, ancient and soft, as the stars above seemed to lean closer to listen. Anansi grew quickly, as children of gods often do. By the time he could walk, he was already asking questions no one could answer. His curiosity was insatiable, his tiny fingers weaving strands of grass and silk into patterns only he understood. One day, as Asacia worked the fields, planting yams and tending to the earth, young Anansi tugged at her robe. "Mother," he asked, his voice high and sharp, "why do the stories stay in the sky? Why do they not belong to us?" Asacia looked down at her son, her hands still dusted with soil. She hesitated, for even she feared to speak too much of the divine. "The stories are Nyame's treasures," she said carefully. "They are his gift to the gods, kept safe from mortal hands." Anansi's brow furrowed, a look far too serious for a child. He said nothing more that day, but his mind churned like a river after a storm. Why should the stories, those beautiful, glittering threads of life, remain locked away? Surely, they were meant to be shared, to be told around the fires of the world. A plan began to take shape, one that would require all his cunning and courage. His first test came one evening, when the sky darkened more than usual, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Nyame descended, his vast presence blotting out the stars. He had come to speak with Asacia, to share divine wisdom about the balance of the world. But as he spoke, little Anansi crept close, his small hands reaching for the fringes of Nyame's golden robe. "Child," Nyame said suddenly, his voice like the roll of distant drums, "why do you sneak so near? What is it you seek?" Anansi froze, his tiny form trembling under the weight of Nyame's gaze. But even then, his clever mind worked quickly. He spun a web of words as deftly as his fingers spun silk. "Great Nyame," he said, bowing low, "I only wish to see your magnificence up close, to learn from you as the sky itself does." Nyame chuckled, a sound like wind rustling through ancient trees. "You are bold, little one. Boldness can lead to greatness or to folly. Which path will you choose?" "I will choose both," Anansi replied without hesitation, his smile as bright as a rising sun. Nyame's laughter echoed through the heavens, but his eyes narrowed, sensing the spark of something extraordinary in the child. He said no more, ascending back to his celestial throne, leaving Anansi to his thoughts. The boy watched him go, his heart racing. He had touched the hem of divinity and lived to tell the tale. Now he knew, the stories could be his. As Anansi grew, so did his tricks. He outwitted the animals of the forest, from the fierce leopard to the cunning snake, his webs tangling them in schemes they couldn't unravel. Each victory sharpened his confidence, and with every triumph, the urge to claim the stories grew stronger. One night, as the moon hung low and the forest buzzed with restless energy, Anansi sat by the fire with his mother. Asasia watched her son carefully, sensing the storm within him. "Kweku," she said softly, "you are weaving something in your mind. What is it?" Anansi smiled, his teeth flashing in the firelight. "Mother, I will bring the stories down to us. I will take them from Naam's grasp." Asasia's breath caught. She grabbed his small hands, her voice urgent. "Kweku, the sky is not a place for mortals, even one as clever as you. Nyame is not to be trifled with." But Anansi's eyes gleamed with determination. "I am not just mortal, mother. I am the child of earth and sky. The stories are not meant to be hoarded. They are threads meant to be woven into the lives of all who breathe." Tears welled in Asasia's eyes. She saw in her son the reflection of the god's own audacity, the spark that dared to question the order of things. She pulled him close, her voice breaking. "If you do this, my son, you must be prepared to face not just Naam's wrath, but the weight of what you will carry." Anansi leaned into her embrace, his small body trembling but resolute. "I am not afraid," he whispered, his voice steady. "The world deserves the stories." Above them, the stars shimmered as if in agreement, and the forest fell silent, holding its breath for what was to come. The fire burned low in the heart of the forest, its flickering light casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits. Anansi crouched close to the embers, his dark, glimmering eyes fixed on the sky. Tonight was different. The air pulsed with something electric, a force that made the leaves quiver and the animals whisper in hushed tones. Anansi felt it in his chest, a pull he couldn't explain, like an invisible thread guiding him toward something vast and unknowable. The boy was small, his wiry frame barely strong enough to carry a basket of yams, but his mind churned like a storm. Anansi had always been different. While others toiled in the fields or hunted in the forests, he watched, listened, and thought. He was not the strongest, nor the fastest, but he could see things others missed, patterns in the wind, secrets in the silence, stories hidden in plain sight. One evening, as Anansi wandered through the thick brush, he stumbled upon an old man sitting on a stone. The man's skin was ashen, his face lined with years that stretched back farther than memory. He wore a cloak made of woven spider silk that shimmered in the fading light. Anansi stopped, his heart pounding. There was something unnatural about the man, something ancient. "Who are you?" Anansi asked, his voice steady despite the shiver that ran down his spine. The old man looked up, his eyes like two bottomless wells. "I am Waloro," he said, his voice soft but heavy, like the weight of a mountain. "The keeper of wisdom. The bearer of gifts." Anansi's curiosity flared. "What kind of gifts?" Waloro smiled, a thin, knowing curve of his lips. "Gifts for those who dare to ask. Gifts for those bold enough to take them." His gaze sharpened. "But gifts are never free." Anansi stepped closer, his bare feet brushing against the cool earth. "What do you want in return?" Waloro chuckled, the sound dry as dead leaves. "That depends on what you seek. Do you want strength to overpower your enemies? Speed to outrun death? Or perhaps," he leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper, "the cleverness to weave the world to your will?" Anansi's breath caught. He had seen strength fail, seen speed falter. But cleverness was a power that could not be taken away. It was a weapon no one could see coming. "I want cleverness," he said firmly. The old man's smile widened, and he stood, his movements fluid and graceful despite his age. "Very well. But cleverness is a tricky thing. It is not given, it is earned." How? Anansi asked, his pulse quickening. Woloro raised a bony finger and pointed toward the horizon. Beyond the river, where the trees grow thick and the shadows deeper, there is a web spun from the threads of the first story ever told. If you can bring me a single strand from that web, the gift will be yours. Anansi hesitated. The forest beyond the river was a place of whispers and warnings, where the bravest hunters dared not tread. But the pull in his chest was stronger than his fear. Without another word, he turned and ran, the old man's laughter following him like the rustle of dry wind. The river was swollen with rain, its waters roaring like a wild beast. Anansi hesitated on the bank, his mind racing. He spotted a fallen tree stretching across the current and darted onto it, his small feet gripping the slippery bark. Halfway across, the tree shuddered, and a surge of water slammed into it. Anansi clung on, his heart pounding as the torrent threatened to sweep him away. With a final leap, he reached the opposite bank, breathless but unbroken. The forest on the other side was darker, the air thick and heavy. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches twisting together to block out the sky. Anansi pressed on, his determination a steady flame against the encroaching darkness. He followed the faint hum that seemed to vibrate through the air, a sound both melodic and strange, like the echo of a forgotten song. At last, he saw it, a web that stretched between two ancient trees, its threads shimmering like liquid silver. It was enormous, each strand thicker than his arm, pulsing faintly with a light that seemed to come from within. As he approached, a voice stopped him cold. Who dares disturb the sacred web? A figure emerged from the shadows, a spider, but no ordinary one. Its body was as large as a man's, its eyes glinting with intelligence and malice. This web is not for mortal hands, it hissed. Turn back, or be consumed. Anansi swallowed hard, but he refused to retreat. I only need one strand, he said, his voice steadier than he felt. I will take nothing more. The spider laughed, a sound that sent shivers down Anansi's spine. And what will you give in return? This web holds the power of the first story. It is not something I will part with easily. Anansi thought quickly. He had nothing to offer, no riches, no strength. But he had his wits. If I can tell a story that makes even you laugh, will you give me a strand? The spider tilted its head, intrigued. Very well. But if your story fails, you will become part of my web. Anansi nodded and began his tale. It was a story about the animals of the forest, about a turtle who tricked a hare into carrying him across a river, only to leap off and claim the prize before the hare could react. Anansi mimicked the turtle's slow, deliberate voice and the hare's frantic, confused sputtering. As he spun the tale, he used his body to act out the parts, his movements exaggerated and comical. At first, the spider watched impassively, but soon its eyes narrowed with amusement. When Anansi reached the climax, where the hare realized too late that he'd been tricked, the spider let out a booming laugh that echoed through the forest. Very well, it said, still chuckling. You have earned your strand. With a single claw, the spider plucked a thread from the web and handed it to Anansi. The thread was warm and alive, humming with a power that seemed to seep into his very soul. He bowed low and thanked the spider before turning back toward the river. When he returned to the old man, thread in hand, Woloro's eyes gleamed. You have done well, child. Cleverness is now yours, but remember, cleverness is both a gift and a curse. Use it wisely. Anansi nodded, though his mind was already spinning with possibilities. The thread had become a part of him, its power coursing through his veins. He felt sharper, quicker, as if the world itself had opened its doors to him. And so, the boy left the forest not just as Anansi, but as the spider, a weaver of tales, a master of mischief, and a trickster whose name would echo through the ages. The world was quiet, but not empty. It was filled with whispers, stories locked away in the heavens, tangled in the silken threads of Naam, the sky god. The tales hung high in his celestial palace, glittering like stars, untouched by human hands. Below, the earth pulsed with life, yet it felt hollow, its people silent around their fires, their nights dark and wordless. Anansi, the spider, stood at the edge of the village, his gaze fixed on the endless sky. His chest burned with a question that no one else dared to ask: why must the stories belong only to the gods? Anansi was no stranger to impossible tasks. He had faced terrors in the shadows, outwitted creatures far larger than himself, and woven webs that turned chaos into order. Yet, this was different. The stories were not just treasures, they were the heart of the universe, the breath of existence. To steal them from Naam would be to challenge the heavens themselves. The night Anansi decided to act, the moon was full, bathing the land in its pale, watchful light. He climbed the tallest tree, its branches reaching into the sky like desperate fingers. From its top, he could see the shimmer of Naam's palace, floating high above the clouds. The way was treacherous, but Anansi's resolve was unshakable. He spun a web, fine as mist but strong as steel, and began to climb. The air grew thin and cold as he ascended, the world below fading into darkness. Naam's palace was a marvel, its walls gleamed like polished gold, and its gates were guarded by creatures born of starlight, their eyes burning with unblinking vigilance. Anansi knew brute force would be useless here. Instead, he relied on the gift he had earned, the cleverness that had become his greatest weapon. He approached the gate slowly, spinning a small, intricate web as he walked. The threads shimmered, catching the light and reflecting a cascade of colors. The guards, curious despite their nature, stepped closer to inspect the strange creation. "Who dares approach the palace of Naam?" one of them demanded, its voice like the echo of thunder. Anansi bowed low, his small form humble before the towering beings. "I am but a humble spider," he said, his voice smooth and respectful. "I come bearing a gift for the great Naam, a web that captures the light of the stars." The guards hesitated, their curiosity piqued. They stepped aside, allowing Anansi to pass, though their eyes never left him. He entered the palace, his heart pounding. The stories hung before him, suspended in the air like droplets of light. Each one pulsed with life, whispering fragments of what they held: love, loss, triumph, despair. Anansi reached out, but before he could touch them, a voice thundered through the hall. "Do you think you can take what belongs to me?" Nyame appeared, his form vast and overwhelming, his presence filling the space like a storm. Anansi froze, his web in hand, as the sky god's gaze bore into him. "I seek only to share them," Anansi said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "The stories are too beautiful to remain locked away. They belong to the world, to the people who have none." Nyame's laughter shook the palace. "And why should I give them to you, little spider? What makes you worthy?" Anansi straightened, his small frame dwarfed by the god's magnitude. "Because I am willing to earn them. Set me a task, no matter how impossible, and I will complete it." Nyame's eyes narrowed. "Very well," he said after a long pause. "I will give you the stories if you can bring me 4 things: Onini, the great python; Osibo, the leopard with sharp teeth; the Mbaro hornets; and Moesha, the invisible fairy. Do this, and the stories are yours." Anansi nodded, though his stomach churned. These were creatures of legend, feared by even the bravest of men. But he knew there was no other way. He bowed to Naam and descended from the palace, his mind already spinning with plans. The forest was silent when Anansi set his trap for Onini. He carried a long vine, pretending to measure it against the python's length as he spoke loudly to himself. "Nyame says Onini is shorter than this vine, but I know he's wrong. If only Onini would stretch out to prove it." Onini, proud and vain, slithered from the shadows. "I am longer than any vine," he hissed. "Hold it here, and I will show you." As Onini stretched himself along the vine, Anansi quickly wrapped it around him, binding the python tightly. Onini roared in anger, but it was too late, he was caught. Osibo, the leopard, was next. Anansi dug a deep pit and covered it with leaves, scattering bait on top. When Osibo leapt to claim the bait, he fell into the trap, his claws scrabbling uselessly against the walls. Anansi approached carefully, his voice calm and soothing. "Do not struggle, Osibo. The more you fight, the tighter the snare becomes." The leopard snarled, but Anansi's words were true, and soon he was trapped. For the hornets, Anansi filled a calabash with water and poured it over their nest, calling out, "It is raining. Take shelter in my calabash." The hornets, believing the ruse, flew into the hollow vessel, and Anansi sealed it shut. The invisible fairy was the trickiest. Anansi carved a doll from wood and covered it in sticky sap, placing it near a tree with a bowl of food. When Moesha appeared, she demanded the doll share the food. When it didn't respond, she struck it, only to find her hand stuck fast. Furious, she struck again and again, until both hands were trapped. Anansi emerged, bowing low before the captured fairy. One by one, Anansi carried his prizes to Naam's palace, each offering presented with a flourish. The sky god watched in silence, his expression unreadable. When the last of the tasks was complete, Naam spoke. "You have done what I asked," he said slowly. "The stories are yours." Anansi's chest swelled with pride as Naam released the stories. They floated down from the heavens, scattering across the earth like seeds in the wind. People gathered them, told them, wove them into their lives. The world, once silent, now pulsed with the rhythm of tales, of laughter, sorrow, and hope. And in the center of it all was Anansi, the small spider with the clever mind, whose web had brought the stories to life. In the stillness of dawn, when the world was painted in soft hues of gold and gray, a single web stretched between two ancient trees. It glistened with beads of dew, each droplet holding a fragment of the rising sun. The air around it felt alive, as though the web itself breathed with a quiet, unseen power. Anansi watched from a low branch, his eyes tracing the delicate threads that seemed to hum with something more than mere silk. The web was more than a trap for the unwary, it was a map, a story woven from light and shadow. Each thread was carefully placed, intersecting with another to form patterns that only Anansi could truly understand. He had spun it not with haste, but with purpose, each movement deliberate. It was his greatest work, one that captured the essence of who he was and what he had become. The first thread was always the hardest. Anansi began at the center, where everything began, his small legs moving with precision. The thread shimmered as it stretched, carrying the weight of his intentions. It was strong, but flexible, ready to hold whatever might come its way. As he worked, his mind churned with thoughts of the stories he had won from Naam, stories that now lived in every corner of the world. He remembered how the first story he told had lit up the faces of his people, their eyes wide with wonder. They had leaned closer to the fire, their shadows stretching long behind them, as if drawn into the tale themselves. It was in that moment he realized the web was not just his, it was a gift to everyone. The web held the stories, connecting one to another, just as the threads connected each corner of his creation. The second thread reached outward, extending beyond the center. Anansi's movements quickened, the rhythm of his work steady and sure. This thread was a reminder of connection, of how stories bridged gaps between people, crossing distances both seen and unseen. He thought of the time he had sat in the marketplace, spinning tales for children who clutched at his legs and elders who nodded with knowing smiles. The stories moved between them like the threads of a web, binding them together in shared laughter and understanding. As he spun, the forest around him seemed to shift, the morning light bending through the web to cast shapes on the ground. Each shape told its own story, a lion roaring in triumph, a river flowing endlessly, a star falling from the heavens. Anansi paused, his gaze fixed on the reflections. He realized then that the web was not just a tool, it was alive, carrying the energy of every tale it held. The third thread stretched upward, reaching for the sky. Anansi worked with care, knowing this thread was the most fragile, the one that carried the weight of dreams. It was the thread that connected the earthly to the divine, the storyteller to the gods. He thought of the nights he had sat alone, staring at the stars, feeling the pull of something greater. The web had been his way of reaching out, of creating a bridge between the mortal and the eternal. As the web grew, it began to shimmer with a life of its own, catching the faint breeze and swaying gently. Birds perched on nearby branches, their heads cocked as they watched the spider work. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves falling silent as if in reverence. Anansi felt a strange warmth in his chest, a sense of purpose so profound it nearly overwhelmed him. The final thread was spun last, a spiral that wound outward from the center, touching each of the others. It was the thread of memory, the one that ensured the web would hold its stories long after the spinner was gone. Anansi thought of the generations to come, of the children who would sit by the fire and hear the tales of their ancestors. He thought of how the web would continue to grow, each story adding a new thread, weaving itself into the fabric of existence. When the web was complete, Anansi sat back, his legs folding beneath him as he admired his work. The web shone with an inner light, each thread a testament to his journey, his triumphs, and his failures. It was perfect, not because it was flawless, but because it was real. Each thread held a story, and each story held a piece of the world. A breeze stirred, carrying the faint sound of laughter from the village below. Anansi smiled, his small body vibrating with quiet satisfaction. He had given the world its stories, but the web reminded him that they were never truly his to keep. The stories belonged to everyone, and the web was their home, a place where the threads of life, love, and loss came together to create something beautiful. The sun climbed higher, its rays catching the web and scattering light in all directions. Anansi watched as a bird flew through the forest, its wings grazing the edge of the web but leaving it untouched. The web moved with the bird, bending but never breaking, its strength hidden in its softness. It was a lesson Anansi carried with him always, that the greatest power lay not in force, but in resilience, in the ability to hold without crushing, to connect without binding. As the day wore on, the forest came alive with sound, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of monkeys, the distant roar of a lion. The web swayed gently in the breeze, its threads catching the light and holding it, just as they held the stories. And in the heart of the web, Anansi rested, his eyes half closed, his mind filled with thoughts of the tales yet to be told. The land was alive in a way that few could fully understand. The earth pulsed beneath bare feet, warm and steady, a heartbeat that matched the rhythm of the people who called it home. The trees whispered to each other in the wind, their branches weaving stories older than memory. The rivers, restless and murmuring, carried the songs of ancestors as they wound their way to the sea. This was Anansi's world, a place where the air was thick with magic and every shadow held a tale waiting to be told. The gods moved among the people, unseen but always present. They were as vast and powerful as the sky and as intimate as the touch of morning dew. Naam, the sky god, ruled above all, his voice like thunder and his presence as constant as the sun. His gaze swept over the land, watching, judging, and sometimes, if the stories were true, smiling at the mischief of a clever spider. Naam's palace floated high above the clouds, unreachable to all but the boldest of hearts. Its golden halls held treasures beyond imagination, none greater than the stories he guarded jealously. The earth itself was shaped by gods and creatures that roamed freely, their forms as varied as the stars in the night sky. There was Acacia, the Earth Mother, whose embrace was both nurturing and unyielding. She cradled the crops in her soil, her fingers coaxing life from seeds, but she also demanded respect. Her wrath was slow and deliberate, like the shifting of tectonic plates, but when unleashed, it left scars that would not heal. The forests were home to creatures both wondrous and terrifying. Beneath the canopy, where sunlight filtered in fractured beams, Osibo, the leopard, prowled with silent menace. His eyes glowed like embers in the shadows, and his teeth were said to gleam even in total darkness. Few dared cross his path, for his fury was swift and his strength unmatched. Yet, even Osibo could be outwitted, as Anansi had proven when he captured the great beast using only his cunning and a simple trap. The rivers belonged to Sasabonsum, a being of twisted form and malevolent spirit. His long arms hung low, dragging through the water as he waited to ensnare the unwary. Villagers whispered of his presence in hushed tones, warning children to stay away from the riverbanks at night. Yet, some claimed that even Sasabonsum could be bargained with if one was clever enough to see past his terrifying visage. Above the trees, and the skies painted with gold and crimson at dusk, lived the Abuzum, spirits who carried the prayers of mortals to the gods. They danced in the clouds, their laughter rolling like gentle thunder. They were capricious beings, quick to bless, but just as quick to curse, their favor as fleeting as a summer storm. Anansi often found himself entangled with these spirits, his silver tongue weaving promises and his wits keeping him one step ahead of their wrath. Even the smallest creatures had their place in this world, their lives entwined with the great web of existence. The Mbaro hornets buzzed with an energy that belied their size, their stings feared by all. Yet, they too were drawn into Anansi's tales, their ferocity no match for his ingenuity. The fireflies, flickering like tiny stars, lit the night with their gentle glow, guiding travelers and storytellers alike through the dark. The village at the heart of the land pulsed with life, its people bound together by shared laughter, labor, and lore. Their days were filled with the hum of work, pounding yams, weaving cloth, tending goats, and their nights with the warmth of stories. Around crackling fires, elders recounted tales of gods and heroes, their voices rising and falling like the wind through the trees. The children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations sparking as the words painted vivid pictures of worlds both familiar and fantastical. Anansi was a constant presence in these stories, his name whispered with awe, laughter, and sometimes exasperation. He was not like the gods, who commanded reverence, or the beasts, who inspired fear. Anansi was something else entirely, small, unassuming, yet endlessly clever. He was the thread that tied the tales together, a reflection of the people's own resilience and ingenuity. Through Anansi, they saw that even the smallest among them could shape the world. The web was everywhere, invisible but undeniable. It stretched across the land, linking the living to the spirits, the past to the present. It connected the gods to the mortals, the mighty to the meek. And at the center of it all was Anansi, spinning his threads with care, weaving stories that bound the world together. His web was not just a tool but a symbol, a reminder that every life, no matter how small, was part of something greater. The sun dipped low, casting the land in hues of orange and purple. The shadows lengthened, and the air grew cool. Anansi scurried to the edge of his web, his eyes glinting as he watched the first stars appear in the sky. Each star, he thought, was a story, a light in the darkness, waiting to be told. He felt the threads beneath him hum with energy, a vibration that echoed in his very soul. The world was alive with stories, and he was their keeper, their spinner, their voice. The sun hung heavy in the sky, its golden light spilling over the tall grasses and dark forests. The air was thick with heat and the faint buzz of insects, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves as the wind whispered through the trees. In the heart of this wild and untamed land, a shadow moved, a predator, silent and deadly. It was Osibo, the leopard, his sleek body coiled with power as he stalked through the underbrush. His golden eyes burned with hunger, and his sharp claws clicked softly against the dry earth. Anansi watched from a safe distance, his small frame hidden beneath a tangle of vines. He had heard the stories of Osibo, of his ferocity and his speed. It was said no creature could escape once Osibo had marked it as prey. But Anansi had no plans to run. He had faced danger before, and he had always found a way to come out on top, not with strength, but with cleverness. This time would be no different. Anansi's plan had taken days to prepare. He had worked under the cover of night, his nimble legs weaving and shaping, his mind racing with ideas. The result of his efforts now sat in the clearing ahead, still and lifeless, yet brimming with potential. It was a figure shaped like a man, crafted from sticky black tar, its arms outstretched as if in welcome. Anansi called it the tar baby, though it looked nothing like a baby. It was crude and rough, but that didn't matter. What mattered was what it would do. Then came the voice. "Come closer," the drum sang, its tone smooth and inviting. The villagers gasped. It wasn't the drum that spoke, it was something deeper, a sound that seemed to echo inside their minds. The people edged forward, their faces alight with wonder and a hint of fear. Anansi's grin widened. "Dance," the drum commanded, and the villagers obeyed. Feet began to tap, hands clapped in time, and soon the square was filled with joyous movement. The drum's voice grew louder, its commands more insistent. Faster, it boomed, and the people danced until their breaths came in ragged gasps, their feet aching against the hard ground. Anansi watched it all, delight bubbling within him. But this was only the beginning. He let the drum's rhythm falter, just enough to make the crowd stumble to a halt. "You've done well," the drum said soothingly. "Now, feast." The villagers, sweaty and breathless, blinked in confusion, but the words of the drum held sway. They hurried to their homes, returning with baskets of yams, gourds of palm wine, and platters of roasted fish. They piled the food in the square, and Anansi perched atop it all like a king, the drum at his side. The feast began in earnest, the people eating and drinking to their heart's content. But Anansi, ever the schemer, tapped the drum again, his legs moving in a quick, deliberate pattern. The drum's voice rang out once more, but this time it was sharper, carrying a hint of menace. "Who among you hides the finest wine?" the drum demanded. The villagers exchanged uneasy glances. The finest wine was reserved for special occasions, carefully stored away. But the drum would not be denied. One by one, they brought their secret stores, placing them before Anansi. He drank deeply, savoring the taste, and let the drum sing again. "Who holds back the sweetest fruits?" The demand was more insistent now, the drum's voice booming across the square. Faces grew pale, and hands shook as villagers rushed to offer their best. Anansi devoured the offerings, his laughter mingling with the drum's relentless rhythm. As the day wore on, the drum's voice turned cruel. "Who hides secrets in their heart?" it asked, the words cutting through the festive air like a blade. The villagers froze, their joy replaced by unease. The drum repeated the question, louder this time, its tone harsh and unyielding. A young man stepped forward, his face pale and drawn. "I stole a goat from my neighbor," he confessed, his voice trembling. The crowd gasped, and the accused neighbor stepped forward, his fists clenched. Anansi watched with glee as arguments erupted, accusations flying back and forth. The drum's voice continued to prod, uncovering more secrets, more lies, more hidden sins. By nightfall, the village was in chaos. Friend turned against friend, families were torn apart, and the once joyous square was filled with shouts and tears. Anansi sat back, the magical drum silent beside him, and reveled in the discord he had sown. His small body trembled with laughter, his many legs tapping out an erratic rhythm on the ground. But the drum was not done. It began to hum again, its surface glowing faintly. The villagers, exhausted and broken, turned their eyes to it with dread. "Enough," they whispered, their voices pleading. But the drum did not listen. "Who dares question me?" it thundered, its voice rising to a deafening roar. The villagers cowered, their hands covering their ears, their faces twisted in fear. Even Anansi felt a flicker of unease. He reached out to still the drum, but it was too late. The rhythm spiraled out of his control, the voice growing louder, angrier, until the very ground seemed to shake beneath it. A sudden crack split the air, and the drum's voice was silenced. Anansi blinked in surprise, his legs trembling as he stared at the broken remains of the magical instrument. The villagers, wide-eyed and trembling, slowly began to rise. The air was heavy with the weight of what had happened, the once lively square now filled with silence and shattered trust. Anansi's mischief had gone too far, and he knew it. Yet, as he scurried away under the cover of darkness, his mind was already weaving a new tale. The magical drum was gone, but the stories it left behind would live on, whispered in the shadows and around crackling fires. And Anansi, ever the trickster, would ensure that his name was at the heart of them all. In the dim light of dawn, Anansi crouched beneath the sprawling branches of the sacred baobab tree. The air around him was alive with the whispers of wisdom. It was not the kind of sound one could hear with the ears, but Anansi felt it thrumming in his very core. He had spent years weaving his schemes, playing his tricks, and bargaining with gods and spirits alike. Finally, he had done it. He had gathered every piece of wisdom in the world into a single clay pot, sealed with wax and guarded fiercely by his cunning. He glanced at the pot now, its surface worn and scratched, but brimming with an invisible power that made the air around it feel thick and heavy. Wisdom was a force unlike any other. It held the power to guide kings, build empires, and shape the destinies of entire generations. Anansi had decided it was too precious to be shared. The world didn't deserve it. People wasted wisdom, squandered it on petty arguments and foolish endeavors. No, it would be safer with him, kept hidden, hoarded, and used only when he deemed it necessary. But the pot was heavy, and Anansi had work to do. He tied a length of sturdy vine around it, looping it carefully to ensure the pot wouldn't slip. His plan was simple: climb to the top of the tallest tree and hide the pot where no one would ever find it. He chose the baobab because its ancient branches stretched toward the sky like skeletal fingers, and its knotted trunk was thick and unyielding. No one would think to look there. He began to climb. The bark was rough beneath his many legs, but Anansi was strong. He carried the pot on his front, balancing it against his chest as he ascended. The weight pressed into him, making his movements slow and deliberate. He gritted his teeth and kept going, his mind filled with thoughts of triumph. With each step, he imagined himself as the sole keeper of the world's wisdom, untouchable and revered. But something was wrong. The pot, despite its weight, kept shifting against him. It bumped awkwardly against his chest, making the climb harder than he had anticipated. His legs slipped on the rough bark, and for a moment he clung desperately to the tree, his breath ragged. The pot wobbled, and Anansi tightened his grip on the vine, his heart pounding. From below, a soft laugh broke the stillness. Anansi froze. He peered down through the tangle of branches and saw his son, Dekuma, standing at the base of the tree. The boy's arms were crossed, his expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. "Father," Dekuma called, "what are you doing?" Osibo emerged from the shadows, his nose twitching as he caught the scent of something unfamiliar. His eyes fixed on the strange figure in the clearing, and his ears flattened against his skull. He took a step closer, his muscles rippling beneath his spotted coat, his tail flicking back and forth in agitation. Anansi held his breath, his heart pounding in his tiny chest. This was the moment he had been waiting for. "Who are you?" Osibo growled, his voice low and menacing. The tar baby said nothing, its black surface gleaming in the sunlight. Osibo's eyes narrowed, his sharp teeth bared in a snarl. He didn't like being ignored. "I said, who are you?" he repeated, his tone more dangerous now. Still, the tar baby remained silent. Osibo's patience snapped. He lunged forward, his paw striking out to slap the insolent figure. But as soon as his claws made contact, they sank deep into the tar, sticking fast. Osibo roared in surprise and fury, yanking his paw back with all his strength, but the tar baby held tight. Anansi stifled a laugh, his legs trembling with excitement. It was working. Osibo, blinded by his temper, struck out with his other paw, and it too became stuck. The great leopard thrashed and snarled, his powerful body twisting and turning, but the more he struggled, the more he became entangled. His paws, his tail, even his sleek fur were soon coated in the sticky black substance, binding him to the ground. "You think you've caught me?" Osibo roared, his voice shaking the trees. "I'll tear this thing apart. I'll..." Now, Anansi called out, stepping into the clearing. His voice was light, almost cheerful, as though he were greeting an old friend. Osibo froze, his golden eyes narrowing as he spotted the small spider approaching. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." "You!" Osibo spat, his fury blazing anew. "This is your doing, isn't it? Release me at once, or I'll..." "You'll what?" Anansi interrupted, tilting his head to one side. "Run after me? Pounce on me? Eat me? I think not. You're a little stuck at the moment." Osibo let out a guttural growl, his massive frame trembling with rage. But Anansi didn't flinch. He had faced anger before, and he knew it burned hot but could be easily extinguished with the right words. He skittered closer, his 8 legs moving with ease, and examined the trapped leopard as though considering his options. "You know," Anansi said thoughtfully, "I could leave you here. Let the sun bake that tar until it hardens, and then you'll be nothing more than a statue. A monument to your own foolishness. Osibo's growl turned into a low whine, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. Please, he said grudgingly. Let me go. Anansi mused, tapping one of his legs against his chin. What's in it for me? What do you want? Osibo asked, his tone sharp but laced with unease. He hated bargaining, especially with a creature as small and insignificant as Anansi, but he had no choice. The tar held him fast, and every muscle in his body ached from struggling. Anansi's eyes gleamed with mischief. A promise, he said. You will leave the villagers alone. No more stalking their children, no more snatching their goats. You'll hunt only in the forest, where you belong. Osibo's pride flared, but he swallowed his anger. Fine, he growled. I promise. And, Anansi added, his voice as light as a breeze, you'll tell everyone about this day. About how Anansi the spider outsmarted the great and fearsome Osibo. Agreed? The leopard hesitated, his jaws tightening. But the tar was unyielding, and the spider's terms were his only escape. Agreed, he said through gritted teeth. Anansi's legs moved quickly, cutting away the threads of tar that held Osibo captive. As the last strand fell away, the leopard sprang to his feet, his powerful body trembling with frustration and shame. He glared at Anansi, his golden eyes blazing, but he said nothing. A promise was a promise, and even Osibo would not break it. The leopard slinked back into the forest, his tail lashing behind him. Anansi watched him go, a satisfied smile spreading across his small face. The tar baby lay in the clearing, its job done, its lifeless form already melting in the heat of the sun. Anansi turned away, his legs carrying him back to the safety of his web, where the stories of his triumph would soon take shape. The night was heavy with silence, the kind that feels alive, pressing against the skin like a warning. A sliver of moon hung in the sky, casting faint silver light over the thick canopy of trees. Deep within the forest, Anansi crouched low, his eyes glinting with excitement. His 8 legs twitched with anticipation as he gazed at the object before him, a drum unlike any other. It was no ordinary drum. The surface shimmered, as though it held the essence of the moon itself. The sides were carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the dim light. Its skin was stretched taut, humming faintly, as if it breathed with its own life. Anansi had won it from a spirit of the forest after one of his many clever games, though the spirit had warned him, this drum carries a voice. Use it wisely, for its words have power. Power. The word thrilled Anansi to his core. He had no intention of using it wisely. He ran one delicate leg across the drum's surface, and the faint hum turned into a rich, resonant note. It was the kind of sound that commanded attention, that could reach into the heart of a man and twist it. Anansi smiled, his thoughts already spinning into threads of mischief. By dawn, the village square was alive with noise. Anansi had positioned himself in the heart of it all, the magical drum perched before him. The villagers gathered curiously, drawn by the rhythm of Anansi's drumming. The spider played with a skill that seemed unnatural, his legs moving faster than the eye could follow, each beat resonating deep within the listeners. Anansi's many eyes narrowed. Climbing, he said shortly. His voice was strained, but he refused to let the boy see his struggle. It's none of your concern. Ndakuma tilted his head, his smile growing wider. It looks like you're having trouble. Why are you carrying the pot in front of you? Wouldn't it be easier to tie it to your back? The words hit Anansi like a slap. Of course, it would be easier. How had he not thought of that? He had spent his life outsmarting gods and creatures, weaving intricate plots and solving impossible riddles, yet here was a simple piece of wisdom he had overlooked. And it came from his own son. His pride flared, hot and sharp. What do you know of wisdom? He snapped. You're just a boy. Ndakuma shrugged, unbothered by his father's anger. I may be a boy, but even a boy can see what you cannot. Anansi's legs trembled with frustration, but he said nothing. He adjusted the pot carefully, still gripping the vine tightly. The idea gnawed at him. Tie it to his back. It was so obvious, so simple, and yet it had never crossed his mind. He thought of the pot, filled with the world's wisdom, and the bitter truth struck him. Even with all the wisdom in the world at his disposal, he had overlooked the wisdom of a child. A laugh bubbled in his throat, harsh and bitter. He let it out, and it echoed through the trees. It was a laugh filled with irony and a touch of madness. The pot swayed precariously in his grip, and for a moment, he considered throwing it down, smashing it against the earth and letting the world reclaim what he had tried to hoard. Instead, he climbed higher, driven by stubbornness and the remnants of his pride. The pot bumped against him, heavy and awkward, but he held on. His breath came in short gasps, his legs ached, and his vision blurred with sweat, but still, he climbed. When he reached the top, he paused, the pot still clutched to his chest. The view stretched out before him, endless forests, rivers glinting in the sunlight, and distant mountains cloaked in mist. It was beautiful, vast, and full of life. And in that moment, Anansi understood. Wisdom was not meant to be hoarded. It was not something that could be contained, sealed away, or hidden. It was meant to flow, to be shared and passed on, growing richer with each exchange. The thought filled him with a strange sadness, a deep ache that settled in his chest. Anansi loosened his grip on the pot, letting it dangle by the vine. For a moment, he considered smashing it, letting the wisdom spill out and scatter to the winds. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he lowered it gently to the ground, where Ndakuma stood waiting. The boy looked up at him, his face calm and steady. "You've climbed high, father," Ndakuma said, his voice soft. Anansi nodded, his many legs trembling with exhaustion. "And you were right," he admitted, the words tasting strange on his tongue. "Wisdom does not belong to one." Ndakuma's smile returned, warm and knowing. "Then let it be shared." The pot, still humming with its invisible power, seemed to glow faintly in the sunlight. Anansi stepped back, his heart heavy and light all at once. The world was vast, and its wisdom was endless, but for the first time, he saw it clearly. And in that clarity, he felt the weight lift. The gods had gathered in the golden hall of Naam, the sky god, their voices a murmur that rumbled like distant thunder. Power radiated from them, shaking the very air. They spoke of matters no mortal could fathom, their words weaving a tapestry of divine purpose. Yet, among their number, one figure stood apart, a spider, small and unassuming, with a gleam in his many eyes that spoke of more than met the eye. Anansi was there by invitation, though many gods thought him unworthy. Nyame raised his hand, commanding silence. His voice boomed across the hall, reverberating with authority. "A contest," he declared, his gaze sweeping over his divine peers. "Let us see who among us possesses the greatest wit and ingenuity." Excitement rippled through the hall, for contests among the gods were rare, and the stakes were always high. Nyame continued, his tone heavy with challenge. "The winner will earn a boon of their choosing, a reward fit for their triumph." The gods leaned forward, their interest piqued. Whispers of anticipation filled the air, but Anansi stayed silent. He studied their faces, their pride and eagerness, and a plan began to form in the quiet corners of his mind. Nyame set the terms. The challenge was simple yet daunting. The gods were to solve a riddle he posed, a riddle so complex it would twist even the sharpest mind. Each god would have one chance to answer, and failure meant forfeiting the right to win the prize. Anansi's legs twitched with anticipation. He did not have the brute strength of Odomenkoma or the fiery wrath of Omoki. He could not conjure storms like Asase Ya or shape the earth like Tano. But he had something none of them could match, his cunning. He knew that brute force and divine power alone would not win this game. He needed to be bold, clever, and above all, deceitful. The riddle was spoken, each word carefully chosen by Nyame to ensnare the mind. It was a puzzle of life and death, a question of beginnings and endings, wrapped in layers of mystery. The gods took turns stepping forward, their faces solemn as they pondered the riddle. One by one, they offered answers, some wise, some outlandish, all incorrect. Anansi watched, his small form hidden in the shadows of the great hall. His turn was coming, and the moment weighed on him like a storm cloud. But he felt no fear. He had a plan. Anansi feigned shock, clutching his tiny chest with one of his spindly legs. "What? From you? Oh no, Great One, I only wish to marvel at your beauty and offer my humble admiration." Elephant snorted, unimpressed but not entirely dismissive. "Then speak quickly, little spider. I have no time for your games." Anansi lowered himself to the ground in a bow so exaggerated it was almost comical. "I was merely wondering, O wise and powerful elephant, if I might borrow your tail for a day." Elephant stared at him, the silence stretching so long that even the birds stopped singing. "My tail," he repeated, incredulous. "What nonsense is this?" Anansi straightened, his tone shifting to one of earnest pleading. "You see, Great One, I have a problem. There is a swarm of bees that has built a hive near my home, and they torment me endlessly. I am too small and weak to fend them off, but your tail, oh, your mighty tail, could swat them away with ease." Elephant tilted his head, regarding Anansi with suspicion. "And what do I gain from this?" "Ah, a fair question," Anansi exclaimed. "In return, I shall sing your praises to all the creatures of the jungle. They will know of your generosity, your kindness, your unmatched grace." Elephant considered this. His pride swelled at the thought of being lauded by the entire jungle, even if the request itself was absurd. "Very well," he said at last. "You may have my tail for a single day." Anansi's eyes glittered with triumph, though he bowed low to hide his glee. "You honor me, great elephant. I shall not forget your kindness." Elephant bent down, allowing Anansi to detach the tail with a clever knot of vines and webs that the spider had prepared in advance. It came away easily, almost too easily, and Elephant felt a twinge of unease as he watched Anansi scuttle off with his prized possession. For the rest of the day, Anansi paraded through the jungle, carrying Elephant's tail like a trophy. He spun tales of how the mighty elephant had entrusted him, little Anansi, with such a precious gift. He waved the tail in front of other animals, boasting of his newfound power and cunning. Some laughed, others shook their heads in disbelief, but no one dared challenge him. After all, if Elephant had willingly given up his tail, who were they to question it? The sun dipped below the horizon, and the jungle grew quiet. Anansi returned to his hiding spot beneath the baobab tree, the tail now wound tightly in his webs. He had no intention of returning it, not yet. He wanted to savor his victory a little longer, to relish the chaos his theft would bring. Morning came, and with it, the furious roar of Elephant. The jungle trembled as he stomped through the underbrush, his tailless form a strange and unsettling sight. The other animals scattered, their fear palpable as Elephant demanded answers. "Where is Anansi?" he bellowed. "Where is that trickster?" Anansi, of course, had anticipated this. He emerged from the shadows, his expression a mask of innocence. "Oh, mighty elephant," he said, bowing low. "Why do you call for me with such anger? Have I not honored your gift?" "Honored?" Elephant roared. "You have stolen my tail and made a mockery of me." Anansi's face fell, his tone shifting to one of wounded sincerity. "Stolen? Oh no, Great One. I have merely kept it safe, as you asked. Do you not remember your own words?" Elephant's eyes narrowed, his fury battling against the doubt creeping into his mind. Anansi seized the moment. "Come, let me return it to you at once," he said, scuttling forward with the tail. "I meant only to protect it from harm." He handed the tail back with exaggerated care, his legs trembling as if the weight of it was too much for him to bear. Elephant snatched it away, reattaching it with a single, powerful motion. But the damage was done. The other animals whispered among themselves, their respect for Elephant now tinged with a hint of mockery. Anansi, for all his deceit, had succeeded in making the mighty appear vulnerable. As Elephant stormed away, his tail swishing with renewed purpose, Anansi retreated to his web, his laughter echoing softly through the jungle. For in his mind, the day had been a triumph, a tale that would be told for generations. And for Anansi, there was no treasure greater than a story well spun. Night had fallen over the land, and the stars gleamed like scattered diamonds across the inky sky. In the quiet of his web-laden home, Anansi sat with a curious smile playing on his lips, his gaze drifting to the forest beyond. Beside him sat his 6 sons, each unique in appearance and temperament. They were not ordinary sons, each bore a gift that seemed woven from the fabric of magic itself, a part of the world that pulsed unseen beneath the surface. The first son, Sea Trouble, had eyes that could pierce through darkness and distance, uncovering dangers long before they reached the unwary. His gaze was sharp, unyielding, and haunted by the knowledge he carried. Second was Road Builder, whose clever hands could carve paths where none existed, bending the earth and forest to his will. Third was River Drinker, a quiet and unassuming figure who held the power to drain entire rivers with a single breath, his strength hidden beneath a calm demeanor. Next came Game Skinner, whose deft fingers could strip the truth from any situation, just as they peeled away the hides of beasts. Stone Thrower followed, broad and strong, with a presence that demanded attention. His name was no boast, for he could hurl boulders with the force of storms. Finally, there was Cushion, soft-spoken and gentle, whose very being seemed to cradle those around him in safety. The warmth of the evening was broken by Sea Trouble, his voice low and urgent. "Father," he said, his gaze fixed beyond the trees, "there is danger near." Anansi tilted his head, intrigued. "What kind of danger?" Sea Trouble did not blink. "A great beast, lurking near the mountain. It hungers, and it is not far." When his name was called, a ripple of laughter passed through the hall. A spider among gods, it was absurd. Even Nyam's expression softened with amusement as Anansi scuttled forward, his legs moving with deliberate slowness. The gods whispered among themselves, some mocking, others dismissive. Anansi ignored them. He turned his many eyes to Nyam, his voice small but steady. "I will answer your riddle," he said, "but only if I may first present my offering to the great sky god." Nyam raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "An offering? This is no place for bribes, little spider." Anansi bowed low, his legs trembling with mock humility. "Not a bribe, great one, but a gesture of respect. Surely even the humblest among us must honor the host of this sacred contest." Nyam considered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Present your offering." Anansi scuttled away, returning moments later with a gourd tightly sealed with wax. He placed it reverently at Nyam's feet. "Inside this gourd," he said, his voice laced with mystery, "is a gift unlike any other. But it must not be opened here. It is too potent, too dangerous. I ask only that it be kept safe until the contest concludes." Nyam looked at the gourd, its surface plain and unassuming. "You ask much for a simple spider," he said, though his tone was not unkind. He gestured for one of his attendants to take the gourd and set it aside. Anansi nodded, feigning gratitude, but inside, his mind was alight with anticipation. The gourd was the heart of his plan, and every moment brought him closer to its fruition. The contest continued, the gods growing restless as more and more answers failed to solve the riddle. Anansi's turn arrived, and he stepped forward, his small frame dwarfed by the towering forms around him. He spoke with confidence, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. "I cannot answer your riddle, great Nyam," he said, his tone humble yet sly. Gasps filled the hall, and the gods erupted in whispers. To forfeit was unheard of. But Anansi raised a leg, silencing them. "I cannot answer because the answer is not mine to give. It is within the gourd I brought as my offering." Nyam frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "You claim the answer is within the gourd?" Anansi nodded solemnly. "It is true, great one. I am but a humble spider. How could I hope to possess such wisdom on my own? I sought the answer and captured it in the gourd, knowing it was the only way to honor your contest." The hall fell silent, all eyes on Nyam. The sky god hesitated, his gaze shifting between Anansi and the gourd. At last, he gestured for the gourd to be brought forth. Anansi's heart raced as the seal was broken, the wax falling away with a soft crackle. But as the lid was lifted, chaos erupted. A swarm of tiny creatures burst forth, each one a fragment of the answer, scattering in every direction. They swirled around the hall, their whispers unintelligible, their movements impossible to follow. The gods cried out in confusion, their divine powers useless against the sudden, unexpected tide. Only Anansi remained calm. He watched with satisfaction as the gods stumbled, their pride wounded, their focus shattered. And then, with a single, commanding voice, he spoke the answer to the riddle. The hall fell silent. The gods turned to stare at him, their faces a mix of awe and fury. Nyam's gaze lingered on the spider, and for a moment, the air crackled with tension. "You have won," Nyam said at last, his voice heavy with resignation. "Through trickery and deceit, you have bested the gods." Anansi bowed low, his many legs splayed in a gesture of respect. "Great Nyam," he said, "it is not trickery, but resourcefulness. Even the smallest among us must find a way to stand tall in the face of giants." Nyam's laughter boomed through the hall, and though it was tinged with frustration, it carried a note of admiration. "Then name your prize, cunning one." Anansi straightened, his eyes gleaming. "I asked for only one thing," he said, his voice steady. "Let the tales of this contest be told, that all may know the wit of Anansi." And so, the tale began. The air was heavy with the promise of rain, the kind that hangs in the atmosphere and makes the jungle restless. Somewhere in the shadows, Anansi crouched, his small body almost imperceptible against the gnarled roots of a great baobab tree. He wasn't hiding out of fear, no, he was waiting, his 8 legs twitching with a patience that bordered on predatory. His eyes sparkled, each one reflecting the light of the setting sun as if they held secrets too dangerous to speak aloud. In the clearing before him stood Elephant, majestic and enormous, the ground trembling beneath his every step. His tusks gleamed like ancient ivory towers, and his ears fanned out, commanding respect from all creatures who dared to glance his way. The other animals kept their distance, watching with wary admiration. Elephant was the pillar of strength in the jungle, a creature who needed nothing from anyone, who ruled without question. But Anansi saw more than just strength. He saw opportunity. The thought had struck him days before as he watched Elephant swat away flies with a lazy flick of his tail. That tail, it was unassuming, almost laughable compared to the rest of Elephant's massive frame. Yet it was the only part of Elephant that moved with a rhythm that Anansi could predict. If he could take possession of it, even for a short time, the power it symbolized would belong to him. And Anansi never missed an opportunity to claim power, no matter how absurd it seemed. He began his approach, scuttling out from the shadows and into the fading light. "Oh, mighty Elephant," he called, his voice carrying a note of exaggerated reverence. "King of the jungle, lord of all creatures. How great you look today, how unmatched in your splendor." Elephant paused mid-step, his ears twitching at the unexpected praise. He turned slowly, his great bulk moving like a rolling mountain. "Anansi," he rumbled, his voice deep and steady, "what is it you want? You do not speak without reason." The others stiffened, exchanging wary glances. Anansi, ever curious, only smiled wider. "Well, then," he said, "we must see what this danger is. Shall we?" They moved as a family, their steps quiet but purposeful, the forest opening before them as if it knew their significance. Road Builder led the way, his hands brushing against the undergrowth, parting it with ease. The air grew heavier as they approached the mountain, the shadows deepening and the sounds of the forest fading into an eerie stillness. At the foot of the mountain, Sea Trouble stopped abruptly, his sharp intake of breath freezing the others in their tracks. "It's there," he whispered, pointing to a dark cavern carved into the rock. Inside. Anansi's curiosity burned brighter than any fear he might have felt. Without hesitation, he stepped closer, his sons trailing behind him. The cave was vast and cold, the walls glistening with moisture that reflected their faint, flickering light. Deep within, a pair of glowing eyes appeared, burning like embers in the blackness. The beast emerged slowly, its form monstrous and twisted. Its body was covered in scales that shimmered with an unnatural light, and its teeth gleamed like polished bone. It was a creature of nightmares, its growl low and rumbling, vibrating through the stone. Anansi stepped forward, undeterred. "What are you doing here, creature? This is no place for you to wander." The beast snarled, its voice like grinding stones. "I do not wander. I hunt. And I see you are bold enough to speak to me." "Boldness runs in my family," Anansi replied, his tone light but edged with challenge. The creature lunged, its massive jaws snapping dangerously close to Anansi. But before it could strike, Stone Thrower stepped forward, his hands gripping a boulder he had picked up with ease. With a roar, he hurled it at the beast, striking it with a force that sent it staggering back into the shadows. But the creature was not defeated. It rose again, its anger now a palpable force. River Drinker stepped forward this time, his calm face betraying no fear. With a single, powerful breath, he inhaled deeply, pulling the moisture from the air around them and weakening the creature's glistening scales. They cracked and dulled, losing their menacing shine. Still, the beast was relentless. It struck out blindly, its claws scraping against the cave walls and creating a deafening screech. Game Skinner darted in, his nimble fingers finding the beast's weak spots. With precise movements, he tore at the creature's defenses, stripping away its strength layer by layer. As the beast faltered, Sea Trouble's voice rang out, urgent and commanding. "Its heart! Strike its heart, and it will fall." Stone Thrower moved again, but before he could land a final blow, the creature collapsed with a guttural groan. Its body crumbled into the earth, leaving nothing but silence behind. Anansi turned to his sons, his chest swelling with pride. "You have done well," he said, his voice warm. "Each of you played a part, and together, you have triumphed." They left the cave, the tension easing with each step they took away from the mountain. When they reached the forest once more, Anansi stopped and turned to his sons. "You are more than my children," he said, his tone serious now. "You are my legacy, each of you carrying a gift that the world will come to know." The 6 sons stood together, their unique abilities forming a tapestry of strength and cunning. And though they were each different, they shared one thing in common: the blood of Anansi, the trickster, the storyteller, the weaver of webs both literal and metaphorical. As the stars shifted above them, they felt the weight of their father's words. The night was theirs, filled with the promise of tales yet to be told. The fire crackled softly in the center of the village as Aso sat weaving a basket from slender reeds. Her hands moved with quiet precision, each thread tightening into place, forming patterns as intricate as the stories that surrounded her husband, Anansi. She worked in silence, yet her eyes carried a spark that could light up the darkest night, a gaze sharp enough to see through illusions, strong enough to tame chaos itself. Anansi, perched nearby, was spinning one of his famous tales, his voice rising and falling with dramatic flair. The children were transfixed, laughter spilling from their lips as he wove his latest mischief into a narrative that seemed larger than life. But Aso's attention never wavered from her task, though a faint, knowing smile danced on her lips. She could hear the twists and turns in his story, predict the punchline before it landed, and feel the slight tension in his voice where truth and trickery tangled. When the tale ended, Anansi leaned back, basking in the applause. He turned to Aso, his grin wide. "What did you think, my dear?" he asked, his tone full of playful arrogance. Aso paused her weaving, lifting her head to meet his gaze. "It was clever, Anansi," she said simply. Her words were calm, but there was an edge to them that only he could hear. "But tell me, have you yet thought of what comes after your cleverness?" Anansi blinked, taken aback for a moment. He chuckled, brushing off her words as he always did. But deep down, he knew that Aso's wisdom was a force he could never dismiss. It was a quiet force, not loud or flashy like his tricks, but one that had steered him away from disaster more times than he cared to admit. One day, a crisis arose in the village. A hunter returned from the forest with an ominous tale of a great leopard prowling near their homes, its hunger driving it dangerously close. The villagers were afraid, and rightly so. The leopard was a cunning predator, one that no trap had ever caught. They turned to Anansi for help, as they often did, hoping his cunning could outmatch the beast. Anansi, as usual, was delighted by the challenge. He assured them he would handle it, spinning a quick plan in his mind that involved a trap as elaborate as one of his stories. But as he turned to leave, Aso stood, her expression thoughtful. "Anansi," she called softly, her voice carrying the weight of something unspoken. He paused, looking at her with a mix of curiosity and irritation. "Be careful of the traps you weave," she said. "Sometimes, they catch more than you intend." Her words lingered in his mind as he ventured into the forest. He dismissed them at first, brushing them off as unnecessary worry. But as he began to set his trap, her voice echoed again, quiet but insistent. He hesitated for a moment, but his pride pushed him forward. The trap was set, a tangle of vines and branches designed to ensnare the leopard in a web of his own making. The next morning, the village gathered to see the results. To their astonishment, the trap had worked, but it was not the leopard they found. Caught in the snare was a young antelope, trembling with fear, its wide eyes full of desperation. The villagers murmured in confusion, and Anansi frowned. The trap had been too effective, its reach too wide. Aso stepped forward, her basket still in hand. Her gaze swept over the scene, and without a word, she began to untangle the antelope. Anansi watched, his pride stinging, as she gently freed the creature and sent it scampering back into the forest. "You see, Anansi," she said as she straightened, her voice quiet but firm. "Not all traps are meant to catch. Sometimes, they must let go." He stared at her, the weight of her words pressing down on him. It wasn't anger he felt, it was something deeper, a humbling realization that her wisdom was not just a balance to his trickery but a strength that stood apart. Later that evening, as they sat together by the fire, Anansi leaned closer to her. "How do you always know what I don't?" he asked, his tone more earnest than she had ever heard it. Aso smiled, her hand still weaving. "Because, Anansi, I see what you do not look for. While you chase the prize, I see the cost. While you spin your stories, I see their threads." Her words settled into him, planting seeds he didn't yet know would grow. Aso's presence was more than a counterpoint to his mischief, it was a grounding force, one that allowed his tricks to shine without spiraling into chaos. She understood him in ways even he didn't understand himself, and that understanding became the unspoken foundation of everything they shared. As the night deepened, Anansi found himself watching her with new eyes. The firelight danced across her face, and in that moment, he saw her not as the weaver of baskets or the quiet voice of reason, but as the thread that held his own stories together. The early morning sun hung low, casting long shadows across the clearing where Anansi's family had gathered. The air was heavy with tension, the kind that wraps itself around words before they're spoken. Anansi stood in the center, his many-legged posture relaxed, but his eyes glinted with mischief. Around him were his children, each one bearing his unmistakable mark of cleverness, though it manifested in ways as varied as their personalities. Today was not an ordinary day. Anansi, ever the opportunist, had devised a plan, a contest, he called it. "To see," he declared with a flourish, "which of us is the cleverest of all." The challenge seemed innocent enough at first. Anansi proposed that they find the rarest and most valuable treasures in the land. The reward? His recognition as the smartest and most resourceful in the family, a prize that, in this household, held more weight than any gold or jewels. But beneath his playful tone, there was a spark of something sharper. Anansi's ego thrived on proving his superiority, even at the cost of harmony. The children, eager to outshine their father and each other, set off in different directions. Each carried their own schemes and ambitions, for they were all, in some way, reflections of Anansi. The eldest, quick-witted and fiercely determined, plotted to find a gem guarded by a fierce serpent. The second child, more subtle but equally cunning, whispered of a treasure hidden in the depths of the forest, protected by the spirits of the trees. The youngest, small and often overlooked, simply watched and waited, their quiet eyes glinting with a secret plan. Days passed, and the family returned, one by one, each bringing something extraordinary. The eldest brought the shimmering gem, their arms bruised from the serpent's coils, but their smile triumphant. The second carried an ancient, glowing fruit, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. Others returned with items equally dazzling, a golden feather, a jar of captured moonlight, a pearl as big as a fist. Each laid their treasures before Anansi, their pride swelling with every gasp from the onlookers. But then came the youngest, walking slowly, their hands empty. Anansi frowned, his many legs tapping impatiently. "And what have you brought?" he asked, his voice tinged with irritation. The youngest smiled faintly. "I bring a story," they said. "A tale of how I found the greatest treasure of all." Laughter rippled through the family. A story? Against gems and glowing fruit? Anansi himself chuckled, though his curiosity was piqued. "Go on," he said, leaning closer. The youngest began to weave their tale, and as they spoke, the air seemed to still. They spoke of finding a hidden spring deep in the heart of the forest, where the water sparkled like liquid diamonds. They spoke of a choice they made, not to take the treasure but to leave it untouched, its beauty unspoiled. Their words painted pictures more vivid than any prize laid before Anansi. By the time they finished, the clearing was silent. Anansi's smile faded. "But where is your proof?" he demanded. "Words alone cannot win." The youngest met his gaze, unflinching. "Sometimes, the greatest treasures are not meant to be owned." Anansi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his face. His other children, sensing his hesitation, pounced. They began arguing, voices rising, each one claiming their prize was the most valuable. The competition, once playful, descended into a cacophony of accusations and insults. Old rivalries surfaced, bitterness bubbling over like a pot left too long on the fire. "You always think you're better than us," one shouted at the eldest. "At least I didn't waste time with empty words," another snapped at the youngest. The youngest, calm but resolute, spoke again. "Perhaps the lesson here is not who is cleverest, but what cleverness is worth." But their words were drowned in the chaos. Anansi watched, his many legs shifting restlessly. For the first time, his tricks had spun out of his control. The web he had woven to test his family's wit was now ensnaring them all, himself included. He felt a pang. Was it regret? Or perhaps something more complex, harder to name? That night, as the family sat around the fire, Anansi said nothing. He simply watched his daughter, his clever, bold, and unwavering daughter, and wondered if she had outwitted him without ever trying. For in her quiet defiance, Abena had shown him a new kind of cunning, one that did not seek to trap or trick, but to heal and unite. The stars above seemed brighter that night, their light weaving an unbroken web across the sky. Abena sat beneath them, her threads in her hands, and Anansi knew that his daughter's story was one he would never fully grasp. The air was thick with tension as Anansi stood at the edge of the village, his eyes narrow and focused on the hyena across the clearing. Hyena was no stranger to the trickster, nor was he a friend. In fact, there was a rivalry between the two that had lasted longer than either could remember. Hyena was known for his strength and his cunning, but unlike Anansi, his tricks were more brutish, more direct. He did not weave webs of deception, but he could certainly use his sharp teeth and claws to get what he wanted. Today, however, the conflict was not just between Anansi and Hyena. The entire family had been drawn into it. Anansi's sons, eager to prove their own worth, had already tried to best the hyena in various ways, only to find themselves outsmarted at every turn. Even the ever-clever Abena, his daughter, had failed to navigate hyena's sheer stubbornness. And now, Anansi's wife, also, had become entangled in the battle as well. It had started with a simple challenge. Hyena, always boasting about his strength and superior wits, had declared that he could outdo Anansi in any task, any contest of skill. Anansi, with his pride and quick temper, could never resist such an invitation. The challenge was set, no tricks, no webs, just a contest of strength and wits, to be decided by whoever could capture the largest harvest of food from the village's fields by the end of the day. Anansi, however, couldn't resist the temptation to weave a web of deceit. As the day drew closer, he called his family together, explaining his plan. "Hyena thinks he can outdo me," he said, his voice filled with the thrill of the challenge. "But we will show him that no one is cleverer than Anansi." His sons, eager to please, nodded excitedly. Abena, however, gave him a sharp look, her eyes full of silent warnings. "Father," she said, "not everything can be won with tricks. Sometimes, strength is in unity, not deceit." Anansi dismissed her caution. "Trust me, my daughter," he replied, "the world works on cunning, and no one knows how to use it better than me." On the morning of the contest, the village stirred with anticipation. The fields, lush with crops and fruits, stood ready to be harvested, and the villagers watched with interest as Anansi and Hyena set off in their respective directions. Anansi, of course, had already made his plans. He sent his sons to the far corners of the village, distracting Hyena's helpers and stealing small portions of food from the harvests. Meanwhile, he worked quickly to trick the local merchants, using his charm to trade useless items for precious supplies. At first, everything went as planned. Hyena, with his brute strength, hauled large bundles of fruit and vegetables, but it was clear that Anansi's family was getting more, gathering under the cover of darkness and secrecy. The day wore on, and the tension between the two families began to rise. Hyena growled and scowled as he saw Anansi's haul growing steadily, while his own seemed to pale in comparison. But as the sun began to dip behind the trees, something unexpected happened. Aso, Anansi's wife, who had been quietly watching from the shadows, realized that something was amiss. She had seen her husband's tricks unfold before her eyes and understood the value of wit and cunning in their world. But she also knew that deceit had its consequences, and her heart grew uneasy. "I see what you've done, Anansi," Aso said quietly, stepping out from the shadows. "You've drawn us all into this web of lies, and now Hyena is not just your rival, he's our enemy. Your tricks have cost us more than you realize." Anansi, his eyes flashing with pride, turned to her. "Hyena is no match for me," he said confidently. "We will win, and he will be shown who truly rules this land." But Aso's expression was one of sorrow, not anger. "And what of the people, Anansi? What of the village? What of our family? Your tricks are clever, but they make us weak when we are divided." Anansi looked at her for a moment, the weight of her words starting to settle in, but his pride won out. "It is a contest of strength, Aso. And I will win. We will all win." But as the day drew to a close and Hyena's pile of harvests was counted, something strange happened. Hyena, instead of growing angry, seemed unusually calm. He had noticed the tricks and deceit unfolding around him, and instead of confronting Anansi directly, he decided to play the game his own way. With a wild, triumphant laugh, Hyena called for the villagers to join him. "This contest," he said, his voice booming, "is not just for Anansi and me. It is for all of us." The villagers, sensing that something larger was at stake, quickly gathered around Hyena. They saw the strength in his honesty, the loyalty in his straightforwardness, and they began to realize that the contest wasn't about who could gather the most food. It was about who could bring the village together. Hyena's call was simple but powerful: if we all join together, we can bring in the harvest far better than any trick or deceit. The villagers, led by Hyena's example, began to work together, sharing what they had gathered and helping each other in the fields. Anansi watched, his heart pounding with frustration. His web of lies and tricks, once so finely spun, was unraveling before his eyes. By the time the sun had set, Hyena had won not just the contest, but the respect of the village. The harvest, once a source of division, had become a symbol of unity. Anansi's family, entangled in his schemes, had learned the hard way that cunning could only take them so far. As Anansi walked back to his home that night, his head bowed, Aso stood waiting for him. "You see, my love," she said softly, "sometimes it is not the strength of the trickster, but the power of the family that truly wins." And for the first time, Anansi realized that no matter how clever his webs, there were things more important than victory, and the unity of his family was one of them. Aso appeared then, her presence as steady as a drumbeat. she stood at the edge of the clearing, her gaze sweeping over the scene. Without a word, she stepped forward and placed a single basket on the ground. It was empty, its woven sides plain but sturdy. The family paused, their arguments faltering as they turned to her. "This," she said quietly, "is the greatest treasure." Confusion rippled through the group. Anansi tilted his head. "A basket?" he asked, his voice laced with skepticism. Aso met his gaze, her eyes sharp. "Yes. For it holds not what is taken, but what is given." Her words settled over the clearing like a blanket of calm. The children fell silent, their treasures suddenly seeming less important. One by one, they began placing their prizes into the basket, not out of defeat, but with a sense of understanding. The glowing fruit, the pearl, the gem, all joined together in the woven vessel. The youngest stepped forward last. They placed their hands on the basket and whispered, "And here, I place my story." Anansi watched, his chest tightening. He realized then that Aso had done what he could not. She had reminded them of the web that connected them, the threads of family and love that were stronger than any contest. For all his cleverness, he had overlooked the simplest truth, that unity was the greatest triumph of all. The clearing grew quiet as the family stood together, their differences fading like shadows at dusk. Anansi, humbled but grateful, reached out and placed a single thread from his web into the basket, binding the treasures together. The moonlight cast its silver glow over the quiet village, where even the smallest sounds of night carried weight. Crickets chirped, their song weaving with the rustle of the wind. At the edge of the village, by the largest tree, sat Anansi's daughter, her silhouette barely visible against the ancient trunk. She was spinning something, thread fine as mist, her fingers moving with the same ease as her father's, but there was something different in her rhythm. Unlike Anansi's threads, meant to entangle and deceive, hers seemed to hold a quiet purpose. Her name was Abena, and though many knew of Anansi, few spoke of his daughter. Yet those who had crossed her path whispered of her sharp mind, sharper still than her father's, and a heart that carried the weight of the world. While Anansi reveled in mischief and outwitting gods, Abena had always been drawn to the spaces between, where truth lingered, unadorned and unhidden. Anansi often underestimated her. To him, she was simply a reflection of his legacy, another child shaped by his cleverness. He didn't see the quiet defiance in her eyes, nor did he notice how her threads told different stories than his. But Abena noticed everything, especially the way her father's tricks, though clever, often left hurt in their wake. One day, Anansi returned to the village with news. "The great river," he declared, "has a jewel hidden beneath its waters. Whoever finds it will hold the favor of the river gods." His children, always eager for adventure, gathered around, their eyes shining with excitement. All except Abena, who watched from a distance. "Will you try, Abena?" her eldest brother teased, his voice carrying the arrogance of someone who always sought their father's approval. "Or do you think it's beyond you?" Abena smiled faintly, her fingers still working the thread. "I will find it," she said softly. Her voice was steady, unchallenged by the scoffing laughter of her siblings. Anansi, who had been watching with curiosity, tilted his head. "And how will you do that, my daughter?" he asked, his tone both amused and intrigued. "By walking a different path than yours," she replied. The next morning, the siblings scattered, each racing to claim the jewel. Anansi, ever the schemer, followed them in secret, hoping to see which of his children might impress him most. Abena, however, moved in the opposite direction. She didn't rush to the river or devise a clever trick. Instead, she visited the villagers who lived along its banks. She spoke with the fisherman who had lost his net, the old woman whose fruit trees withered from lack of water, and the child who wept for their missing dog. With each story, Abena wove another thread, and her web began to take shape, not to trap, but to connect. Meanwhile, Anansi's other children battled one another with schemes and cunning plans. One used trickery to distract the others, while another tried to bribe the river spirits. Yet, no matter their efforts, the jewel remained hidden. Frustration boiled over into quarrels, and the siblings turned on each other, their once playful competition devolving into chaos. As the sun began to set, Abena arrived at the river. She carried no tools or tricks, only the thread she had spun. Anansi, watching from the shadows, frowned. "What foolishness is this?" he muttered to himself. Abena knelt by the water's edge and cast her web into the current. The thread shimmered, catching the light of the setting sun. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the sound of the river's flow. Then, the web began to pull. Slowly, gently, Abena drew it back, and from its center emerged the jewel, glowing softly against the darkening sky. Anansi's other children arrived just in time to see her standing by the river, the jewel in her hands. Their astonishment turned to anger, and they demanded to know how she had found it. Abena met their accusations with calm. "I did not search for the jewel," she said. "I listened to the river, to those who live by it, and to the threads that bind us all. The jewel was never hidden, it simply waited to be seen." Her words quieted her siblings, but Anansi was not so easily impressed. He stepped forward, his many legs tapping the ground in a rhythm of impatience. "Clever, my daughter," he said, though his tone was edged with disbelief. "But cleverness is not enough. What will you do with the jewel now?" Abena turned to him, her gaze steady. "I will return it to the river," she replied. "It is not ours to keep." The silence that followed was heavy, charged with something unspoken. Anansi, for all his pride, felt a flicker of something he could not name, admiration, perhaps, or a twinge of envy. He had spent his life weaving webs of deceit to claim what he desired. Yet here was his daughter, unspooling the threads of his legacy and creating something entirely her own. Without another word, Abena walked to the water and placed the jewel back into the river's depths. The current carried it away, its glow fading until it was one with the flow. The villagers, who had gathered along the banks, watched in awe, their gratitude etched into their faces. The smell of the pot was sweet and rich, the beans inside simmering in their broth, promising a meal like no other. Anansi stood in front of the bubbling pot, his mouth watering, his mind racing with thoughts. He had worked hard for this meal, gathered the beans from the field, tended the fire, and now, with the pot nearly ready, he felt a wave of satisfaction. But, deep down, a quiet voice whispered, urging him to stop, to share, to be content. Anansi, however, could never resist the temptation to take more than he needed. One more handful, he thought, as his hand hovered over the pot. Just a little extra won't hurt. The beans swirled in the water, each one softening, their aroma stronger with every minute. Anansi smiled, convinced that this small indulgence wouldn't cause harm. But as he reached for another handful, he heard a faint rustling behind him. His daughter, Abena, stepped forward, eyes wide with concern. "Father," she said softly, "the beans are for the family. There's enough for all of us. Please don't take too much." Anansi, his hand still poised above the pot, looked at her with a glint of mischief in his eyes. "You worry too much, my child. There is always enough for everyone if you know how to make the most of it. Don't you see? If I take just a little more, it will make it better for everyone in the end." Abena didn't say another word, but the concern in her eyes stayed with Anansi as he added more beans. The pot was growing heavier, fuller than ever before. The steam rose in the air, carrying with it a sense of warmth, and for a moment, Anansi felt a deep satisfaction, as if he had won some secret victory. He stirred the pot once more, admiring the golden color, the richness of it all. But as he moved away to tend to other things, the pot seemed to grow darker, the once sweet aroma now tinged with something more bitter. A low hum began to fill the air, a strange sound that made the hair on the back of Anansi's neck stand up. He looked back at the pot, and to his horror, he saw it. Beans were overflowing, spilling over the sides, flooding the ground beneath it. A soft breeze blew, and the pot began to shake, as though something inside it was growing restless. Anansi's stomach churned with a sudden realization. He had taken too much. Far too much. The beans were no longer just beans, they were alive, their hunger insatiable. They began to crawl out of the pot, rolling down the sides like tiny creatures, their skins gleaming, hungry for more. "Abena!" Anansi called out in panic. But his daughter was nowhere to be found. The pot's contents spread across the ground like an army, consuming everything in their path. The earth beneath him trembled as the beings, once humble and peaceful, now devoured the very soil, the grass, and even the air itself. Anansi stepped back, but the flood of beings seemed to follow him, relentless in their pursuit. "Please," Anansi whispered to himself, as the ground began to shake harder, "this is not what I wanted." The beings didn't listen. They had been fed too much, stretched too thin, and now they were beyond control. The consequences of his greed had taken on a life of their own. As the mass of beings rolled over the fields, swallowing trees, buildings, and paths, Anansi realized that the world he had once known was slipping away, just like the beings from the pot. His mind raced, but there was no answer. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. The beings were everywhere now, up to his waist, creeping toward his ankles, filling the air, suffocating him with their insatiable hunger. The more he tried to gather them back into the pot, the more they seemed to slip through his fingers. Suddenly, a quiet voice broke through the chaos. "You wanted more," Abena's voice echoed, her form emerging from the thick fog of beings. "Now you have all you can handle." Anansi turned to see his daughter standing strong, her face calm but with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "You taught us all that there is enough for everyone, but you couldn't stop yourself. Now, you have more than you ever needed, and it's swallowing everything in its wake." Anansi's chest tightened. He had seen the warning in her eyes, heard it in her voice, but he had ignored it, believing that his cunning could handle anything. Yet here he was, watching as his own actions spiraled out of control, his greed turning into a curse. The lesson had come too late. As the beings continued to flood the land, swallowing the world he had known, Anansi fell to his knees, his hands trembling with shame. "I have learned nothing," he whispered. "I thought I could control everything, but I have lost it all. I took too much. I never stopped to think." Abena knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You have learned, Father. The lesson isn't in the taking, but in the giving. The world does not belong to one person alone. It belongs to all of us." The flood of beings, now slowing, seemed to pause as if it, too, understood the weight of the moment. Anansi, with his daughter by his side, stood and watched as the beings began to retract, slowly slinking back into the pot. The destruction that had threatened to swallow everything faded, leaving only the quiet remnants of the land. Anansi looked into his daughter's eyes, filled with understanding and compassion, and he felt a pang in his chest. It was not just the beings that had overrun the village, it was his own desires, unchecked, out of control. His greed had nearly destroyed the very things he loved. As the last of the beings disappeared into the pot, Anansi knew the true cost of his actions. He had lost far more than a meal. He had almost lost his family, his home, his village, and his own sense of self. The pot, once a symbol of abundance, now sat quietly, a reminder of how a small indulgence could grow into something monstrous if left unchecked. Abena smiled gently, and for the first time, Anansi saw the depth of wisdom in her eyes. "Now, Father," she said softly, "you understand." The sun hung low in the sky, casting its golden light across the village as Anansi stood over his bubbling pot of beans. The fire beneath it crackled, sending little sparks into the air, while the rich aroma of cooking beans filled the air. The beans were almost done, and Anansi couldn't help but smile at the thought of the feast that was about to be his. He had been working hard that day, gathering the beans, chopping the vegetables, and preparing the pot. The meal was meant to feed the whole family, to nourish and bring joy. But as Anansi stirred the pot, a thought crossed his mind. What if there was more? "Just one more handful," he whispered to himself. "Just a little more won't hurt. After all, I deserve it." His hand hovered over the pot, dipping into the sack of beans beside him. He added a generous portion, watching as they tumbled into the bubbling water. The rich scent grew stronger, but something in the air changed, as if a silent warning hung over him. Anansi's daughter, Abena, came to stand beside him, her eyes filled with concern. "Father," she said softly, "that's enough. The beans will be enough for all of us." We don't need more. Anansi chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. You worry too much, my daughter. There is always enough if you know how to make it stretch. If I add just a little more, there will be enough for everyone, and maybe a bit extra for me too. His voice held a note of sly satisfaction, his mind already filled with images of how good it would taste. Abena hesitated, but said nothing more. She had learned that sometimes her father's tricks couldn't be stopped once he had set his mind to something. With a final glance, she turned and walked away, leaving Anansi to his cooking. But as the pot grew fuller and fuller, something felt off. The beans swirled in the water, their once humble forms now looking oddly more abundant. Anansi stirred, but the pot seemed to resist. He gave it another turn, and suddenly, the beans began to spill over the side, flooding the ground around the pot. Anansi paused, his eyes widening in surprise. What had happened? He had added too much, but the beans weren't stopping. They tumbled out of the pot like a wave, flowing across the ground, consuming everything in their path. They rolled over the grass, climbing up the trees, and even filling the air, their hunger insatiable. Panicked, Anansi stepped back, his hands shaking. He tried to scoop them back into the pot, but it was no use. The beans seemed to multiply before his very eyes, spilling everywhere, pushing him further away. Abena, he cried, but his voice was swallowed by the sound of beans tumbling and crashing. They continued to spread, overtaking the ground, threatening to cover everything in their wake. The smell was overpowering now, a mixture of sweetness and rot, as if the earth itself were being consumed by his greed. Abena appeared again, her face pale with worry as she took in the chaos unfolding before her. Father, she said, her voice trembling, you took too much. Now look what's happened. The beans have grown beyond our control. Anansi's heart raced as he watched the beans spread even further, devouring the land. His once simple pot of beans had turned into a monster. The very ground beneath his feet trembled with the weight of his mistake. He had been so sure, so confident that adding more would be harmless. But now, the consequences were undeniable. The beans crept up the sides of the houses, squeezing through cracks, spreading into the homes of the villagers. Anansi's own house was soon overwhelmed, its roof disappearing beneath the flood of beans. The smell, once inviting, now filled the air with an unbearable heaviness. The once beautiful land, lush and green, was slowly disappearing beneath the waves of his greed. Anansi fell to his knees, his hands gripping the earth as if he could stop the destruction with sheer force of will. What have I done? He whispered, his voice barely a breath. What have I done? Abena knelt beside him, her eyes filled with sadness, but there was a quiet strength in her gaze. You thought you could take more and it would make everything better. But now, everything is lost. The beans were meant to feed us all, but your greed has taken them too far. Anansi's mind raced, the weight of his actions settling heavy in his chest. It was not the beans themselves that had caused the trouble, but his need for more, his belief that he could control it all. He had let his desire for abundance cloud his judgment. Now, it was too late. The beans continued to grow, their flood unstoppable, and Anansi could feel his world slipping away. The pot that had started it all now lay abandoned on the ground, empty and broken. The very thing that had promised nourishment had instead brought ruin. Abena's voice broke through his thoughts, soft but steady. Father, the beans will only stop when you learn that enough is enough. The world does not belong to one person. It belongs to all of us, and we must share it. Anansi looked up at her, his heart aching with regret. The lesson was clear now, though it had come too late. He had been so focused on taking, on gaining, that he had forgotten the importance of balance, of sharing, of knowing when to stop. The consequences of his greed had turned his world into chaos. The ground shook once more, and the flood of beans slowly began to recede. But the damage had been done. The land was scarred, the village lost beneath the weight of his mistake. Anansi sat in the silence, his mind heavy with the knowledge that he had allowed his desires to grow out of control. Abena helped him to his feet, her hand gentle on his shoulder. Father, she said, her voice soft but firm, there is still hope. The beans may have taken over, but the lesson you have learned is not lost. Anansi nodded, tears welling in his eyes. He had learned, but at a great cost. The greed that had consumed him had cost him far more than he could have ever imagined. Now, all he could do was remember the lesson: there is always enough, and taking more than you need only leads to ruin. And as the last of the beings slithered back into the earth, Anansi sat quietly with his daughter, the lesson etched deep into his heart. The evening sky was painted with shades of red and gold as Anansi walked through the village, his eyes gleaming with a thought that would change everything. He had heard the rumors for days, whispers of a golden calabash, a magical vessel that could grant the possessor untold wealth. It was said to be hidden in a cave deep in the forest, guarded by forces no one dared to challenge. But to Anansi, that was just the kind of challenge he loved. What use were fears and warnings to a spider who could outwit anyone, even the gods themselves? He had no fear, only hunger, the hunger for more. It had started with small things, a bit of extra food here and there, a coin or two more than he needed. But now, that hunger had grown, and the golden calabash seemed to call out to him, promising everything he ever dreamed of. Just think of what I could do with that kind of wealth, he thought, as he glanced at his home, humble and small. I could have anything I want. Everything. He reached the edge of the forest just as the sun sank beneath the horizon, leaving the world bathed in darkness. Anansi hesitated only for a moment before he stepped into the thick shadows of the trees. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, the silence so deep it felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath. As he moved deeper into the woods, the path grew narrower, more treacherous, the trees pressing in on him like the watchful eyes of unseen creatures. But Anansi was not afraid. He had tricked his way out of worse situations, and he knew this would be no different. After what seemed like hours, he found it, the cave. Its entrance yawned before him, dark and foreboding. Yet, inside, he could feel the pull of something extraordinary. He had arrived. He stepped inside, his legs brushing against rough stone, until his hand finally touched the smooth surface of the golden calabash resting on a stone pedestal in the heart of the cave. The vessel gleamed in the faint light that filtered through cracks in the cave, casting golden reflections that danced on the walls. For a moment, Anansi simply stared, his breath catching in his throat. It was even more magnificent than he had imagined. A voice echoed through the cave, low and rumbling. You wish to possess it, it said, a warning hanging in the words. But greed has a price. Anansi ignored the voice. He had no time for warnings. He was already reaching for the calabash, his fingers brushing against its cool surface. I deserve this, he whispered to himself. I deserve everything. The moment his fingers made contact with the golden calabash, the ground beneath him trembled. The walls of the cave seemed to shudder as though awakening from a long slumber. Anansi froze, his heart pounding in his chest. But it was too late. The calabash was his now, and no power on earth could take it away. He could already taste the riches, the power that would come with owning it. But as he pulled the calabash from its pedestal, a loud crack echoed through the cave. The ground beneath him gave way. Anansi stumbled backward, the golden calabash slipping from his hands and rolling across the stone floor. His heart raced as the ground cracked open, swallowing the light. He tried to grab the calabash, but it was too far away, and the cave seemed to be collapsing around him. Anansi scrambled toward the exit, but the darkness was closing in. The earth groaned, and the trees above the cave shook violently, as if they, too, were afraid of what was happening. In his haste, Anansi tripped and fell, his body crashing against the cold ground. When he looked up, he saw a figure standing before him, a shadow, tall and ominous. Greed has a cost, the voice echoed again. You have taken what was not yours to take. Anansi's breath caught in his throat. He had heard the stories, legends of curses, of ancient forces that could not be defied. But he had thought he was different. He had always outsmarted the gods, the spirits, and the other creatures of the world. Yet now, standing before him, was a presence far older than anything he had ever encountered. With a flash of light, the figure vanished, leaving Anansi alone in the dark, surrounded by the rumblings of the cave and the distant cries of animals disturbed by the turmoil. The golden calabash lay just beyond his reach, but as he crawled toward it, he realized something had changed. It no longer shimmered with the promise of wealth. Instead, its golden surface seemed dull, as if it had absorbed all the light around it, leaving nothing but emptiness. Anansi reached out a trembling hand, but before he could touch it, the calabash began to move on its own. Slowly, it rolled away from him, deeper into the cave, as if it were alive, as if it knew what he had done. And then, the ground beneath him trembled once more, but this time, it was different. This time, the earth cracked open, and from the depths, something rose, a terrible, twisted form that stretched into the air, its shape shifting and swirling like a storm of shadows. The figure loomed over Anansi, its presence suffocating. The golden calabash had disappeared into the abyss, swallowed by the darkness, and now the cave seemed to be closing in on him, its walls pressing together like the jaws of some great beast. Anansi scrambled to his feet, panic rising in his chest. "I didn't mean to," he cried out, but his voice was drowned by the howling wind that now filled the cave. "Please. I just wanted to be rich. I didn't mean to." The voice, now cold and harsh, spoke again. "Greed is a fire. It consumes all in its path, and in the end, there is nothing left but ash." Anansi's heart sank as the cave began to collapse around him. The golden calabash, the treasure he had desired, had vanished, and with it, so too had the dream of power and wealth. All that was left was darkness, the curse of his greed closing in, suffocating him. As the earth trembled, Anansi realized the truth. His desire for more had led him to this. He had taken something precious, something meant to be left alone. And in his lust for riches, he had lost everything. The curse of the golden calabash was not just a punishment for his actions, it was a lesson, one that would echo through the ages, a warning to all who believed that taking more than they needed would lead to happiness. The cave swallowed the last remnants of the golden light, and Anansi was left alone in the darkness, the weight of his greed pressing down on him. Anansi stood at the edge of the forest, his heart racing as the wind whispered through the trees, a secret of things yet to come. His hands shook with excitement, not from fear but from the thrill of the unknown. The golden calabash. That beautiful, gleaming pot filled with untold riches. Legends had spoken of its power for generations, and now, after years of searching, Anansi had finally found it. The golden calabash was said to hold the world's greatest treasures, a vessel that could grant power, wealth, and wisdom to its possessor. All it took was one hand to touch it, one mind to claim it. And today, that hand would be his. His heart hammered in his chest as he moved through the thick, shadowy undergrowth, pushing aside branches and vines. The deeper he walked into the forest, the more the air seemed to press in on him. It was as if the world itself held its breath, watching his every step. He could feel the weight of destiny upon him. This was the moment when everything would change. There would be no turning back. At last, he reached the clearing. In the center, resting upon a stone pedestal, sat the golden calabash. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, reflecting the moonlight that barely made its way through the canopy. Anansi could hardly believe his eyes. It was even more magnificent than he had imagined. The legends were true. It was as if the very earth had carved out a place for this treasure, a gift meant for only the chosen one. His fingers twitched. He had dreamed of this moment for so long, and now, standing before it, he felt the hunger rise in his chest. Greed, sharp and gnawing, dug into his soul. He had been clever, tricking his way through life, but this, the golden calabash, this was his chance to claim more than he ever dreamed. No one could stand in his way now. He reached for it. The instant his fingers brushed against the smooth surface, the air around him seemed to crackle with energy. A low, rumbling sound echoed from deep within the earth. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, a strange unease creeping up his spine. But the lure of wealth, of power beyond imagination, was too strong. He gripped the calabash firmly and lifted it from its pedestal. At once, the ground trembled violently beneath his feet. Anansi staggered backward, his heart thudding in his chest as the earth shook with the force of something ancient and powerful. The golden calabash slipped from his hands and crashed to the ground, the force of the impact sending a wave of shock through the clearing. A sudden, eerie silence fell over everything, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Then, a deep, gravelly voice reverberated through the air, its words filled with the weight of ages. Greed is a fire. Once kindled, it will burn everything in its path. Anansi's eyes widened. He had heard stories of curses, of forces greater than his cunning, but he had never truly believed. He was Anansi, the great trickster, the one who outsmarted gods and men alike. But now, standing in the face of this ancient presence, his bravado faltered. The golden calabash had been meant to bring him power, but now it felt as though it had cursed him instead. Before he could react, the ground cracked open with a deafening roar. From the depths of the earth, something monstrous began to emerge. It was as if the very forest itself had turned against him, its roots twisting like serpents, clawing at the earth. The golden calabash, now lifeless and dull, rolled across the stone floor, drawn toward the expanding chasm. Anansi watched, helpless, as the calabash slipped from his reach. Desperation flooded him. He tried to run, but the earth had turned against him. Every step was met with resistance, as if the very soil beneath him was holding him in place, trapping him in the forest's grasp. The once soothing, familiar sounds of the forest now seemed sinister, the whispers of the trees no longer gentle, but threatening. "Please," Anansi whispered, his voice trembling. "I didn't mean for this to happen." But there was no one to hear him. The voice from the depths spoke again, its tone as cold as stone. "You have taken what was not yours to take. Now, you must pay the price." A chilling wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the light of the moon and plunging the world into darkness. Anansi stumbled forward, his heart racing as his hands reached for the golden calabash, but the moment he touched it, the air around him grew colder. It was as if the very calabash itself was alive, rejecting him. The once beautiful golden surface had turned dark, reflecting nothing but shadows. Anansi's mind raced. His greed had led him here. His desire for more had blinded him to the consequences. He had believed that he could simply take the calabash and claim its power, but now it seemed as though the very earth was punishing him for his arrogance. As he reached out one last time, the ground beneath him buckled, sending him sprawling to the cold, hard earth. A voice, no longer filled with menace but laced with sorrow, echoed in his ears. "Greed consumes all. It takes, but it never gives." The forest seemed to breathe around him, the trees groaning in sympathy, the earth shuddering as though it had felt the weight of Anansi's actions. In the distance, a low, mournful sound echoed through the forest, an animal's cry, or perhaps the lament of the land itself. It was a reminder of what had been lost, a reminder of the price of desire. Anansi lay there, staring at the once glorious golden calabash now lying broken at his feet, its beauty faded and lost. The treasure he had sought, the power he had craved, had slipped away, leaving him with nothing but the weight of his greed. And in the stillness that followed, as the forest seemed to close around him, Anansi finally understood. The curse of the golden calabash had not been a punishment inflicted upon him by an angry spirit or a vengeful god. It had been the consequence of his own choices. Greed, once awakened, could never be satisfied. It would always demand more, until there was nothing left to take. And so, Anansi was left alone in the dark, surrounded by the wreckage of his desires, his heart heavy with the weight of the lesson he had learned too late. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the small farm as the dust of the day settled. The fields, stretching out in neat rows, had been carefully tended to by the farmer. His hands, weathered and rough, had sown the seeds, nurtured the crops, and watched the harvest grow with patience and care. It had been a long season of hard work, but now the time had come to reap the rewards of his labor. Anansi, the clever spider, had been watching from the edges of the farm. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he observed the farmer's hard-earned crop. The farm was well kept, and the bounty it promised was rich. Anansi's mind was already buzzing with a plan, one that could leave the farmer with nothing while he, the trickster, took it all. For days, he had waited for the perfect moment. The farmer was good-hearted, but Anansi knew he could be outwitted. He had done it countless times before. With his 8 spindly legs and a mind sharper than a blade, Anansi could outsmart anyone, even the most careful, diligent of people. The farmer was finishing his work in the field, wiping sweat from his brow as the evening coolness began to settle. His eyes were on the crops, which were just about ready to harvest. But he didn't notice the shadow moving swiftly across the ground, a figure no larger than his hand, yet filled with mischief and cunning. Anansi moved closer, quietly, his legs almost brushing the earth. He knew just how to get what he wanted. With a sharp, deliberate movement, he scurried up the farmer's tool shed, making his way to the barn where the farmer kept his goods. There, he found a sack of grain, left unattended, as the farmer took a break. This was the perfect opportunity. His 8 legs moved with purpose. The grain was rich, and it would serve his needs. As he nimbly crawled across the sack, he spun a web so fine, so invisible to the human eye, that the farmer would never suspect it. With a few twists and turns, Anansi completed his work. The web was thin but strong, linking the sack of grain to a nearby tree, and it was just enough to trap the farmer. Anansi retreated into the shadows, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. All he had to do now was wait. Hours later, the farmer returned to the barn, humming as he carried a basket of tools. He stopped abruptly when he saw the sack of grain, seemingly disturbed. He couldn't remember leaving it so close to the tree, but when he walked up to it, he realized something was wrong. He tugged at the sack, but it didn't budge. It was stuck, strangely stuck. Furrowing his brow, the farmer gave it a hard pull, but it still wouldn't move. He tugged again, harder this time, but still, the sack remained anchored. Confused, he dropped the basket and knelt down to inspect it more carefully. That's when he saw it, the faint shimmer of a thread, so thin that it was barely visible, running from the sack to the tree. A chill ran through him. The web. He knew it was the work of the spider, the trickster, Anansi. The farmer's heart tightened. He had been fooled before by Anansi's tricks, but this time felt different. There was something dangerous about the web. He tried once more to pull the sack free, but the web held fast. The harder he pulled, the more tightly it seemed to cling. It was as though the very earth was helping Anansi keep his prize. With a mixture of frustration and resolve, the farmer reached for his knife, planning to cut through the web. But before he could make the first cut, the ground beneath his feet rumbled. The trees around him creaked, their branches swaying. A low, eerie sound rose from the earth, and the farmer looked around in confusion, his heart pounding. The wind picked up, and with it, the air seemed to shift, heavy with an unseen force. The web began to tighten even more. No matter how hard the farmer tried, it wouldn't release the sack. The air grew colder, and the once peaceful farm became a place of tension. In that moment, the farmer knew something was terribly wrong. He had seen Anansi's tricks before, but this time, it was more than just a playful ruse. It was a trap. Anansi watched from a high branch, hidden in the shadows. The sight of the farmer struggling beneath the weight of his own greed was almost too sweet to bear. He had planned it all, and now, the farmer would pay. The spider had his prize, and there was no way to escape. But Anansi didn't count on one thing, the farmer's determination. The farmer took a deep breath, his hands shaking, but his eyes narrowed with anger and resolve. He wasn't going to let Anansi win this time. With a sudden movement, he cut the thread of the web. He slashed through it with a powerful stroke of his knife, feeling the tension snap like a drawn bowstring. But as the thread parted, something unexpected happened. The ground beneath him gave way, and the trees around him groaned in pain, as if they were mourning the loss of something ancient. The earth trembled beneath the farmer's feet, and he stumbled back, barely keeping his balance. The sack of grain, now free from the web's grasp, tumbled to the ground, only to burst open, spilling the contents everywhere. But the worst part was yet to come. As the farmer stood there, looking at the chaos he had unwittingly unleashed, he heard a soft, sinister chuckle from above. He looked up to find Anansi descending from the branches, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Do you see, farmer?" Anansi's voice was smooth, taunting. "You tried to take what wasn't yours, but now you've lost it all. You've been outwitted." The farmer's heart sank as he realized what he had done. His pride, his desire to best the spider, had led him to this moment. He had lost everything: the grain, the crops, his hard work. And Anansi, the trickster, was the only one who walked away unscathed, his laughter filling the air. The farmer looked at the scattered grains, the ruined harvest, and understood the price of pride. Greed may have its rewards, but it comes at a steep cost. The farmer's lesson was learned too late. But Anansi had won once again. It was early in the morning, before the sun had fully risen, and the air was still cool with the promise of a new day. The earth was quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft hum of nature awakening. The farmer, a man of steady hands and a quiet heart, had spent months tending to his land. He knew the rhythms of the seasons, the delicate balance between soil and seed, rain and sun. This year had been especially kind. His yams had grown tall and strong, the leaves reaching for the sky, the tubers fattening in the dark earth below. He had worked hard for it, and now, as the time for harvest approached, his heart swelled with pride. This crop was the result of long days and nights, the sweat of his brow, the care of his hands. His wife had already begun preparing for the feast they would share with their neighbors, a celebration of the harvest. Soon, their house would be filled with laughter, and the yams, golden and sweet, would nourish them all. But there was one thing the farmer hadn't counted on: Anansi. The spider had been watching from the shadows, his eyes sharp and calculating. He had seen the farmer's pride and his hard work, and in his heart, a plan began to form. Anansi was no stranger to deceit. He had outwitted kings, fooled gods, and played tricks on anyone foolish enough to underestimate him. The farmer, with his honest labor and simple joys, seemed an easy target. One evening, as the farmer and his family rested, Anansi crept into the yam field. He had been waiting for the right moment, and now it had come. Silently, he scurried among the vines, his legs barely making a sound on the soft earth. The farmer had placed a heavy cloth over the yams to protect them, but it was not enough to keep out the sly spider. Anansi knew exactly what he was looking for. He wasn't interested in the yams themselves. No, it wasn't the food he sought, but something far more precious: the reputation of the farmer. With a series of quick, quiet movements, Anansi wove a web across the field, connecting the rows of yams with silken threads that would be invisible to the farmer's eye. He knew the farmer would come in the morning to harvest, and he would never suspect a thing. The next day, the farmer rose early, his hands eager to begin the work. The morning sun was warm, and the sky was a soft blue. He moved toward the field, a smile on his lips. But as he approached, something seemed off. The air felt still, and the shadows of the trees stretched longer than they should. He took a step into the field, his boots pressing softly into the earth. And then it happened. A loud, unmistakable rustling came from the far side of the field. The farmer froze, his heart leaping into his throat. Something was wrong. The yams. They were gone. The rows were empty, the soil disturbed, as though the plants had been ripped from the ground in the dead of night. Panic gripped his chest, and he ran to the next row, his eyes wide with disbelief. There was no sign of the yams. They had disappeared. He fell to his knees, his hands trembling as he sifted through the dirt. Had he imagined it? Was this some cruel trick of the wind, or had someone taken them? But no, he knew in his heart that something had been done. And in the stillness of the moment, he heard a faint chuckle, light as air but chilling all the same. Anansi was watching from the trees, his eyes glinting in the shadows. The spider knew exactly what the farmer would do next. He had set the stage perfectly. The farmer, desperate to find the yams, would blame anyone and everyone, his anger rising with every minute he wasted in the field. It would be the perfect opportunity for Anansi to step in, offering his help, all the while knowing the truth. And so, when the farmer finally stood up, Covered in dirt and with defeat in his eyes, Anansi made his move. He emerged from the trees, his 8 legs moving swiftly over the ground. "What is it, good farmer? What troubles you?" Anansi asked, his voice smooth and sweet. The farmer's head snapped around, his heart racing. "The yams. They're gone. My harvest has been stolen. Do you know who did this?" Anansi tilted his head, his eyes twinkling with mock sympathy. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that," he said, taking a slow step toward the farmer. "It is a terrible thing to lose something you have worked so hard for. But I think I can help you." The farmer looked at the spider with suspicion, his brow furrowing. "How can you help me, Anansi? I've lost everything." Anansi's grin grew wider, his mind already working. "Well, I happen to know a few tricks. Perhaps we can find out who did this. If you trust me, I can guide you." The farmer, desperate for any solution, nodded without thinking. "Please, Anansi. Help me." And so the spider led the farmer across the field, his steps light and careful. They searched together, the sun climbing higher in the sky. But the longer they searched, the more the farmer grew uneasy. There was something about Anansi's calm demeanor that didn't sit right with him. His heart pounded with the feeling that something was off. Finally, after hours of searching with no result, Anansi stopped. He looked up at the farmer with a knowing smile. "Well, my friend, I think we've looked everywhere. The yams are gone, and there's no trace of who might have taken them. It seems to me that someone, perhaps it was just your own greed, made you imagine this loss. Maybe your mind played a trick on you." The farmer's eyes widened in horror. His mind raced back to the night before, when he had carefully covered the yams. There had been no sign of disturbance, no sign of a thief. But the more he thought about it, the more his stomach twisted in knots. Could it have been his own fault? Anansi, with his web of deceit, had turned the farmer's doubt against him. In a quiet, insidious way, the spider had made the farmer question his own senses, his own reality. And as the day wore on, the farmer knew that no matter how hard he searched, he would never find the truth. The yams were gone, and with them, any hope of restoring his dignity. Anansi had tricked him, and though he would never admit it, the farmer would carry the shame of that day with him for the rest of his life. The sun had just begun to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the small village. The air was thick with the earthy scent of freshly plowed soil, and the distant hum of evening insects filled the silence. In the middle of the village, under a tree that had stood for generations, sat a humble farmer. He was an older man, worn by years of work in the fields, his hands calloused and his back stooped from the labor. But there was pride in his eyes that day. His yams were finally ready to harvest. This season had been especially kind to him. The rains had come in perfect timing, the soil had yielded its treasure, and his yams were thick and heavy, with leaves so green they seemed to shimmer under the sun. He looked at his crop with a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that his hard work would soon bear fruit. Not just for him, but for his family and for the village. The yams would feed many mouths, and the gratitude that would follow would fill his heart with joy. As the farmer prepared his tools for the harvest, a shadow crossed over him. He looked up to see Anansi, the spider, perched on a nearby branch, watching him with those calculating eyes that always seemed to hide a plan. "Good evening, farmer," Anansi called out, his voice smooth as silk. "What a fine crop of yams you have here." The farmer nodded, smiling a little. "Yes, Anansi, this season has been kind. The yams are fat and ready to be harvested." Anansi's eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief. "A fine harvest indeed," he said, taking a step closer. "But you know, I have heard many things about the yams you have grown. They say they are the best in the land, the sweetest and the largest. Perhaps, in your joy, you may have forgotten to share them with others." The farmer frowned, not liking the way Anansi was talking. "I've worked hard for these yams, Anansi. They are for my family, for my people. I will share them, but only when the time is right." Anansi leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. "But what if someone takes them before you can share? What if you lose them all to a trickster who knows just where to strike? The farmer shook his head, feeling uneasy. What are you suggesting? Oh, nothing at all, Anansi replied quickly, his smile never wavering. Just a thought. It would be a shame, wouldn't it? After all the work you've put in, to lose them all without even a chance to enjoy them? The farmer, though wise, was also proud, and the seed of doubt had been planted. He turned back to his yams, but as he did, he noticed something strange. His perfect rows of yams, freshly planted, seemed to have shifted. Something was off. He took a step closer, his heart beginning to race. The earth, once firm and even, seemed disturbed. He knelt, digging through the soil, and found nothing. Anansi, he called, standing up quickly. I swear, I saw something. I could have sworn the yams were here. Anansi was gone, vanished into the shadows, leaving the farmer alone with his thoughts. The doubt Anansi had planted began to grow, and soon it took root in the farmer's mind. He began to wonder if his yams had indeed disappeared. Perhaps someone had stolen them. Perhaps his neighbors, even his friends, had come in the night, taken the yams, and left no trace. Or maybe it was something worse, magic. With a growing sense of unease, the farmer searched every corner of his field, checking under every leaf, every vine. He searched deep into the earth, his hands trembling with the fear of what he might not find. But all he came up with was dirt. No yams. No sign of the crop he had worked so hard to grow. By the time night had fallen, the farmer was in a frenzy. He had searched every inch of his land, but the yams were gone. Panic set in. How could this have happened? Was it some curse? A divine punishment? His mind raced, each thought more frantic than the last. As the farmer sat by his empty field, exhausted and broken, a voice rang out from the shadows. I see you found what you were looking for. It was Anansi, of course, watching from the edge of the field with his usual smug expression. You, the farmer shouted, his voice raw with anger and confusion. What have you done to my yams? Anansi stepped forward slowly, his eyes gleaming. Oh, I've done nothing, my friend. You seem to have misplaced them all on your own. Maybe it's the work of the spirits. Or perhaps it's just your mind playing tricks on you. The farmer's fists clenched at his sides. Don't lie to me, Anansi. I know you had a hand in this. You must have stolen them. Anansi feigned shock. Steal? No. I wouldn't dream of such a thing. I only spoke the truth, farmer. I only told you that you might lose your yams, and perhaps you simply lost them in your mind. Or perhaps you were the thief all along. The farmer stood, shaking with fury. His yams were gone, his harvest lost, and now Anansi was mocking him. The feeling of betrayal, of injustice, burned deep within him. You tricked me, the farmer said, his voice low but filled with venom. You made me doubt my own eyes, my own hands. You made me believe something that wasn't true. Anansi's smile widened. Ah, but in a world of deceit, who is truly innocent? Perhaps, farmer, you have learned a valuable lesson today. The farmer's heart pounded in his chest, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. But as the weight of the situation settled on him, something changed inside. He turned to Anansi, his eyes no longer filled with confusion, but with a newfound clarity. You may have taken my yams, Anansi, the farmer said, his voice steady now, but you've given me something far more valuable. Anansi raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what is that? A lesson, the farmer replied. A lesson in trust, in greed, and in the consequences of deceit. Anansi's face flickered with a hint of surprise, but it quickly disappeared behind his usual mask. Well, farmer, it seems you have learned something after all. But be warned, the world is full of tricksters like me. The farmer nodded slowly, feeling a sense of calm settle over him. He had been tricked, yes. He had lost something precious, yes. But in the end, it was Anansi who had lost more. The spider's lies had cost him the trust of the people, and that was a price far greater than any yam could ever be worth. And with that, the farmer turned and walked away, leaving Anansi to stew in his own deceit, knowing that true justice would come in its own time. Anansi stood alone on the edge of the forest, staring at the horizon where the sky kissed the earth, streaked with red and gold as the sun dipped below the trees. The evening air was thick with the promise of something unknown. For once, the usual buzzing in his mind, the swirling thoughts of schemes and tricks, had quieted. In their place, a heavy stillness lingered. There was something different in the air tonight, something that made the spider feel a deep unease creeping through his very legs. He had always lived by the motto that a lie could solve any problem. A clever word, a quick trick, and he would escape whatever trouble came his way. Anansi had lived for centuries in a world built on deceit, a world where lies could twist and bend reality. Yet now, as he stood on that hill, looking out into the growing darkness, the truth was a beast he couldn't escape. The truth, it seemed, was staring him in the face. And this time, it wasn't a matter of what was convenient. It was a matter of something deeper. Something that made his cleverness seem insignificant. The villagers had gathered around the fire that night, the flames dancing with light and heat, casting shadows on the worn faces of the people. They had always admired Anansi for his wit, for his cunning, and his ability to slip away from any trap. But tonight, there was a question in the air that no one dared ask until Anansi appeared. The silence was thick as the villagers waited, their eyes on the spider who had so often been their hero. Anansi, ever the opportunist, took his usual place among the crowd, his chest puffed out, his legs moving in the graceful pattern of a creature who had mastered the art of deception. But this time, something was different. The question they had all been avoiding was now inevitable. Anansi, a voice called from the crowd. It was a voice full of respect, but laced with something else. Fear. The fear of facing the truth. Anansi turned to see the old man, the village elder, standing near the fire. The elder's eyes were deep pools of wisdom, but tonight they carried a weight that made Anansi pause. "You have tricked us many times," the elder said quietly. "But now, we need to know one thing. One truth. The yam harvest, did you steal it?" The question hung in the air like a thunderstorm waiting to break. Anansi froze. In all his years, in all his cleverness, he had never once been cornered like this. The truth, right in front of him, a choice he had never imagined he would have to make. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the air as the village waited for his answer. Anansi's mind raced. He could feel the weight of every lie he had ever told pressing down on him. His body tensed, preparing to spin his usual web of words. He could deny it, twist the story, make them believe that it was someone else. He had done it countless times before, and each time, he had gotten away with it. But tonight, there was no escape from the truth. He glanced at the faces around him, friends, neighbors, people who had trusted him. They were waiting for him to speak, but it wasn't the usual adoration in their eyes. There was something else. Something he had never seen before, disappointment. And it stung. His heart, usually so confident in its ability to manipulate, twisted at the thought of losing their trust. I didn't steal the yams," Anansi began, his voice hoarse. He hadn't expected the words to feel so heavy. "But I lied about where they went. I told you they had disappeared, but the truth is, I took them." A shocked gasp rippled through the crowd. The elder stepped forward, his face a mixture of sorrow and understanding. "Why, Anansi? Why would you do this?" Anansi's legs wobbled slightly, and for a moment, he wished he could scurry away like the spider he was. But the weight of the truth kept him rooted to the spot. He looked at the ground, ashamed of what he had done. His voice came out in a whisper, barely audible. "I was greedy. I wanted more than I needed, more than anyone could ever give me. And when I saw those yams, when I saw the people celebrating, I wanted it all for myself." He took a slow breath and looked up at the villagers. His usual bravado was gone. "I thought that if I could take the yams, keep them for myself, no one would know. I thought I could lie my way out of it, spin some story to make it look like I had nothing to do with it. But now I see the truth. I've lost something far more precious than yams. I've lost your trust." The fire flickered, casting shadows over Anansi's face as he spoke. The flicker of his old self, the trickster, was gone. There was no denying it now, his lies had cost him dearly. The elder, after a long moment of silence, nodded slowly. "Anansi, you have always been clever. But it is not the cleverness of a lie that will get you far. It is the honesty of the heart. And tonight, you have chosen to speak the truth." The words fell heavy on Anansi's ears. Honesty. He had never considered it a gift before, never understood the power it could hold. But now, in the quiet of that moment, he felt the weight of its significance. It was more powerful than any lie he had ever spun. It was more painful, too. As the villagers looked at him, their expressions softened. The disappointment lingered, but there was also something else. A spark of hope. They had heard the truth, and in that moment, they saw the possibility of forgiveness. Anansi stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He had come face to face with something he never thought he'd have to confront, the consequences of his actions. For the first time, he felt small, vulnerable. But as he looked at the people around him, something in him shifted. Maybe, just maybe, the truth could bring him something more valuable than his endless web of lies. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves of the trees around them. Anansi could feel the cold night air bite at his skin, but he stood tall. Not as the trickster. Not as the master of lies. But as Anansi, who had faced the truth, and who would have to live with its consequences. And for once, he wasn't afraid. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the dusty savanna. The animals of the land went about their business, but there was a tension in the air that none of them could ignore. The whispers had started early that morning, carried on the wind like a warning. Anansi, the spider, had been spotted near the lion's den. It was the kind of news that sent chills down the spine of any creature who valued their life. The lion, the king of the jungle, was not a creature to be trifled with. His mighty roar could shake the earth, his muscles were like iron, and his jaws could crush bone with a single bite. Yet there, in the shadow of his mighty domain, stood the trickster, Anansi, the spider, small in size, but vast in cunning. It was a battle that no one had seen coming, but one that was destined to change everything. Anansi stood at the edge of the clearing, his tiny legs shifting nervously beneath him. He had tricked many, outwitted many more, but the lion? The lion was a challenge unlike any he had faced before. The lion's roar was enough to send even the bravest creatures running. But Anansi wasn't scared. He had a plan, one that involved more than strength. It was a battle of brains versus brawn, and Anansi was ready to outsmart the king. The lion emerged from his den, his mane wild and thick like a golden crown. He walked with the pride of a ruler, his every step sending ripples through the grass beneath his paws. His eyes locked onto Anansi, narrowing in suspicion. The spider looked small and insignificant compared to the lion's massive frame, but the lion knew better than to underestimate anyone, especially not Anansi. The spider was known for his tricks, his cleverness, his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. "What do you want, Anansi?" The lion's voice boomed, rich with authority. Anansi straightened up, trying to appear confident despite the trembling in his legs. He knew he had to be careful. One wrong move and the lion could tear him to pieces without a second thought. But there was no turning back now. "I have a challenge for you, mighty lion," Anansi said, his voice smooth, his words like honey. "A challenge that will prove once and for all who is the true ruler of this land." The lion's ears pricked up. His pride was everything to him, and the thought of being questioned, even by a spider, stirred his anger. "What kind of challenge?" he asked, his tone tinged with a mix of curiosity and disdain. "A battle of wits," Anansi replied. "You are strong, yes, but strength alone does not make one a ruler. It takes intelligence, strategy, and the ability to outthink your opponents." The lion snorted, clearly unimpressed. I don't need tricks to rule. I have power. Anansi nodded, pretending to agree. Of course. But power without the ability to use it wisely is just a waste. What if you could prove that your strength is not just about muscle but about mind as well? The lion's eyes glinted with interest. What do you propose, little spider? Anansi smiled, his heart racing. The lion was taking the bait. I propose a race. A race across the savannah. You are fast, but I can be faster. You are strong, but I can outsmart you. We will race from here to the riverbank, and the winner will be the one who reaches the water first. But there's a catch. The lion raised an eyebrow. A catch? Yes, Anansi said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The path to the river is full of obstacles. The one who can navigate them quickest will win. You, with your brute strength, may crush anything in your way, but I will use my wits to find a way around. Do you accept? The lion thought for a moment. The challenge intrigued him. After all, he had never been beaten in a race, and no one had ever questioned his strength before. But something about Anansi's words gnawed at him. Was the spider really suggesting that he, the king of the jungle, could be outwitted by such a small creature? The thought filled him with a mixture of pride and curiosity. I accept your challenge, Spider, the lion said, his voice thick with confidence. But don't expect me to go easy on you. Anansi grinned, his many eyes twinkling with mischief. He had already won, and the lion didn't even know it yet. The race began with the sound of a loud roar from the lion. He bolted forward, his powerful legs carrying him with incredible speed. Anansi, for all his cleverness, was no match for the lion's strength. But that was never the point. Anansi didn't need to outrun the lion, he just needed to outthink him. The first obstacle appeared quickly, a deep ravine, so wide that even the lion would have to stop. Anansi, quick as a flash, darted around it, his tiny legs moving with precision. The lion, on the other hand, stopped at the edge and growled. The gap was too wide for him to jump, and there was no way around it. The lion's frustration grew as he looked around, realizing that Anansi was already far ahead. This is not fair, he roared, his mighty voice echoing across the savannah. You have tricks, but I have power. Anansi didn't respond. He was already working his way around the next obstacle, a field of thorny bushes that would tear at the lion's fur. Anansi, of course, simply slid through the cracks, avoiding the thorns with ease. Meanwhile, the lion struggled. His powerful muscles were useless against the sharp thorns, and he was forced to take a longer, painful route. Sweat dripped from his brow as he stumbled through the bushes, his pride beginning to crack. Anansi was almost to the river now, but the lion was still a long way behind. As the spider reached the water's edge, he looked back, his heart pounding with excitement. The lion was struggling, but it wasn't just physical barriers that Anansi had set for him. It was the realization that power alone wasn't enough. The lion finally arrived, his coat scratched and his body bruised. He stood there, panting, his chest heaving. You may have won this time, Anansi, the lion said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. But I will not forget this humiliation. Anansi looked up at him, his eyes filled with quiet pride. It was never about the race, lion. It was about understanding that strength alone isn't enough. Sometimes, it takes a little cleverness to get ahead. The lion stared at him for a long moment. The defeat was bitter, but there was something in Anansi's words that struck him deeper than any physical blow could. For the first time, he questioned whether his strength was all that he needed to rule. Anansi, ever the trickster, smiled his wide, knowing smile. He had won the battle, not with strength, but with the power of his mind. And as the lion trudged away, defeated but wiser, Anansi couldn't help but feel a spark of satisfaction. In the battle of brains versus brawn, brains had emerged victorious. The sun beat down on the forest floor, casting long shadows between the trees as Anansi, the clever spider, made his way through the underbrush. His legs moved swiftly, each one feeling the rhythm of the forest, a dance he had mastered over the years. But today, something felt different. There was a presence in the air, a sharpness that made the hairs on the back of his many legs stand up. It was the unmistakable hiss that reached his ears, so quiet yet so menacing, like the sound of a predator watching, waiting. Anansi knew that hiss well. It was the serpent. The snake that slithered through the grass with a quiet grace, but whose bite was as deadly as any weapon. This snake had been causing trouble in the forest for weeks, stealing from others, using its deadly charm to get what it wanted. And now, it had set its sights on Anansi. At first, Anansi didn't even see the snake. He only heard the subtle rustle of leaves and the soft hiss again, closer this time. Then, like a flash of lightning, the snake appeared from behind a tree, its scales glistening in the sunlight, its cold eyes fixed directly on the spider. Well, the snake's voice slithered out like poison, if it isn't Anansi, the great trickster. I've heard so much about your cleverness. But I wonder, can you outsmart me? Anansi's heart skipped a beat. The snake's reputation was not one to take lightly. It was cunning, fast, and deadly with qualities that matched Anansi's own. The challenge had been laid down, and there was no turning back. I suppose we'll find out, Anansi said, his voice calm, but his mind racing. He was no stranger to a battle of wits, but this was different. The snake was a master of deceit, its every move calculated, and it knew how to make even the most clever of creatures second-guess themselves. The snake's eyes glinted with malice. I've grown tired of your tricks, Anansi. I've decided it's time to put an end to them. You see, I've been watching you, learning from you. And now, I'll show you what true cunning looks like. Anansi knew he had to be careful. If he underestimated the snake, he would be the one who ended up in a tangled mess. But the spider was never one to back down from a challenge. In fact, it was the perfect opportunity for him to prove that brains could beat brawn, that wit could conquer even the most dangerous predator. The snake circled Anansi, its long body twisting and turning with slow, deliberate movements. The spider stayed still, waiting for the right moment to strike. I can see it in your eyes, the snake hissed. You're thinking of a way out. But there is no escape, Anansi. You are mine. Anansi didn't respond immediately. He let the snake continue its taunts, knowing that the more the serpent spoke, the more it revealed its own overconfidence. That was always the key. Let them believe they have the upper hand, and when the time comes, strike with precision. Then, in a sudden motion, the snake lunged at him, its jaws wide and ready to snap shut around him. But Anansi was quicker than the snake had anticipated. With a deft leap, he darted to the side, his tiny body moving with a speed that the snake could never match. He scurried up the trunk of a nearby tree, placing himself just out of the snake's reach. The serpent let out an angry hiss, its tongue flicking in and out, tasting the air. You think you can escape me, little spider? You think you can outwit me? I am the master of deception, not you. Anansi paused for a moment, then spoke in a low, calm voice. You're right. You are a master of deception. But perhaps, just perhaps, you've forgotten one thing. There's always something more clever than the cleverest of us. The snake narrowed its eyes. And what would that be? Anansi smiled, a small, knowing smile. You. The snake froze for a moment, confused. What are you talking about? I've been watching you, too, Anansi said. And while you've been busy trying to figure out how to catch me, I've been studying you. I've learned your every move, your every weakness. You're not as invincible as you think. The snake's hiss grew louder, more furious. You speak nonsense. You are nothing but a small, weak spider. I will crush you. Anansi remained calm, his many eyes glimmering with understanding. That's exactly what you don't understand, snake. You think because you are bigger and stronger, you are invincible. But the greatest strength is in knowing when to use your power, when to hold back, and when to strike. And right now, you've given me all the information I need. The snake's tongue flicked again, tasting the air. Enough with your riddles. You'll regret this, Anansi. Anansi didn't move as the snake slithered toward him, the ground trembling with the weight of its approach. But then, just as the snake was about to strike again, Anansi made his move. With incredible speed, he spun a web from the highest branch of the tree, the silken threads catching in the sunlight like strands of gold. He worked quickly, his legs moving with the precision of a master weaver, creating a trap that the snake wouldn't even see coming. The serpent lunged once more, but as it struck, the web caught it by surprise. The snake twisted and thrashed in a frenzy, but the more it moved, the more entangled it became in the web. The threads, fine and strong, held fast, and soon the snake found itself trapped in the sticky strands, unable to free itself. Anansi descended from the tree slowly, his calm expression never faltering. The snake, now trapped and helpless, hissed in frustration. "This is impossible. How did you?" "Like I said," Anansi interrupted, his voice smooth, "there's always something more clever than the cleverest of us. Sometimes, it's not about strength or speed. It's about knowing when to wait, when to move, and when to let the enemy walk right into your trap." The snake, now fully caught in the web, struggled to free itself, but it was no use. Anansi had outsmarted it. For all its cunning, the serpent had been undone by the very thing it had underestimated, the cleverness of the spider. As the snake thrashed in defeat, Anansi stood there, watching it with a quiet sense of satisfaction. The forest had once again learned an important lesson: brains could always outwit brawn, and even the most dangerous creatures could be undone by a creature as small as a spider. The snake finally fell still, its pride broken, its body entangled in Anansi's web. And for the first time in a long while, the forest was quiet. The snake had learned that not all battles could be won with strength, and Anansi had learned, once again, that his greatest power lay not in his body, but in his mind. The sun was setting low, casting a soft orange glow across the jungle, and the air was thick with the sounds of evening creatures settling in. Anansi, the clever spider, was perched on a high branch, his mind churning with thoughts of mischief. He was always plotting, always scheming, always looking for the next opportunity to trick his fellow creatures. But this time, he had his eyes on something special, a prize he'd never considered before. The leopard, majestic and fierce, prowled the jungle with an air of royalty. His coat was a blend of gold and black, his eyes sharp, always alert. But it wasn't his strength or speed that Anansi sought to outwit. No, this time, it was something far more valuable, something only the leopard possessed: his whiskers. Anansi had heard the whispers from the other animals. It was said that the leopard's whiskers were the secret to his power, his speed, his unrivaled grace in the jungle. If only someone could take those whiskers, they would hold a piece of the leopard's magic. The thought consumed Anansi's mind. What if he could somehow steal them, trick the great leopard into giving them up? What if he could use them for himself? As dusk settled over the jungle, Anansi set his plan into motion. He had to be patient. The leopard wasn't just any creature to be fooled easily. No, the leopard was clever, too, and would not fall for any simple tricks. So, Anansi waited, watching, planning. His many legs twitched in excitement, his mind racing with the possibilities. That night, as the stars began to shine brightly overhead, Anansi saw the leopard coming. The great cat padded silently through the underbrush, its eyes gleaming, its body sleek and powerful. Anansi held his breath, watching carefully as the leopard passed under a tree where the spider waited. The moment was perfect. Anansi dropped from the branch above, landing softly on the ground in front of the leopard. The cat's ears pricked up, its eyes narrowing as it stared down at the small spider. "Ah, Anansi," the leopard's voice was calm, almost mocking, "what brings you to my path tonight? Are you lost, or are you looking for trouble?" Anansi, unfazed, gave a smooth bow. "Oh, leopard, I come with a humble request," he said, his voice dripping with respect. "I have heard much of your greatness, your strength, and your speed. But there is one thing about you that no one seems to understand: your whiskers." The leopard stiffened, its eyes flashing with suspicion. "My whiskers?" the leopard repeated. "What do you want with my whiskers?" Anansi smiled to himself, knowing he had the cat's attention. "Well, you see, leopard, I have spent many years studying the ways of the jungle, and I've learned much. But I must confess, I have never understood how you move so silently, how you can feel the slightest change in the air. It's as if you have a secret. And I believe that secret lies in your whiskers." The leopard narrowed its eyes even further. "You are a curious one, Anansi. What is it that you seek? Do you want my whiskers for yourself?" Anansi bowed his head again, a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh no, not for myself, Leopard. I simply wish to understand. If you could just let me touch them, feel them, I believe I could learn something about the magic they hold. Perhaps I could learn to move with the grace and power that you do." The leopard seemed to consider this for a moment, its gaze studying Anansi carefully. It was not often that anyone asked for something so personal, so intimate. But the leopard, being proud and sure of his strength, was flattered by the request. Surely no one would be able to steal his whiskers, right? After all, they were part of him. And so, with a dismissive flick of its tail, the leopard leaned forward slightly. "Very well," it said, "I will allow you to touch them. But only for a moment. Do not mistake this for kindness. Remember, I am doing this because I am generous. No one else would dare." Anansi's heart raced with excitement, but he kept his face calm. He approached the leopard slowly, careful not to seem too eager. The whiskers, long and delicate, twitched with every movement of the air. They were the key, the answer to the leopard's grace. With great care, Anansi reached out and gently touched the whiskers, feeling their soft, almost magical strength. For a moment, he simply stood there, savoring the feeling. But then, with a sudden flick of his legs, he did the unthinkable. In one swift motion, he pulled a few of the leopard's whiskers from their place. The leopard's body went rigid with shock. Its eyes widened, and for the first time, it seemed truly vulnerable. It let out a low growl, its tail flicking in agitation. "What have you done?" The leopard's voice was a hiss now, a sound of pure fury. "You dare steal from me?" Anansi, still holding the whiskers in his tiny hands, backed away slowly, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Oh, Leopard, don't be so upset. I only took a few whiskers. They will serve me well, I'm sure." But the leopard was not laughing. It sprang forward in a blur of motion, faster than Anansi had anticipated. The spider barely managed to leap out of the way in time, his legs skittering across the ground. The leopard snarled, circling him, its eyes full of rage. "You think you can trick me? You think you can steal from me and get away with it?" the leopard growled. "You are a fool, Anansi. There are consequences for such actions." Anansi's heart skipped a beat as the weight of his mistake began to settle in. He had underestimated the leopard's fury, and now he would have to pay the price. He darted to the side, trying to escape, but the leopard was relentless. It was faster, stronger, and now it was filled with a rage that no trick could ever quell. The leopard lunged again, and this time it was clear that Anansi would not escape. With a final, desperate move, Anansi spun a web at the last possible moment, hoping to entangle the leopard and slow it down. But the leopard was too swift, and the web was no match for its power. The leopard struck with one final, powerful swipe, knocking Anansi to the ground. The spider lay there, stunned and vulnerable. The whiskers, still clutched tightly in his hands, seemed almost useless now. The great leopard towered over him, its eyes burning with anger. "You wanted my whiskers, Anansi," the leopard said in a low, dangerous voice. "But what you've learned is that some things are not meant to be stolen. There is a cost to every trick, and now you will pay the price." Anansi looked up at the leopard, his body bruised and his pride shattered. He had been clever, yes, but sometimes, even the greatest tricks come with consequences. And in that moment, Anansi understood that some things, some powers, were never meant to be touched. Anansi, the clever spider, had spent many days weaving his webs across the jungle, creating intricate designs that no other creature could rival. His webs were masterpieces, delicate yet strong, stretching between trees and bushes like a shimmering, silken net. Each web he spun was a reflection of his brilliance, a testament to his unmatched skill. With each passing day, his confidence grew. No one in the jungle could compare to him. He was the smartest, the fastest, the most clever. Or so he thought. One afternoon, as Anansi was admiring his latest creation, a flash of movement caught his eye. Across the forest floor, a line of ants marched in perfect formation. Their tiny bodies moved together, single-minded and determined, carrying leaves and food crumbs much larger than themselves. It wasn't the size of the ants that caught Anansi's attention, it was the way they worked together, their synchronized movement, the discipline they shared. He marveled at how, despite being so small, they achieved so much. "Look at them," Anansi muttered to himself, marching around like they own the place. "They move in a straight line, as if they have a purpose. How absurd. They should learn from me, after all, I'm the one who truly understands how to weave and outsmart." Feeling a twinge of irritation, Anansi decided it was time to show the ants who the true master of the jungle was. He scuttled down the tree, approaching the line of ants with quiet steps. As he neared them, he grinned to himself. He would teach them a lesson in humility, showing them that no one could outwit Anansi, not even a line of small, busy ants. With a swift motion, Anansi spun a web across the trail of ants. The threads were delicate but sticky, making it impossible for the tiny creatures to pass without getting caught. The ants immediately stopped in their tracks, bewildered and confused. Some tried to crawl over the web, only to get stuck, while others turned back, searching for a way around. Anansi stood back, watching with pride. The ants were struggling, unable to move forward, helpless against his superior intellect. "Let them see how much smarter I am," he thought, his chest puffing out in satisfaction. He had done it, he had stopped them in their tracks, just as he had planned. But as the moments passed, Anansi began to notice something strange. The ants, despite their predicament, didn't panic. They didn't argue or complain. Instead, they worked together, quietly and efficiently. One by one, the ants began to crawl over the sticky web, carefully avoiding the parts where they might get stuck. Some worked together, using their tiny bodies to push aside the strands of the web, creating enough space for the others to pass through. Anansi watched, his eyes widening in surprise. The ants weren't defeated. They weren't even slowed down. Instead of giving up, they were adapting, finding a way around the obstacle he had created. He hadn't expected this. He had underestimated them. As he stood there, watching the ants work together, something stirred inside him, a feeling he hadn't anticipated. It was not just admiration, but something deeper. There was a quiet power in their unity, and the way they didn't let the obstacle defeat them. They didn't boast or flaunt their strength, yet they accomplished their task with precision and grace. It was something Anansi had never fully appreciated before. The more Anansi watched, the more he realized how little he understood about true strength. He had always relied on his tricks and his cunning, outwitting others with his cleverness. But here, in front of him, was a group of tiny creatures who didn't need clever tricks. They simply worked together, each contributing in their own way to the greater goal. Their unity, their humility, was their strength. The last of the ants crawled past the web, their trail now clear. Anansi felt a pang of guilt. He had thought he was the smartest, but the ants had shown him something he had never fully grasped before. True power didn't come from being the fastest or the most clever. It came from working together, from being humble enough to acknowledge that even the smallest creature had something valuable to offer. With a soft sigh, Anansi began to undo the web. His legs moved slowly, each thread coming undone as he reflected on what had just happened. He had tried to humiliate the ants, to show them how much better he was. But instead, he had been the one to learn a lesson. He had thought himself above the ants, but now he saw them in a new light. They had shown him that strength came not from individual power, but from the collective effort of many. It was a humbling thought, one that made him pause in quiet reflection. As he finished taking down the last of the web, Anansi took a moment to watch the ants. They were still marching, still working together, their purpose unwavering. It was as if nothing had happened, as if the web had never existed. Anansi stood still, realizing that he had been foolish to think he could ever outsmart them, or anyone for that matter, with his tricks alone. In that moment, Anansi understood something he hadn't before. It wasn't enough to be clever, one had to be humble, too. He wasn't the only one who mattered in the jungle. Every creature, big or small, had its role to play, and it was only through cooperation that true strength could be found. The ants, small though they were, had outwitted him. They had taught him the value of humility, of working together, of not underestimating others. As the last of the ants disappeared into the jungle, Anansi stood silently, a newfound respect for the tiny creatures growing in his heart. For once, Anansi didn't feel the need to boast. He didn't feel the need to outwit anyone. Instead, he felt a quiet sense of peace. Maybe, just maybe, it was time for him to learn from the ants. There was a silence in the forest, the kind that presses in on you from all sides, leaving the air thick and still. The birds had stopped singing, and even the rustling of the leaves seemed to hold its breath. In the midst of this calm, a sweet, soft melody began to rise, floating through the trees like a whisper of the wind. The sound was unlike anything the forest had ever heard, a song so beautiful, so full of life, that it made the very air feel lighter, as if the world itself had paused to listen. Anansi, the spider, had heard this song from a distance, and immediately his sharp mind began to turn. He was no fool. He knew that such beauty, such magic, could not be without its price. His curiosity, a constant companion, urged him closer. He moved silently, weaving his way through the underbrush, his long legs moving gracefully, his eyes fixed on the source of the song. At the center of a clearing stood a magnificent bird, perched upon a branch that seemed to glow with a soft, golden light. Its feathers shimmered with every color of the rainbow, and its eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. The bird sang a melody so hauntingly pure that it seemed to stir the very earth beneath its feet. Anansi's heart fluttered with excitement. He could see it now, the perfect prize, something so rare, so magical, that it would make him richer and more powerful than ever before. But Anansi was not the kind of creature to approach things directly. No, he was far too clever for that. He would need a plan. A scheme, as he liked to call it. And so, the spider watched from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. The bird, completely unaware of the presence lurking nearby, continued to sing its song, its voice filling the air with a peaceful sweetness. The melody was so captivating that even Anansi, the master of trickery, couldn't help but be drawn in. For a moment, he almost forgot why he had come. The music was so pure, it made him feel alive in a way he hadn't felt in years. But his mind soon snapped back to the plan. He had to be patient. His moment would come. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink, Anansi crept closer. The bird was still singing, its head tilted back as it poured its heart into the song. Anansi saw an opportunity. He knew the bird's magic lay in its voice, in the power of its song. If he could somehow silence the bird, he could control the magic for himself. With a soft chuckle, Anansi began to spin his web. It was fine, delicate thread, barely visible to the eye, but strong enough to hold whatever he needed. He wove it slowly, carefully, each strand falling into place with a purpose. The web stretched from one tree to another, crisscrossing the clearing in intricate patterns. It was a work of art, one that only Anansi could have crafted with such precision. Once the web was in place, Anansi waited. He watched as the bird continued to sing, unaware of the trap that had been set. The melody was soothing, hypnotic, and Anansi's heart raced with anticipation. He had done it. He had created the perfect snare. All he needed now was to act quickly. With a flick of his legs, Anansi leapt from his hiding place and dashed toward the bird. He moved swiftly, silently, before the bird had a chance to react. He was almost there, so close he could feel the vibrations of the song in his very bones. Then, in one quick motion, he struck. His whip shot forward, wrapping around the bird's beak, muffling its song. The bird flinched, its eyes wide with shock, but it couldn't break free. The web was too strong. Anansi, with a triumphant gleam in his eye, watched as the bird struggled against the web. The music stopped. The clearing grew still again. For a brief, fleeting moment, Anansi reveled in his success. But something unexpected happened. The bird, though trapped, did not panic. It did not thrash or cry out in fear. Instead, it closed its eyes, its body calm and steady. Anansi, growing impatient, stepped closer, ready to claim his prize. He was so close now, so close to taking what he had longed for. The bird opened its eyes and gazed at him. There was no fear in those eyes, only sadness. And in that gaze, Anansi felt a sudden shift in his heart. The bird's magic was not just in its song, but in the peace it carried. The sadness in its eyes, the calmness in its demeanor, it was something Anansi hadn't anticipated. For the first time, he felt the weight of what he had done. As the bird looked at him, its voice rose again, but not in song. It spoke softly, its voice like the breeze rustling through the leaves. "You think you have trapped me, but you have only trapped yourself." Anansi's heart skipped a beat. The bird's words were like a spell, pulling at the very core of him. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice shaky, unsure of what was happening. "The song you sought to steal," the bird continued, "was not meant for power. It was meant to heal, to bring peace to a world that so often forgets what truly matters. By silencing me, you have taken that peace away from yourself. You may have won this moment, Anansi, but you have lost something far more precious." Anansi's mind reeled. He had been so blinded by his desire for power, for magic, that he hadn't considered the true cost of his actions. The bird's song had not been for him to possess, it had been a gift to the world. And in his greed, he had taken that gift away. The realization hit him like a thunderclap, and for a moment, he felt something unfamiliar, guilt. Deep, gnawing guilt. He had thought he was clever, outwitting the bird with his webs and his tricks, but now he saw the truth. It was never about trickery. It was about understanding, about respect. The bird had something far greater than what he had ever sought. With a heavy heart, Anansi carefully untangled the web, releasing the bird. The bird fluttered its wings, once again free. But as it flew away, it didn't sing. It only glanced back at Anansi, its eyes filled with that same, quiet sadness. Anansi watched it disappear into the sky, and for the first time in his life, he felt the weight of his actions, the consequences of his greed. The forest felt emptier now, quieter, as if the bird's song had left a hole that could never be filled. And Anansi, with his web weaving and his clever tricks, was left alone with the silence, wondering if he would ever truly understand what he had lost. It was a moonless night when Anansi, with his insatiable curiosity, found himself standing at the edge of a vast and empty clearing. The air was thick, almost heavy, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The trees, gnarled and twisted, stretched toward the sky like reaching hands, their leaves rustling in a whisper only the night could understand. Anansi, with his quick mind and ever-present thirst for power, had heard the stories of the spirit world, a place where the living could not tread, a world of shadows and secrets, where the dead whispered of forgotten things. It was a place few dared to enter, and fewer still returned from. But Anansi was no ordinary spider. He had outwitted creatures far stronger than him, tricked those far wiser, and slipped through traps that others could not even see. He had heard whispers that the spirit world held answers to all things, power, knowledge, even immortality. He had to know more. He had no fear. None at all. His ambition burned too brightly to be dulled by such superstitions. And so, on that silent night, he made a choice that would change him forever. With a careful glance around, Anansi took a step into the clearing. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world seemed to shift. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with a strange energy. The trees no longer whispered in the wind, they seemed to watch, their twisted limbs groaning in the stillness. A shiver ran down Anansi's spine, but he pressed on, determined to see what lay beyond. The spirit world was unlike anything he had ever imagined. It wasn't a place of grand palaces or treasures, as his mind had foolishly pictured. No. It was a place suspended in time, where nothing moved in a normal way, and everything felt as though it were on the edge of falling apart. The sky was a dull gray, and the ground beneath him was cracked and barren. It was a world of limbo, a place between life and death. Anansi looked around, his many eyes scanning every corner. His mind raced, calculating, scheming, wondering how he might gain something from this place. The silence weighed heavily on him now. In this place, there were no creatures to outwit, no beings to deceive. Only the shadows stretched long, as if they too were waiting for something or someone. And then, without warning, a voice echoed through the air. It was soft, distant, but unmistakably there. "Why have you come, little spider?" Anansi froze. His heart quickened in his chest, but he quickly masked his fear with a mask of confidence. "I've come to learn," he said, his voice steady, though it trembled slightly. "To gain knowledge. To understand the ways of the spirit world." There was a long pause, and the silence stretched. Anansi could feel his legs tremble slightly beneath him. The voice returned, softer now, but still filled with the weight of ages. "The spirit world does not welcome the living. It is not a place for those who seek power, for those who wish to bend the rules of life and death." Anansi swallowed, his mind racing for an answer. "I do not seek power for the sake of power," he said, his voice growing more confident. "I seek only to understand, to know the secrets of life and death, to see beyond what the living see." The voice laughed then, a sound that seemed to echo around him from every direction, filling the air with its eerie reverberation. "You are like all the others," it said, the tone now laced with bitterness. "You seek to take what is not yours, to tamper with forces you do not understand." Anansi's heart skipped. He had not expected this. He had thought himself clever, prepared for anything. But here, in the spirit world, he was not in control. Here, he was small, just another creature in a world of much greater power. "Do you understand the cost of your actions, little spider?" the voice asked. "What you seek cannot be taken without consequence. The dead do not offer their secrets freely. They guard them closely." Anansi's legs quivered, but his mind refused to admit defeat. "I will find a way," he said, the words slipping from his mouth like silk, smooth and sure. "I always do." And so, with that, the shadows seemed to stir, and from them emerged a figure. It was not a living thing, not quite. It was a being of shadow and mist, tall and shifting, with eyes that glowed like distant stars. The figure did not walk, it drifted, floating above the ground as if it were weightless. Anansi stared up at it, his 8 eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. "Then you will face the consequences of your choice," the figure said. "The spirit world does not forget the living. And the dead do not forgive." Without another word, the figure raised its arm, and a sharp, cold wind swept through the clearing. Anansi tried to retreat, but his legs felt heavy, his body weighed down by an invisible force. The shadows seemed to tighten around him, pulling him deeper into their grip. The wind howled, and with it came a voice, low, mournful, as though it had been wailing for centuries. "Leave this place," the voice whispered. "Leave now, before it is too late." But Anansi was stubborn. He had always been stubborn. And in that moment, he made his choice. He would not leave. He would not be turned away so easily. This world, this place, had something he wanted, and he would not be denied. The shadows twisted and writhed around him, and the air grew colder still. Anansi could feel the pull of something ancient and powerful, a force that reached out, seeking to take him. His heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time, he felt the weight of true fear. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy, his legs unable to carry him. The shadows closed in around him, whispering of lost souls, of spirits that never found peace. His mind screamed, but his mouth could not find the words. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the shadows released him. The cold lifted, the wind died down, and the forest was still once more. Anansi stood there, shaken, trembling, his heart still racing. The figure was gone, the spirit world silent. He had come seeking power. He had come thinking that he could outwit even death itself. But in that moment, standing alone in the clearing, he realized something. The spirit world was not a place for trickery. It was a place where the balance of life and death held a weight far beyond his understanding. Anansi had not gained what he sought. Instead, he had gained something far more valuable, a lesson in humility. As he slowly turned and walked back toward the edge of the clearing, he felt the presence of the spirit world still lingering, like a shadow at the corner of his mind. It was a reminder that some things, some forces, were far beyond even his cleverness. And he could never forget it. Anansi stood at the edge of the great river, his eyes narrowing as the water churned and twisted before him. The river was unlike any he had ever seen before, wide and deep, its current swift and powerful. Legend said that it was the home of the river goddess, a being of unimaginable strength and wisdom. She was known for her beauty, her ability to command the waters, and her temper, which could bring floods or droughts with just a flick of her hand. Most creatures feared her, for she could be kind or cruel, and her powers were not to be taken lightly. But Anansi wasn't like most creatures. He had never been one to fear anything for long. He saw opportunity in everything, even in danger. His mind, quick and crafty, was always working, always scheming. And today, as he stood before the great river, he saw a chance. A chance to trick a deity. The river's surface sparkled in the sunlight, and a soft breeze blew through the trees, carrying with it the scent of the earth and the water. Anansi could feel the pull of the river's power, and though he had no fear of it, he understood its danger. This was not a place to play lightly. Yet, a grin spread across his face. If he could outwit the river goddess, if he could bend her power to his will, he would be unstoppable. As if summoned by his thoughts, a figure appeared at the far side of the river. She stepped gracefully from the water, her skin shimmering like the surface of a calm pond. Her long hair flowed behind her like a river of silver, and her eyes glowed with the deep blue of the ocean. The river goddess had arrived, and she regarded Anansi with an unreadable expression. "Why do you come to my river, little spider?" Her voice was soft, but carried the weight of the tides. "What is it that you seek?" Anansi bowed low, his 8 legs bent in an exaggerated gesture of respect. He knew that the river goddess demanded respect, but he also knew that flattery could sometimes be more powerful than respect. "Oh, great goddess," he said smoothly, "I come to ask for your wisdom. I seek your guidance, for I have heard tales of your power, of how you command the waters and all that lies within them. I know you are the most powerful being, and I would be honored to learn from you." The river goddess's eyes glinted with amusement. "Flattery will get you nowhere, Anansi," she said. "You are clever, but I do not take kindly to false praise. Tell me, what is it that you truly want?" Anansi could feel the shift in the air as her words turned sharper. His heart raced for a moment, but he quickly recovered, his mind working faster than ever. The river goddess was not easily fooled, but that didn't mean she was invincible. "I do not wish to offend you, Great One," Anansi said, his voice dripping with sweetness. "But I do seek something. I seek a way to cross your river. I've heard that the journey across can grant one great power, and I would be honored to receive that gift from you. Please, allow me to cross." The river goddess studied him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she let out a small laugh, a sound like the trickling of water over stones. "Many have asked to cross my river," she said, her voice now tinged with a touch of playfulness. "But none have succeeded in crossing without offering something in return. What will you offer me, little spider?" Anansi's mind raced. What could he offer? The river goddess controlled the waters, and she needed nothing from him. But he knew that the true power of any trick was in the offer, not the object itself. He just needed to make her think he had something valuable to give. "I offer you this," he said, his voice growing serious, "a gift that no one else can give. I offer you the power to know all that happens on land, in the sky, and in the water. I offer you knowledge beyond what you have ever known, a gift so rare, so precious, that it cannot be measured." The river goddess raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite herself. "Knowledge, you say? You believe you can offer me something that I do not already possess?" Anansi nodded, his 8 legs twitching with excitement. Yes, great one. I have learned the ways of the wind, the ways of the earth, the secrets of the stars. I have seen things from above and below, and I can share them with you, if only you allow me to cross your river." The river goddess regarded him silently for a long time. Anansi could feel the weight of her gaze, and though he stood firm, he couldn't help but wonder if he had pushed too far. But then, after what felt like an eternity, the goddess spoke again. "Very well," she said, her voice softening. "I will accept your offer. You may cross my river, but remember, I will always know when you break your promise. The waters are my eyes, and they will never forget." Anansi bowed once more, this time with a deep, triumphant smile on his face. He had done it. He had tricked the river goddess, and now the power of the river was his to control. The goddess stepped aside, her form dissolving into the water, and the path across the river was now clear. As Anansi began to walk across the river, he could feel the power of the water coursing around him, its strength and depth almost overwhelming. But he was unafraid. He had tricked the goddess, after all. What did he have to fear now? But as he reached the middle of the river, something shifted. The water beneath his feet began to churn violently, the current growing stronger, pulling him deeper into the river's depths. His legs, which had always been swift and sure, suddenly felt as though they were trapped, unable to move. From the depths of the water, the river goddess's voice echoed once more, this time colder and more powerful. "You thought you could trick me, Anansi. But you underestimated me. The river knows all, and I know that you have not given what you promised. You will pay the price for your deceit." Anansi's heart pounded in his chest as the water closed in around him. He had outwitted the goddess, but in the end, it was her power that had prevailed. The river was not a place where tricks could survive. It was a force of nature, far beyond any spider's cunning. The current grew stronger, pulling him down, and for the first time in his life, Anansi felt the weight of his own trickery. His mind raced, trying to find a way out, but it was too late. The river goddess had won. As the water pulled him deeper, the last thing Anansi heard was the soft, echoing laughter of the goddess, the sound of a force too powerful for any creature to control. There was a quiet stillness that settled over the village as the sun sank lower in the sky. The sky was painted in hues of orange and purple, the evening air cooling with each passing moment. But something was wrong. People looked around, confused, their hands reaching instinctively to their sides, to their feet, to their faces. Something was missing. No one could put a finger on it, but it was clear, something was amiss in the very air. One by one, the villagers realized the truth. Their shadows were gone. It started with old Mama Toby, who, as she moved about her house preparing dinner, noticed that her feet no longer cast the familiar shadow on the floor. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, but as the evening deepened, she noticed that no one had a shadow. The entire village stood beneath the dimming sky, their feet touching the earth, but the ground beneath them was bare, no silhouette of their presence to be seen. People whispered in hushed voices. What had happened? Who would steal such a thing as a shadow? The answer came from an unlikely source, the trickster, Anansi. It was a day like any other when Anansi first learned of the magic of shadows. He had overheard the village elders speaking in low voices, discussing the ancient art of shadow manipulation. They spoke of a power so rare and so forbidden that even the most skilled sorcerers dared not use it. The art of stealing shadows. Anansi, ever curious, couldn't help but wonder. What if he, the great trickster himself, could harness this magic? What if he could take the shadows from others, carry them in his grasp, and hold them for himself? The very thought of such power filled him with excitement. No one could hide from him. No one could escape from his sight. He could be everywhere at once, in the shadows of every room, in the corners of every building. He could live beyond the reach of anyone's gaze. So, he set out to find the means to steal the shadows. Anansi traveled deep into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the wind carried strange songs. He found the ancient sorcerer, a figure cloaked in darkness, whose name had been forgotten by time. The sorcerer lived alone in a hut woven from vines, his skin dark as night, his eyes glowing like embers. In his hands, he held the power to manipulate the very essence of shadows, a magic that could bend the laws of nature. "Why do you seek the power of shadows, Anansi?" the sorcerer asked, his voice like 1,000 whispers. Anansi, not one for hesitation, bowed low and answered, "I seek the shadows to hold in my hands, to take from others what they hold dear. To make them mine. No one will be able to escape me then. I will be all-powerful." The sorcerer watched him, his ancient eyes piercing through Anansi's lies. He could see the hunger that drove him, the unquenchable thirst for power. "The shadows you seek are not a prize, Anansi," the sorcerer warned. "They are a burden. Those who steal shadows are doomed to live without their own. They will never know rest, never know peace. The stolen shadows will haunt them until the end of their days." But Anansi only laughed. The sorcerer's words fell on deaf ears. "I fear nothing," Anansi said. "Give me the power, and I will show you what it truly means to be free." With a final sigh, the sorcerer agreed. "So be it. But know this, you will not control the shadows. The shadows will control you." The spell was cast, and Anansi, filled with a newfound sense of power, returned to the village. His first act was subtle, almost unnoticed. He began to slip into the homes of the villagers, reaching into the corners of their rooms, snatching the shadows from where they stood. No one saw him, no one heard him. Slowly, the shadows began to disappear, one by one, as Anansi grew stronger. He held them in his hands, carried them with him like trophies, tucked away safely inside his web. But as the days passed, something strange began to happen. Anansi felt a heaviness in his heart, a gnawing emptiness in his chest. His own shadow, the one he had always taken for granted, began to fade. He could no longer see his own form as he moved. He could no longer feel his shadow following behind him, as it always had before. It was as if he, too, had become a part of the darkness. The villagers, unaware of the truth behind the missing shadows, grew more and more unsettled. They could no longer sleep, no longer find peace in the daylight, for they felt the absence of their own souls. Something important had been taken from them, something they couldn't understand. The land itself began to feel hollow. The river ran dry, the fields grew barren, and the very skies seemed dimmer without their shadows. It wasn't long before the village elders pieced together the truth. Anansi's greed had stolen not only the shadows of the villagers, but also something more. He had stolen their hope, their identity, their connection to the earth. And in the process, he had lost his own soul. The villagers, now desperate and fearful, gathered under the dying light of the sun. They called upon the spirits of the ancestors, asking for guidance, for justice. The spirits listened, their voices rising from the earth like a wind through the trees. They spoke of balance, of the natural order that must be upheld, and of the price to be paid for such theft. Anansi, feeling the weight of his actions, tried to escape, to hide in the shadows he had stolen. But the spirits were not so easily deceived. They reached into the darkness and pulled him back, exposing him for all to see. The stolen shadows, once tucked away in his web, began to writhe and twist, turning against their thief. They enveloped him, pulling at him, squeezing the very life out of him. The village watched in silence as Anansi, the great trickster, struggled against the power he had sought to control. The shadows he had taken from others now sought to claim him, to return to where they belonged. The villagers had learned the hard truth: to steal a shadow was to steal a part of the soul itself, and there could be no peace when that balance was broken. In the end, Anansi was left standing in the midst of the village, his eyes hollow, his heart empty, and his body cast in shadow. The villagers had their shadows returned, but the cost had been high. Anansi, the once feared trickster, had learned that some things were never meant to be taken. And though the shadows returned to the earth, they carried with them the echoes of the consequences, reminding all who lived that magic, when used recklessly, could lead to more than just loss. It could steal everything. On a clear night, when the stars shone like scattered diamonds across the sky, Anansi sat alone beneath the vast stretch of the heavens. The moon, full and luminous, hung low in the sky, its pale light washing over the earth like a soft, glowing blanket. There was something about the moon that called to him, a quiet pull that whispered deep within his heart. It wasn't the first time he'd felt it, this strange connection to the bright orb, but tonight the feeling was stronger than ever. He had always been a creature of the shadows, a weaver of webs, a master of tricks. His life had been a series of schemes, each one more daring than the last, each one a testament to his wit and cunning. But the moon, it was different. It was something he could never quite reach, something he could never fully understand. It seemed distant, untouched, so perfect in its pale glow that Anansi couldn't help but feel a tug of envy, even admiration. There was power in the moon. A power that didn't need to be tricked, didn't need to be stolen. A power that simply was. Anansi had always been fascinated by the moon's calm, unshakable presence. Every night it rose, casting its silvery light over the world below. While Anansi had been busy weaving webs and spinning lies, the moon had watched from above, steady and unmoving. It was as if the moon was untouched by the chaos Anansi caused with his tricks, never swayed by the webs of deceit he spun in the world below. And so, Anansi had watched, year after year, as the moon rose and set, untouched by his mischief. It was a reminder, always there in the sky, of something beyond him. A power that didn't bend or break, a presence that commanded respect. And that thought gnawed at him. One evening, as the moon's light poured down in streams of silver, Anansi decided he could no longer bear it. He could no longer accept that the moon shone so brightly, with such grace and power, while he, the great Anansi, the trickster, was left in the shadows. He wanted the moon's light for himself. He wanted its power, its beauty. He wanted to be the one who shone like that, who stood above everything, untouched and untouchable. So, he made a plan. Anansi spent days thinking, planning, scheming. How could he reach the moon? How could he take its light, its power, and make it his own? He had no doubt that with his wit, he could outsmart the moon, just as he had outsmarted so many others. But how? How could he trick the moon into giving him its light? Anansi thought about it long and hard until, finally, a plan began to form in his mind. That night, as the moon rose higher in the sky, Anansi set his plan into motion. He began by climbing the tallest tree in the forest, its branches reaching up toward the heavens as if they too sought the moon's light. As he climbed higher and higher, the wind began to howl, whispering warnings to him that perhaps he was reaching too far, that the moon was not meant for a creature like him. But Anansi paid no mind to the wind. He was determined. He would have the moon. The higher he climbed, the thinner the air became. The leaves seemed to whisper beneath his feet, their soft rustling like the murmurs of the earth itself. But still, Anansi pressed on, his legs burning with the effort, his heart racing with anticipation. The higher he went, the more he could feel the moon's light growing stronger, bathing the world beneath him in its cool glow. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of climbing, Anansi reached the very top of the tree. His fingers, sore and raw, wrapped around the highest branch, and there, above the world, he looked up at the moon. It was so close now, within reach, glowing so brightly that he could feel its warmth on his face. He could almost touch it. Almost. With a sly grin on his face, Anansi spoke aloud to the moon, as if it could hear him. "Oh, mighty moon," he said, his voice dripping with false humility, "I have climbed this great tree to be in your presence. I, Anansi, have come to ask for your light, to share in your power. I have earned this right." The moon, as if hearing the trickster's words, remained silent. It simply hung in the sky, its light unwavering, unshaken by Anansi's boast. But Anansi, never one to give up easily, had another trick up his sleeve. He spun his web around the highest branch, weaving it with care, his many legs moving with practiced skill. Slowly, carefully, he began to lower himself toward the moon. "I will take what is mine," Anansi muttered under his breath, his heart beating faster with every inch he descended. "I will take the moon's light, its power, and it will be mine." But as he neared the moon, something strange began to happen. The closer he got, the more the light seemed to slip through his fingers, as though it were nothing but mist. No matter how hard he tried, he could not grasp the moon's light. It remained elusive, untouchable. Anansi's frustration grew. He tried spinning faster, twisting his web tighter, but still, the moon's light remained beyond his reach. The more he reached, the more the light seemed to dance just out of his grasp, mocking him with its perfection. No matter how clever his tricks, no matter how tight he spun his web, the moon remained untouched, and he was left with nothing. Exhausted and defeated, Anansi finally gave up, hanging from the highest branch of the tree, gazing up at the moon. It shone down on him, bright and beautiful, untarnished by his schemes. For the first time in his life, Anansi understood. He understood that the moon was not something to be stolen, not something to be tricked. It was not meant for him. From that day on, Anansi's connection to the moon was no longer one of greed and envy. He came to accept that some things were simply beyond his reach. He would never be able to steal the moon's light, but he had something far greater, his own cleverness, his own ability to spin webs and weave stories. And perhaps, in time, that was enough. The moon, as it always had, continued to rise in the night sky, a silent witness to Anansi's transformation. And Anansi, though no longer the trickster he once was, would look up at the moon from time to time, a quiet respect in his heart for the light that could never be stolen. The warm evening air was thick with the sounds of crickets, the distant call of an owl, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Anansi sat beneath the tall trees, his mind buzzing with ideas. He had spent the day scheming, weaving webs of deception, and now, as the night approached, he found himself growing restless. He longed for something new, something to excite his mind and entertain his spirit. That's when he saw it, the tiny flicker of light in the dark, drifting like a star fallen from the sky. It was a firefly, glowing with a soft, gentle light. It danced around Anansi's head, twinkling as though it was teasing him, almost as if the firefly knew it had his full attention. Intrigued, Anansi leaned closer, watching the way the light flickered and pulsed. The firefly's glow was so mesmerizing, so magical, that for a moment, Anansi forgot all his tricks, his webs, his plans. The firefly had drawn him in with its soft, beautiful light. For a creature like Anansi, who had spent so much of his life in the shadows, the glow of the firefly was like nothing he had ever seen. It was like a beacon in the darkness, a symbol of something pure and radiant. Anansi, in all his trickery, had never known such light. And for the first time in a long time, he felt the stirrings of something deeper inside him, curiosity, admiration, perhaps even a little envy. "Such a beautiful glow you have," Anansi said softly, his voice carrying a strange tenderness. The firefly circled above his head, its tiny wings humming in the stillness of the night. It seemed to recognize his words, pausing mid-air, its light pulsing even brighter. Anansi's heart raced with the thought of what he could do with such a glowing ally. His mind, always sharp and scheming, immediately began to weave a new plan. The firefly's light could be used to his advantage. He could use it to lead others into his traps, to shine light on his webs, to distract his enemies. The possibilities were endless. And so, he did what Anansi always did, he made a plan. "I could use your light to brighten the dark places," Anansi said, smiling slyly as the firefly hovered near. "You could help me, little one. Together, we could do things no one else could." For a moment, the firefly seemed to hesitate. It fluttered around Anansi, uncertain, but eventually, it landed on a nearby leaf and blinked its light in a steady rhythm. It was as if it had agreed. Anansi, ever the opportunist, grinned widely. With a new ally by his side, there was no end to what he could accomplish. At first, everything seemed perfect. The firefly's glow became a part of Anansi's tricks, lighting up his webs, drawing creatures into his carefully laid traps. The once darker corners of his schemes were now illuminated by the firefly's gentle light. They worked together, the firefly flitting about, its light flickering with each delicate movement, while Anansi's webs spun ever wider. But as the days passed, something began to change. The firefly, once bright and eager, grew tired. Its light began to fade, flickering weakly as though it no longer had the energy it once did. Anansi, always focused on his own goals, didn't notice at first. He was too busy, too wrapped up in his webs and plans, to care about the firefly's fading glow. One evening, as Anansi prepared yet another scheme, the firefly flitted before him, its light barely a whisper of what it used to be. The tiny creature hovered in front of him, blinking slowly, as if asking for rest. Anansi, frustrated by the slowing pace of their work, snapped at the firefly. "What's wrong with you?" he demanded. "Why are you flickering like that? You should be glowing brightly." The firefly, weak and exhausted, did not answer. It simply hovered in front of him, its wings struggling to keep it aloft. For the first time, Anansi saw the toll that his greed had taken on the creature. The firefly had been giving him all its light, using up its energy for his benefit, and now it had nothing left to give. Anansi's frustration turned into something darker. His plans were starting to fail, his webs were less effective, and the firefly's glow, his precious ally, was no longer reliable. He had relied so heavily on its light that he had failed to see the danger in overusing it. He had taken too much. Now, he was losing it. In a moment of anger, Anansi reached out and grabbed the firefly, his fingers closing tightly around the fragile creature. "You were supposed to help me," he growled. "You were supposed to be my light. And now, look at you, weak and useless." The firefly flickered weakly in his grasp, its tiny body trembling. It tried to struggle free, but Anansi's grip was too strong. His eyes, filled with greed and frustration, saw nothing but the fading light of his ally. But then, in the quiet darkness, something unexpected happened. A sudden, sharp pain shot through Anansi's hand. It was as if the firefly's tiny light was burning through his fingers, a hot, searing sensation that made him flinch and release his grip. The firefly, now glowing brighter than ever, darted free from his hand, its light shining like a small star in the night. Anansi, bewildered and in pain, stared at the firefly as it hovered above him. Its light was no longer faint, no longer weak. It shone with a brilliance he had never seen before, as though it had been recharged by his greed. And in that moment, Anansi realized what had happened. He had tried to take the firefly's light for himself, tried to use it for his own gain, and in doing so, he had unleashed the very power that had made the firefly what it was. The more he tried to control it, the stronger it had become. The firefly, no longer an ally, now hovered before Anansi as a symbol of his greed, his overreach. It was no longer the gentle, glowing creature he had once befriended. It was an unexpected enemy, a reminder of his own mistakes, a beacon of light that he could never control. As the firefly darted away into the night, its light brighter than ever, Anansi was left in the darkness, a bitter taste in his mouth. He had lost the light he had once sought to control, and in the process, he had lost something far more important, his understanding of the balance between light and dark, between using and respecting what he had been given. From that night on, Anansi never underestimated the power of the small things again. He learned that sometimes, the greatest light comes from the places we least expect, and that it is a light that can never be taken, only respected. The morning sky was painted with strokes of gold and fiery orange, a reminder of the sun's daily triumph over the night. Anansi sat in the cool shadows of a great tree, watching the sunlight creep over the land. The warmth touched the earth, awakening creatures from their slumber, stirring the leaves, and setting the world alive with its golden energy. Anansi squinted at the blazing orb hanging high above, its power unyielding and untouchable. But the untouchable was exactly what intrigued him. What if, he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves, the sun wasn't for everyone? The thought took root in his clever mind, curling like a tendril of smoke. Anansi imagined holding the sun's power in his hands, keeping it for himself, deciding when and where its light should shine. The idea wasn't just bold, it was dangerous. But Anansi had never been one to shy away from danger, especially when it promised unimaginable rewards. That night, as the world fell into darkness and the moon cast its pale glow, Anansi began to prepare. He spun a web unlike any he had ever spun before. It was enormous, stretching between two towering trees, its strands thick and shimmering with a silvery sheen. This was no ordinary web. It was woven with magic, each thread designed to trap and hold even the strongest of forces. Anansi worked tirelessly, his many legs moving with precision, his mind sharp and focused. By the time the first light of dawn broke through the horizon, the web was ready. It stretched across the sky like a net, nearly invisible against the pale morning light. Anansi hid in the branches of a nearby tree, his eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for the sun to rise. As the golden orb climbed into the sky, its light touched the edges of Anansi's web. The threads shimmered, catching the sunlight and glowing with a brilliance that rivaled the dawn itself. Slowly, the sun rose higher, its warmth spreading across the land, until it reached the center of Anansi's trap. The web snapped taut, its magical threads holding fast as the sun struggled against the trap. Anansi watched in awe as the great blazing orb trembled and pulsed, its light flickering as it fought to break free. But the web held strong, its magic binding the sun in place. The world fell into a strange half-light, the sun's warmth dimmed, its power contained. Anansi crept closer, his heart pounding with excitement. He could feel the sun's heat radiating through the web, a fierce and unrelenting energy that made his tiny body tremble. But he wasn't afraid. This was his moment, his triumph. He had done the impossible, he had captured the sun. For a while, Anansi reveled in his victory. The world below grew colder, darker, as the sun remained trapped in his web. He could hear the confusion and fear of the creatures below, their voices rising in panic as they searched for the light that had always guided them. Anansi smiled to himself, feeling the weight of his power. He was no longer just a trickster, he was a god, holding the sun in his grasp. But as the hours passed, something began to change. The air grew colder still, the darkness deeper. The plants began to wilt, their leaves curling as they struggled without the sun's light. The creatures of the earth grew desperate, their cries turning to wails of despair. Anansi watched from his perch, his excitement fading into unease. He had not considered what would happen to the world without the sun. And then, from the darkness below, a voice called out, a voice strong and clear, filled with both anger and sorrow. It was the voice of Nyame, the sky god, who had given the sun its place in the heavens. Anansi, the voice boomed, shaking the trees and rattling the earth. "What have you done?" Anansi trembled at the sound, his many legs quivering as he tried to hide himself among the leaves. But there was no hiding from Nyame. The sky god's eyes found him easily, burning with a light that rivaled the trapped sun. "I have taken the sun," Anansi replied, his voice trembling but defiant. "It is mine now." "Foolish spider," Nyame said, his voice heavy with disappointment. "The sun is not yours to take. Its light belongs to all, not to one. Return it to the sky, or the world will wither and die." Anansi hesitated, his mind racing. He did not want to give up his prize, the symbol of his power. But as he looked down at the darkened world, at the suffering of the creatures below, he felt a pang of guilt, a feeling he was not accustomed to. The sun's light was not just a luxury, it was life itself. And he had stolen it from the world. With a heavy heart, Anansi climbed onto his web, his tiny body dwarfed by the blazing orb caught in its threads. The sun's heat was overwhelming, its energy pulsing with a power that made Anansi's legs tremble. Carefully, he began to undo the threads of his web, unraveling the trap he had so meticulously created. As the final thread was released, the sun burst free, its light and warmth flooding the world once more. The golden orb rose into the sky, shining brighter than ever, as if to make up for the time it had been trapped. The creatures of the earth cried out in joy, their voices rising in a chorus of relief and gratitude. But Anansi did not share in their celebration. He sat in the shadows of his tree, his body weary, his spirit heavy. He had learned a lesson he would not soon forget, a lesson about power and the responsibility that came with it. For in his attempt to claim the sun, he had nearly destroyed the very world he called home. And so, as the sun continued its path across the sky, Anansi watched in silence, its golden light warming his small, tired body. The ground trembled beneath the forest, and the air hung heavy with an unnatural stillness. Birds refused to sing, their songs replaced by a low, guttural growl that echoed through the trees. Anansi crouched low among the bushes, his small frame hidden by the thick undergrowth. His sharp eyes darted ahead to the source of the sound, a creature so terrifying that even Anansi's cunning mind struggled to comprehend its enormity. The beast towered above the tallest trees, its 7 heads swaying in unison. Each head was monstrous, its eyes glowing like molten lava, its fangs sharp enough to tear through anything that dared to challenge it. Thick scales covered its body, shimmering with a dark, oily sheen that reflected the pale light of the sun. It moved with a terrifying grace, its footsteps shaking the earth and its many heads scanning the forest with an eerie intelligence. Anansi's heart raced, but his mind worked faster. He knew he couldn't match the monster in strength, and running was not an option. The beast had already claimed many lives, leaving destruction in its wake. If Anansi didn't stop it, the entire forest, his home, would fall to its wrath. Yet, facing the monster was a death sentence for anyone without a plan. And Anansi always had a plan. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. Courage was not the absence of fear, but acting despite it, he reminded himself. Slowly, he crept closer, his many legs moving with practiced silence. The monster's head swung in different directions, sniffing the air, searching for its next victim. Anansi stayed low, his small size working to his advantage as he avoided detection. As he observed the creature, an idea began to form in his mind. The monster's 7 heads were its greatest strength, but they were also its weakness. Each head moved independently, their necks intertwining in a chaotic dance. Anansi realized that while the heads appeared unified, they were not. They were separate, each with its own mind, its own desires. If he could use their disunity against them, he might have a chance. Anansi scurried up a nearby tree, weaving a small web as he climbed. From his elevated perch, he called out to the beast, his voice clear and taunting. 7 heads and not a single brain among them, he shouted. How do you even manage to walk without tripping over yourselves? The monster's heads snapped toward the sound, their eyes narrowing in anger. They roared in unison, a deafening sound that shook the leaves from the trees. Anansi's taunt had struck a nerve. Who dares insult us? One of the heads growled, its voice a low rumble. It is I, Anansi, the cleverest creature in the forest, Anansi replied, his voice dripping with mockery. But I suppose you wouldn't know me, would you? After all, brains aren't exactly your strong suit. The head snarled, their necks twisting as they argued among themselves. Each head wanted to be the one to catch Anansi, their egos bruised by his words. They snapped at each other, their arguments growing louder and more heated. Anansi smirked, his plan working perfectly. He leaped from the tree, landing on the forest floor with a light thud. The monster's heads turned toward him, their fury momentarily united. Come and get me! Anansi shouted, darting into the dense forest. The monster roared and gave chase, its massive body crashing through the trees. Anansi ran, his legs moving faster than they ever had before. He led the beast through the thickest parts of the forest, weaving between trees and under low-hanging branches. The monster's heads fought to keep up, each one trying to take the lead, their necks tangling in their haste. As they pursued him, Anansi reached a clearing where he had prepared his trap. In the center of the clearing stood a massive boulder, its surface smooth and glistening in the sunlight. Surrounding the boulder was a web so fine it was almost invisible, its threads stretched taut and laced with a sticky sap that glistened like dew. Anansi stopped at the edge of the clearing, turning to face the monster. He stood tall, his tiny body dwarfed by the towering beast. The heads roared in triumph, their mouths drooling as they lunged toward him. Come closer, Anansi said, his voice calm and steady. Let's see which of you is brave enough to take me first. The heads hesitated, their egos clashing once more. Each one wanted to be the first to strike, their desire to prove themselves greater than their caution. Finally, one of the heads lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from Anansi. The spider leaped onto the boulder, his movements swift and calculated. The head slammed into the web, its jaws caught in the sticky threads. It roared and thrashed, but the more it struggled, the tighter the web held. The other heads, blinded by rage, followed suit. One by one, they lunged at Anansi, only to find themselves ensnared in the web. Their necks twisted and tangled, their movements growing more frantic as they tried to free themselves. Anansi watched from atop the boulder, his chest heaving as he caught his breath. The monster's roars filled the clearing, but its fury was useless against the strength of Anansi's web. The heads snapped at each other, their arguments resuming as they blamed one another for their capture. Anansi couldn't help but chuckle, the sight of the fearsome beast reduced to a squabbling mess filling him with a sense of triumph. "You see," Anansi said, his voice loud enough to be heard over their roars, "strength without wisdom is nothing but a burden. You had the power to destroy me, but your pride and disunity were your downfall." The heads snarled in response, their anger burning brighter than ever. But Anansi knew they were powerless now. He had outwitted them, proving once again that courage and wit could overcome even the most fearsome of foes. As the sun began to set, casting the clearing in a golden light, Anansi climbed down from the boulder. He left the monster tangled in his web, its roars fading into the distance as he returned to the forest. The air was still, the forest quiet once more, as if it were holding its breath in awe of the small spider who had defeated the seven-headed beast. The world was silent, the kind of silence that felt vast and endless, stretching from horizon to horizon. There were no tales, no laughter echoing across villages, no songs to soothe the weary. The earth felt heavy, its people disconnected, each corner of the world a lonely fragment. Anansi sat at the heart of it all, a small spider with an enormous desire to change the world. He spun a thin thread between his fingers, his mind weaving an idea as intricate and strong as the web he built. Stories belonged to Naam, the sky god, locked away in a great golden chest high above the clouds. They were guarded fiercely, their magic untouchable. Stories were not meant for mortals, Nyame believed. They were too powerful, too wild to be entrusted to the wandering minds of humanity. But Anansi, with his restless legs and clever mind, disagreed. A world without stories was a world without connection, without hope. He had to find a way to bring them down. Anansi spun himself a web that reached toward the heavens. The threads glistened in the sunlight, delicate yet unyielding. He climbed higher and higher, the air growing thinner and colder, until he stood before Naam's palace, a place of shimmering light and impossible grandeur. The sky god, immense and regal, sat on a throne carved from clouds, his eyes narrowing as he noticed the tiny intruder. "You dare to come here?" Naam's voice rumbled like thunder. "What could a small creature like you possibly want?" "I want your stories," Anansi said, his voice steady despite the sky god's imposing presence. "The world needs them, and I am here to take them." Naam laughed, a sound that shook the heavens. "You, a mere spider, think you can earn the stories of the world? They are priceless, and I do not give away treasures lightly. But I am curious, Anansi. If you can complete 4 impossible tasks, I will grant you the stories." The tasks were as daunting as they were absurd. Anansi had to bring Naam the hornets of the east, the python of the west, the leopard of the south, and the fire from the north. Each was a force of nature, dangerous and unyielding, but Anansi simply bowed his small head and began his work. He traveled east first, where the hornets buzzed in swarms so thick they darkened the sky. Their stingers were sharp, their anger unmatched. Anansi approached with a hollow gourd and a plan. He filled the gourd with water and sprinkled himself with droplets, running toward the hornets in a panic. "The rain is coming," Anansi cried, his voice full of urgency. "Quick, take shelter in my gourd." The hornets, fearing the storm, swarmed into the gourd without hesitation. Anansi sealed it tightly and carried it back toward Naam's palace, his small legs trembling with the weight of his triumph. Next, he ventured west to find the python, a creature of immense strength and cunning. The snake's body was coiled around a great tree, its eyes gleaming with suspicion as Anansi approached. "I have heard tales of your incredible length," Anansi said, feigning awe. "But the animals say you are no longer the longest creature in the land." Perhaps you could stretch yourself next to this stick to prove them wrong? The python, pride wounded, agreed. As it stretched itself straight, Anansi quickly tied it to the stick with his silken threads, binding it tightly before it could react. He carried the python away, its hisses of anger muffled by his web. To the south, Anansi faced the leopard, a predator whose every step was silent and deadly. The beast's golden eyes tracked Anansi as he skittered into its lair, his small body dwarfed by the leopard's power. "I am no match for your strength," Anansi said, his voice trembling just enough to sound sincere. "But I have heard whispers that you are too slow to catch me." The leopard growled, its pride stung. It lunged at Anansi, who darted between the trees, leading the beast into a trap, a pit concealed by leaves and twigs. The leopard fell, its roars echoing as Anansi lowered a net woven from his strongest web, pulling the creature to safety and subduing it. The final task took Anansi north, where the fire roared wild and untamed. It danced across the land, consuming everything in its path. Anansi knew he could not approach it directly, so he crafted a cunning plan. He gathered palm leaves and coated them in mud, creating a shield that allowed him to creep closer to the flames. With quick, precise movements, he trapped a small ember in a clay pot and sealed it tight. Each task had tested Anansi's wit, his courage, and his determination. As he returned to Naam's palace, the sky god watched with astonishment. The hornets, the python, the leopard, and the fire all lay before him, subdued and delivered by the tiny spider who had dared to challenge the impossible. Nyame stood, his massive form towering over Anansi, but his expression was no longer one of disdain. There was respect in his eyes as he opened the golden chest, releasing a flood of stories that spilled out like rays of sunlight. They soared through the air, scattering across the world, landing in the hearts of those who needed them most. Anansi watched as the stories took root, bringing laughter to silent villages, courage to weary travelers, and wisdom to curious minds. He felt a warmth in his chest, not just pride, but a sense of fulfillment. The world was no longer silent. It was alive with the voices of countless tales, each one a thread in the vast web that connected every corner of the earth. As the last story fluttered away, Nyame looked down at Anansi and said, "You have done what no one else could. The stories are yours to share, for you have proven that even the smallest of us can carry the greatest of burdens." The kingdom was on the brink of collapse. Shadows of dread hung heavy over its people, whispers of fear curling through the streets like smoke. A mighty army, ruthless and unrelenting, had gathered at the kingdom's borders, poised to strike. The king, a man of wisdom and compassion, found himself powerless against the overwhelming force that threatened his land. Every attempt to outmaneuver the enemy had failed, and his advisors, once confident, now stood silent, their faces pale with despair. In the chaos of the court, a figure small and unassuming skittered into the throne room. Anansi, the spider known for his cunning, was not someone you'd expect to see in such a dire moment. He was not a warrior or a general, and his reputation for mischief preceded him. Yet there he was, his many legs tapping lightly on the marble floor as he approached the king. The king, desperate for any solution, turned his tired eyes to Anansi. "What brings you here, little one?" he asked, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "This is no time for tricks or tales." Anansi tilted his head, his eyes glinting with an unreadable expression. "Perhaps," he said, his voice calm and measured, "a trick is exactly what you need." The court erupted in murmurs, some scoffing at the idea that this small creature could offer any help. But the king raised his hand, silencing the room. "Speak," he commanded. "If you have an idea, we will hear it." Anansi nodded and spun a thread in the air, letting it catch the light. "Your enemy believes they are unstoppable," he said, his voice carrying through the hall. "They see themselves as giants, and they think you are weak. Let them believe that. But giants fall hardest when they are blinded by their own arrogance." The court fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. The king leaned forward, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. "And what would you propose?" Anansi's plan was as audacious as it was absurd. It involved no armies, no grand weapons, only the power of deception and the enemy's own fear. The king listened, and though doubt lingered, he had little choice. Anansi was given his chance. That night, as the enemy's campfires flickered in the distance, Anansi began his work. He wove an intricate web, each thread glimmering with precision, stretching high into the air like a shimmering curtain of starlight. By dawn, the web was complete, its size so immense it seemed otherworldly, catching the first rays of sunlight and casting an eerie glow over the fields. When the enemy soldiers awoke and saw the web, unease rippled through their ranks. Whispers spread like wildfire. "What is this?" they muttered. "Who could have built such a thing overnight? It must be magic. It must be a sign." Their general, a man known for his unshakable resolve, stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the web. He dismissed their fears with a wave of his hand. "It's nothing but a trick," he growled. "Destroy it." But as the soldiers approached, the web seemed to hum, a low, vibrating sound that set their teeth on edge. They hesitated, their courage faltering. Then, from within the web, shadows began to shift. Shapes moved, growing larger, their forms indistinct but menacing. It was Anansi's cleverest trick yet, a combination of light, shadow, and the subtle sway of his threads that created the illusion of massive, monstrous beings. The soldiers froze, their weapons trembling in their hands. "Spirits," one of them shouted. "The land is protected by spirits." Panic spread through the camp. The general tried to rally his men, but even he felt a chill crawl down his spine as the shadows loomed closer. The illusions were too convincing, their movements too deliberate. The fear became infectious, each soldier's terror feeding the next. Within hours, the once mighty army was retreating, their ranks breaking apart as they fled from the unseen forces they believed guarded the kingdom. Back in the throne room, the king watched from the balcony as the enemy scattered. Relief washed over him, followed by a deep, resounding gratitude. He turned to Anansi, who sat calmly at his side, cleaning his small legs with an air of nonchalance. "You've done what no army could," the king said, his voice thick with emotion. "You've saved us, Anansi." Anansi shrugged, a sly smile curling at the edges of his mouth. "Sometimes, all it takes is to show people what they already fear," he said simply. "The rest takes care of itself." The court erupted in cheers, the once dismissive advisors now singing Anansi's praises. But the spider, ever humble and ever cunning, slipped away quietly, leaving the kingdom to celebrate its victory. He had no need for grand rewards or titles. The joy of weaving a tale that had become real was reward enough. In the days that followed, the story of Anansi's trick spread far and wide, becoming a tale whispered around campfires and passed down through generations. It was a reminder that courage and wit could triumph over brute force, and that even the smallest among us could make the greatest difference. The wind whispered softly through the forest, a barely audible sigh that carried the scent of moss and blooming flowers. High above the ground, hidden among the lattice of tree branches, Anansi sat motionless, his many eyes fixed on something no one else could see. His nimble legs twitched, weaving a thread so fine, so delicate, it seemed to vanish into thin air as he worked. It wasn't a web meant for trapping prey. It was something else entirely, something that pulsed with a quiet magic, unseen yet impossibly strong. It started with a tug. Anansi froze, his legs hovering in midair. He felt the faintest pull on his thread, a tremor that rippled through the silken line. He hadn't connected it to anything or anyone. Yet, here it was, pulling gently, insistently. He tilted his head, curious, and sent a ripple back along the thread. Almost immediately, the tug returned, stronger this time, as if answering his call. Intrigued, Anansi began to follow the thread. It was strange to move without knowing where he was going. The thread guided him, stretching endlessly ahead, weaving through the dense forest. He scurried along, his tiny feet silent against the bark of the trees, the tension in the thread leading him through paths he'd never traveled before. The forest seemed different here, quieter, darker. Shadows clung to the ground like pools of ink, and the air felt heavy with something unspoken. The tug grew more urgent. Anansi's heart raced, not with fear, but with a thrill of anticipation. What lay at the other end of the thread? Who, or what, had found its way into the invisible line he'd spun so carelessly? The silence around him deepened, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and the occasional cry of a distant bird. Then he saw it, a glimmer of light, faint and flickering, like a dying star trapped in the hollow of an ancient tree. The thread disappeared into the light, its glow swallowing the silken line as if it had been part of the forest all along. Anansi hesitated. His instincts, honed by years of trickery and survival, told him to be wary. But the pull on the thread was insistent, almost pleading. He crept closer, his body low against the bark, his eyes wide. As he stepped into the glow, the world seemed to shift around him. The air grew warmer, filled with the faint hum of something alive yet unseen. The light wasn't coming from the tree but from the space around it, shimmering like a veil. And then he saw her. She was unlike anyone Anansi had ever encountered. A woman, cloaked in flowing robes that shimmered like the surface of a river at dawn. Her eyes were deep and knowing, her expression both gentle and stern. In her hands, she held the other end of the thread, her fingers tracing its invisible lines as if reading a story only she could understand. "You've been weaving connections without even knowing it," she said, her voice soft but resonant. "Do you feel it now?" Anansi tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "Feel what?" he asked. She smiled, a faint, mysterious curve of her lips. "The ties that bind us all. Every thread you spin, every web you weave, connects to something greater. Even now, this thread you followed, it links you to me, and me to others." Anansi bristled slightly. He was used to being the one who knew things, the one who controlled the game. "And what do you want with me?" he asked, his tone cautious. The woman gestured to the glowing thread. "You've always thought your webs were yours alone. But they're not. Every strand you spin becomes part of a vast, unseen web, one that stretches across the earth, binding lives, stories, and fates together. Some threads are strong, others fragile, but all are vital." Anansi blinked, taken aback. He'd always spun his webs for himself, to trap, to trick, to survive. The idea that his work was part of something larger, something he couldn't see or control, was unsettling. And yet, as he looked at the thread in her hands, he felt it, the pulse of connection, the gentle hum of countless lives brushing against each other in ways they'd never know. "You're saying I've been part of this, all along?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. She nodded. "Every story you've spun, every trick you've played, every web you've woven, they've all left their mark. You've shaped the threads in ways you can't begin to understand." Anansi was silent, his mind racing. He thought of the countless webs he'd spun, the tricks he'd played, the lives he'd touched, often in ways he hadn't considered. The thought made his legs tremble slightly, a rare moment of vulnerability for the spider who prided himself on his cunning. "But why me?" he asked finally. "Why show me this now?" The woman's gaze softened. "Because the web is fragile, Anansi. Some threads are fraying, others snapping under the weight of fear and anger. You have a gift, a way of weaving that brings stories together, that reminds people of their connections. The world needs that now more than ever." Anansi felt a strange mix of pride and unease. The idea that he, the trickster, could be needed for something so profound was both thrilling and terrifying. But as he looked at the thread in her hands, he couldn't deny the pull he felt, the undeniable truth that he was part of something far greater than himself. The woman released the thread, and it shimmered in the air before vanishing entirely. "The choice is yours," she said, her voice fading as the glow around her began to dim. "Will you spin for yourself, or for the web that binds us all?" Before Anansi could respond, the light disappeared, leaving him alone in the quiet forest. The thread was gone, but the sensation remained, a faint, unshakable connection that pulsed in the air around him. Anansi sat there for a long time, the weight of the encounter settling over him like a heavy blanket. For the first time, his webs felt less like tools and more like something alive, something that carried the echoes of the world around him. As the first rays of dawn broke through the trees, Anansi began to weave again. This time, his threads stretched further, their patterns more intricate, their purpose less selfish. He didn't fully understand the unseen web or the woman's words, but he felt their truth in every strand he spun. And for the first time, Anansi wove not just for himself, but for the world. Anansi perched on a low-hanging branch, his many eyes glinting with a peculiar hunger. Below him, the forest buzzed with life, a feast of scents wafted through the air. Sweet yams roasting on a fire, ripe plantains peeled and ready, and the sharp tang of fresh honey dripping lazily from a cracked hive. It was a celebration unlike any other. All around, creatures of the forest prepared for the grand feast. Tables were laden with food, their surfaces creaking under the weight of every delicacy imaginable. Anansi licked his lips, his mind spinning with anticipation. This was his chance to indulge, to taste everything, to have it all. But there was a problem. The feast wasn't free. Every animal had been tasked with preparing a dish to share. In return, they'd all get to enjoy the spread together. Anansi, however, hadn't cooked anything. He hadn't plucked a single fruit or stirred a single pot. Why should he? He was Anansi, the clever spider, the trickster who always found a way to take more than he gave. A plan began to form in his mind, as cunning and sticky as the webs he spun. He would attend every table, every gathering, and he'd make sure no morsel escaped his grasp. Anansi wove two long, silky threads and tied them securely around his waist. At the other ends of these threads, he created loops. With nimble legs, he scurried from table to table, asking for a favor at each stop. "To my dear friend the monkeys," he said, bowing low and gesturing dramatically, "I am so excited to taste your famous banana stew. But I can't stay long. Would you do me the honor of tying this thread to your pot? When the stew is ready, give it a tug, and I'll know to come running." The monkeys, amused by Anansi's charm, agreed, tying his thread to their pot. Anansi repeated this trick with the rabbits, who were roasting carrots over a fire, and again with the birds, who were crafting a pie from fresh berries. From the ants with their sugar cakes to the bees with their honeycomb, Anansi left a trail of threads and promises, spinning his web of greed across the entire feast. Satisfied with his handiwork, Anansi perched atop a tree to wait. He imagined the bounty that would soon be his, every dish pulling him in its direction until he'd tasted it all. His stomach growled loudly, urging the food to hurry. The first tug came from the monkey's stew. Excited, Anansi leapt from the branch, but just as he began to lower himself, another pull came, this time from the rabbit's pot. Then another from the birds. Then the ants, and the bees, and the deer with their salted leaves. Suddenly, all the threads were pulling at once. Anansi's many legs scrambled to keep up, but the threads yanked him in every direction. The monkeys pulled him left, the bees dragged him right, and the birds tugged him upwards toward the sky. He tried to hold them all, but the tension was unbearable. The threads dug into his waist, tightening with every tug, until he felt as if he might split in two. "Stop! Wait!" Anansi cried, but the animals couldn't hear him. They were too busy celebrating their own dishes, giving their threads an eager tug whenever their food was ready. Anansi's legs flailed as he was jerked this way and that, his small body stretched and twisted in the chaos. The threads grew tighter, cutting into his soft belly. His once round waist became thinner and thinner until it was no thicker than a twig. He let out a wail of pain, his clever plan unraveling before his eyes. Finally, unable to bear the strain, the thread snapped, and Anansi fell to the ground with a loud thud. He lay there for a moment, dazed and aching, his once proud form now stretched thin and fragile. His stomach growled angrily, still empty despite all his scheming. When he finally stood, the animals gathered around him. Their laughter rang through the forest as they saw his newly slender waist. "Anansi, what happened to you?" the monkeys asked, barely able to contain their giggles. Anansi sighed, brushing dirt from his legs. "It seems I've been overzealous," he admitted, though he couldn't help but feel a flicker of embarrassment. He had been caught in his own greed, and now he bore the mark of his folly for all to see. The animals, though amused, took pity on him. They offered him small portions of their dishes, just enough to quiet his hunger. As he sat among them, nibbling on honeycomb and roasted yams, he felt a strange mix of gratitude and humiliation. For once, he wasn't the center of attention, nor the orchestrator of events. He was simply Anansi, hungry, humbled, and perhaps a little wiser. That night, as the forest grew quiet and the animals drifted to sleep, Anansi sat by himself, gazing at his reflection in a pool of water. His slender waist stared back at him, a permanent reminder of the day his greed had spun him into trouble. And though he would trick and scheme again, he was Anansi. After all, he would never forget the lesson the feast had taught him. Sometimes, wanting too much can leave you with nothing at all. The hut stood silent in the moonlight, its thatched roof casting jagged shadows on the ground. Inside, Anansi paced back and forth, his mind churning with plans. His wife, also, watched him from the corner, her face calm but her eyes sharp, seeing through the mask of confidence he wore. The children, unaware of the tension thickening the air, played quietly, their laughter an innocent melody that seemed far removed from the storm brewing in Anansi's mind. He had lied. Not just a small lie, not the kind of playful deceit that earned him his reputation as a trickster, but a web of lies so tangled even he struggled to remember where it began. It had started with a single promise, one he never intended to keep, and had grown, thread by thread, until it ensnared everyone he loved. The lie had begun with a debt. Anansi owed a wealthy merchant a significant sum, one he couldn't repay. The merchant, a stern man with a voice like thunder, had given him an ultimatum: return the money or lose everything he owned. Desperate and unwilling to part with his comfortable life, Anansi concocted a story. He told the merchant that his wife, also, possessed a hidden treasure passed down through her family. It wasn't true, of course, but it bought him time. The merchant, intrigued and greedy, demanded to see the treasure. Panicking, Anansi spun another lie, claiming the treasure was hidden in a secret location only Aso knew. He promised to retrieve it soon. The merchant agreed to wait but warned Anansi of the consequences if he failed to deliver. That night, as the children slept and the fire burned low, Anansi sat Aso down and confessed. Well, part of the truth. He told her about the debt but not the treasure. We must find a way to distract him, Anansi said, his voice low and urgent. You're clever, Aso. Help me think of something. Aso's eyes narrowed, her trust fraying. You've already lied to him, haven't you? Anansi hesitated, then nodded. She sighed, a heavy sound that seemed to drain the air from the room. And now you expect me to clean up your mess? It's not like that, he pleaded. I need your help. For the family. Reluctantly, Aso agreed. She suggested they create the illusion of a treasure, just enough to satisfy the merchant and buy more time. But as the days passed, Anansi's lies grew. To their neighbors, he claimed he was working on a grand project that would enrich the entire village. To his children, he promised new clothes and treats, feeding them tales of prosperity just around the corner. The web stretched further. One afternoon, as the sun blazed high in the sky, the merchant arrived unexpectedly at their door. His shadow loomed over the threshold, his eyes cold and unforgiving. Where is it, Anansi? He demanded. The treasure you spoke of. Anansi stammered, his mind racing. It's almost ready. My wife is preparing it now. Aso, hearing this from the back room, clenched her fists. She had told him to come clean, to admit the lie before it spiraled out of control. But Anansi had ignored her, and now they were trapped. She emerged with a small wooden box, her expression unreadable. Here, she said, handing it to the merchant. Take this and leave us be. The merchant opened the box, only to find it empty. His face darkened with anger. Do you take me for a fool? He roared. This is an insult. In his fury, the merchant overturned the table, scattering bowls and spilling water across the floor. The children cried out in fear, clinging to Aso's skirts. Anansi tried to calm the merchant, his words a frantic jumble, but it was no use. The merchant stormed out, vowing to return with guards to seize everything Anansi owned. The hut was quiet once more, but the silence was heavy with despair. Aso turned to Anansi, her voice trembling with controlled fury. This is what your lies have brought us. Shame, fear, and the loss of everything we hold dear. Anansi said nothing, his usual quick wit failing him. He had lied to protect his family, but now they were the ones paying the price. The next morning, Anansi went to the village elders, seeking their counsel. He admitted his debt, but framed the situation in a way that painted him as the victim of the merchant's greed. The elders, wise to his tricks, were skeptical but agreed to mediate. A meeting was arranged at the village square. When the day arrived, the square was packed with onlookers. The merchant stood tall and imposing, while Anansi appeared small and frail beside him. The elders listened carefully as both men presented their sides. Anansi, ever the storyteller, wove a tale of hardship and misunderstanding, his words a delicate balance of truth and fabrication. But Aso, who had come to support him despite everything, could not stay silent. She stepped forward, her voice cutting through the crowd. Enough, Anansi. Tell them the truth. The crowd murmured, surprised by her boldness. Anansi hesitated, his heart pounding. For a moment, he considered weaving another lie, something to save face and escape unscathed. But when he looked into Aso's eyes, he saw the toll his deceit had taken on her. The strength he admired, the warmth he loved, it was all slipping away because of him. He took a deep breath and spoke. I lied, he admitted, his voice trembling. I lied about the treasure, about the debt, about everything. I thought I could fix it, but all I did was make it worse. The square fell silent, the weight of his confession settling over the crowd. The merchant glared at him, his anger unabated, but the elders nodded, their expressions softening. One elder spoke. Anansi, your lies have caused great harm, not just to yourself, but to your family and your community. You must make amends. The elders brokered a deal. Anansi would work to repay the debt, not with treasure but with honest labor. The merchant, though still bitter, agreed, and the guards were called off. That night, as the family sat together in their humble hut, Aso placed a hand on Anansi's shoulder. You did the right thing today, she said softly. Anansi nodded, his slender frame heavy with exhaustion. For the first time in his life, he had faced the consequences of his actions, and though it had cost him dearly, he felt a flicker of relief. The web of lies had been cut, and in its place, a fragile thread of truth had begun to weave something new. The forest was eerily quiet, as if holding its breath. The only sound came from the rustling leaves, stirred by a faint, uncertain breeze. Anansi crouched low behind a bush, his many legs twitching with anticipation. A sly grin spread across his face as he eyed the small clearing ahead, where a pile of ripe, golden yams sat gleaming in the sunlight. He licked his lips, savoring the thought of his prize. But this time, the trickster wasn't alone in the game. The yams belonged to a farmer known far and wide for his sharp mind and unyielding sense of justice. For weeks, the farmer had noticed his harvest disappearing, and though he suspected Anansi, he could never catch him. The farmer had finally grown tired of the theft and set a trap so cunning even Anansi might not escape it. Anansi, of course, knew none of this. He only saw the yams and thought of the feast to come. He crept closer, his spindly legs silent on the forest floor. He paused, scanning the clearing for signs of danger, but the yams seemed to sit there, unguarded and inviting. A chuckle escaped him. Too easy, he whispered to himself. What Anansi didn't notice was the fine, nearly invisible thread stretched taut around the pile of yams. It was sticky and strong, a clever blend of sap and fibers that the farmer had carefully prepared. As soon as Anansi's leg brushed against it, the thread snapped back, wrapping around him like a snake. He froze, his body stiff with shock. For a moment, he didn't understand what had happened. Then he tried to move and found himself stuck fast. Panic bubbled in his chest, but he swallowed it down, forcing himself to think. He tugged and twisted, his clever mind already working on a way out. But the thread didn't budge. The farmer had hidden nearby, watching with sharp eyes. When he saw Anansi struggle, he stepped out from the shadows, his face stern but triumphant. Caught you at last, the farmer said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Anansi's heart sank. He plastered a sheepish smile on his face, trying to mask his fear. "Ah, my friend," he began, his voice smooth and unbothered. "What a clever trick you've played. I was just testing your skills, you see." The farmer folded his arms, unimpressed. "Save your words, Anansi. You've stolen from me for the last time." The weight of the farmer's words settled on Anansi, heavy and unyielding. But he wasn't ready to give up. He was Anansi, after all, the trickster, the spinner of tales, the weaver of webs. Surely, he could talk his way out of this. "Let's not be hasty," Anansi said, his tone dripping with charm. "I only took a few yams, and only because I admired their beauty. Such fine yams deserve to be shared, don't you think?" The farmer's gaze didn't waver. "You've lied and cheated for too long. It's time you face the consequences." For the first time, Anansi felt a flicker of real fear. His usual tricks, his smooth words, his clever schemes, were failing him. The farmer wasn't falling for it. The sticky thread dug into his limbs, a constant reminder of his predicament. The villagers arrived soon after, drawn by the commotion. They gathered around the clearing, their faces a mix of curiosity and satisfaction. Anansi, who had outwitted them all at some point, now hung helpless in the trap. The children laughed, pointing and whispering to one another. The elders shook their heads, muttering about how long it had taken for the trickster to meet his match. Anansi felt their eyes on him, their judgment weighing him down. Still, he didn't give up. "My friends," he called out, his voice as bright as he could make it. "Surely you wouldn't let your dear Anansi suffer like this. I've brought laughter and stories to your village, haven't I? I've shared my wisdom and wit." The villagers murmured, but their expressions remained skeptical. One of the elders stepped forward, her gaze piercing. "You've brought trouble as much as laughter, Anansi. Perhaps it's time you learned a lesson." Anansi's grin faltered. For the first time, he had no plan, no clever escape. The sticky thread bound him tighter with every movement, and the farmer's stern presence loomed over him like a shadow. He felt small and exposed, his usual confidence stripped away. The farmer raised his hand, silencing the crowd. "Let him serve as a warning," he said. "Even the cleverest among us can't escape justice forever." The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces set with resolve. Anansi's heart sank further. He had always thought of himself as untouchable, his wit and charm enough to see him through any trouble. But now, caught and powerless, he saw the truth. He had pushed too far. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, the villagers left one by one, their laughter and chatter fading into the distance. The farmer stayed behind, watching Anansi struggle against the thread. "Think about your actions, Anansi," he said quietly. "Perhaps this will teach you the value of honesty." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Anansi alone in the clearing. The night was long and cold. The sticky thread held fast, its grip unyielding. Anansi hung there, his body aching, his mind racing. He thought of all the times he had tricked and deceived, all the webs he had spun to serve his own ends. He thought of the villagers' laughter, the children's bright eyes as they pointed at him, and the elders' piercing gaze. For the first time, he felt shame, not the fleeting embarrassment of being caught, but a deep, gnawing regret. He had always seen himself as the clever one, the hero of his own stories. But now he realized how much harm his tricks had caused, how often he had taken without giving back. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the sticky thread began to loosen. The farmer, true to his word, had set the trap to release its prisoner after a night's punishment. Anansi dropped to the ground, his legs weak and trembling. He didn't flee or plot revenge. Instead, he sat there in the clearing, the lessons of the night weighing heavy on his heart. For the first time, the trickster felt the sting of failure and the faint, flickering hope of change. The sky was heavy with storm clouds, their shadows stretching across the earth like long, dark fingers. Anansi stood at the base of the great celestial tree, its ancient roots crackling with a faint glow. The air buzzed with an unnatural hum, charged with energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He had never felt so exposed, so small. For the first time in his long life of tricks and schemes, he was not the one pulling the strings. Summoned by the gods. It wasn't a request. It was a demand, one that echoed across the land and left no room for excuses. Anansi had spent the past days spinning his web of stories, weaving his lies tighter than ever in an effort to delay the inevitable. But even the most intricate web couldn't hold back the gods. Their patience had run thin. The trial was to take place at the center of the heavens, where the gods gathered only for matters of utmost importance. It was said no mortal, or even a creature like Anansi, could leave such a place unchanged. The massive doors to the celestial hall groaned open, and Anansi stepped inside. His many legs tapped against the gleaming floor, the sound swallowed by the vast emptiness of the chamber. Pillars of light stretched endlessly upward, their golden hues flickering with the restless anger of the gods. At the far end of the room sat the divine council, their forms glowing and shifting, their faces indistinct but their presence overwhelming. Anansi's heart raced as he approached the center of the hall. A soft murmur rippled through the council, the gods leaning forward, their eyes, if they had eyes, fixated on the spider who had caused them so much trouble. His legs felt heavier with each step, as if the weight of his misdeeds were pulling him down. Anansi, a booming voice called, silencing the whispers. It was Naam, the sky god, his form towering above the others. His voice was deep and commanding, resonating like thunder. You stand here today not as a guest, but as the accused. Your cunning has brought you far, but your deceit has reached the heavens themselves. Anansi swallowed hard, forcing a grin onto his face. My lord Nyame, surely there is some misunderstanding. I am but a humble spinner of tales, a gatherer of wisdom for all to share. The gods erupted in a chorus of laughter, though it was not the kind that brought warmth or joy. It was sharp and mocking, echoing with the weight of their displeasure. Anansi flinched, but kept his smile, his mind racing for a way out. Anansi spun around, his legs scrambling to steady him. Standing before him was a figure unlike any he had ever seen. Its form shifted and shimmered, a blend of human and beast, cloaked in the deep shadows of the night. Its eyes burned like embers, and its voice carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken truths. Who are you to interfere with my work? Anansi asked, his voice sharper than he intended. His pride wouldn't allow him to show fear. The figure stepped closer, and the air around Anansi grew heavy. You think yourself clever, it said, its tone neither angry nor kind. You weave your tricks, take what you do not deserve, and leave others to suffer the cost. But tonight, trickster, you will pay the price for your greed. Anansi laughed, though the sound was hollow. I have outwitted kings and gods. Do you think you can stop me? The figure didn't reply. Instead, it raised a hand, if it could be called a hand, and gestured toward the invisible thread Anansi had spun. The thread began to glow, its light harsh and unrelenting. It revealed not just the connection to the cart, but countless other threads, stretching outward in all directions, each one tied to another of Anansi's schemes. The trickster's grin faltered. He hadn't realized how tangled his web had become. Each lie, each theft, each betrayal, it was all there, woven into a labyrinth of silk that now shimmered with accusation. The threads tightened, pulling at him, dragging him toward the figure. Release me! Anansi shouted, his legs thrashing against the pull. I am the master of my web. Your web has become your cage, the figure said simply. And those you have wronged will no longer carry your burdens. One by one, the threads began to snap, but not before sending sharp jolts through Anansi's body. Each snap was a memory, a reminder of the consequences of his actions. He saw the farmer whose crops he had stolen, the child whose sweets he had taken, the friend whose trust he had betrayed. Their faces flashed before him, their anger, their sadness, their disbelief. The threads cut deeper with every snap, leaving Anansi gasping. He felt exposed, his cleverness stripped away, his pride crumbling. For the first time, he saw himself not as the cunning hero of his own stories, but as the source of others' pain. The figure watched silently as Anansi writhed, its ember eyes unwavering. When the last thread snapped, Anansi collapsed, his legs tangled in the remnants of his web. The cart of yams remained untouched, the village still and quiet once more. Anansi looked up at the figure, his voice trembling. "What do you want from me?" The figure knelt, its burning gaze meeting his. "What do you want, trickster?" it asked. "To continue as you are, weaving lies until you are consumed by them? Or to face the truth of your actions and learn the weight of honesty?" Anansi didn't answer at first. He stared at the broken threads around him, his chest heaving with the effort of breathing. He thought of the faces he had seen, the people he had hurt. His pride screamed at him to deny it, to twist the truth into something more comfortable. But the weight of the moment was too great. He began, his voice faltering. He took a shaky breath and tried again. "I want to make it right." The figure nodded, its ember eyes softening ever so slightly. Then began. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the figure faded, leaving Anansi alone beneath the great tree. He sat there for a long time, the remnants of his web scattered around him. The cart of yams still stood in the market square, untouched, its golden bounty glistening in the morning light. Anansi rose slowly, his legs still unsteady but his resolve firm. The trickster had faced many challenges, but none as great as this, the challenge of change. Under the canopy of towering trees, in the midst of a warm, golden afternoon, the people of the village gathered by the fire. The air was thick with the scent of roasted yams and sweet herbs. Children sat wide-eyed, their faces glowing from the fire's flickering dance, while the elders, with their silver-threaded hair, leaned in close, their voices low but steady. Anansi, the clever spider, was the center of attention, though he was not present in body. No, Anansi's form was woven into the stories shared around the fire. His spirit lingered in every tale, in every twist of fate that his webs of wisdom spun. The crackle of the fire marked the beginning of another tale. An elder, wise beyond measure, began to speak, his voice carrying the weight of generations. "Anansi," he said, his eyes narrowing as if he could see the spider's shadow flitting among the flames, was no ordinary creature. He was a trickster, yes, but in his tricks, there was much to learn. The children listened intently, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the storyteller's voice. With each word, they were transported into a world where Anansi's webs were not just made of silk, but of knowledge. The trickster had a way of turning every situation, no matter how small, into a lesson that carried weight across generations. One by one, the stories unraveled, each one leaving a mark on the listeners' hearts. The first tale was of a time when Anansi, hungry and desperate, tried to steal from the great river goddess. But she was no fool. Instead of falling victim to his trickery, she taught him a lesson in humility. Anansi had thought he could outwit the goddess, but she showed him that true power came not from deceit but from understanding and respect for the forces that govern the world. The children's eyes widened as they realized that Anansi, though always clever, had moments where he too had to learn, to grow. It wasn't just about getting what he wanted, it was about understanding the world around him, respecting it, and learning the consequences of his actions. Then came the story of Anansi and the sun. How he had tried to trap the sun, thinking he could hold it for himself, to bask in its warmth and light forever. But in doing so, Anansi had learned that even the brightest of desires could lead to darkness if not handled with care. It wasn't just about ambition, the story taught. It was about balance and understanding that some things, like the sun, were meant to be shared, not controlled. As the fire burned low, the elder continued, telling of a time when Anansi had tangled himself in his own web of lies. His deceit had nearly destroyed his family, and it took great courage for him to untangle the mess he had made. Anansi's mistakes were never without consequence, but each time he faced his own shortcomings, he grew wiser, understanding the true power of truth. The stories did not end with Anansi's failures. No, the trickster was also celebrated for his wisdom. His tricks, though often mischievous, carried lessons that transcended the boundaries of time. With each tale, Anansi's wisdom seeped into the hearts of those who listened, shaping not just the children but the elders as well. "You speak of wisdom," Nyame said, his tone icy. "Yet your actions sow chaos and harm. You have lied, stolen, and betrayed, thinking yourself untouchable. But today, your tricks will face judgment." Anansi's grin faltered. He glanced around the hall, his gaze darting from one god to the next, searching for a hint of mercy. But their expressions, if they could be called expressions, were unreadable. He could feel the weight of their gaze pressing down on him, as if the very air was crushing him. "Tell us, Anansi," Nyame continued, "why should we allow you to continue your schemes? What good have you brought to the world that outweighs the harm?" Anansi hesitated. For once, he had no prepared story, no clever twist. His mind raced, grasping at fragments of his past. He thought of the times his tricks had brought laughter, the moments when his cunning had outsmarted tyrants and lifted burdens. But he also thought of the pain he had caused, the trust he had shattered. He began, his voice trembling. "I have shared stories, my lord. Stories that teach, that bring people together. I have shown that even the smallest among us can overcome the greatest obstacles." "Through lies and deceit," another god interrupted, their voice sharp as a blade. "You twist the truth to serve your own ends." The hall grew colder, the light dimming as the god's displeasure deepened. Anansi felt his legs trembling beneath him, the once proud trickster reduced to a creature desperate for a way out. "My lies," he started again, searching for the right words. "They hold lessons within them. Yes, I have deceived, but I have also revealed truths. Through my tales, I have taught courage, wisdom, and the value of wit." "And what of the harm you've done?" Nyame asked. "What of the lives you've disrupted, the trust you've betrayed?" Anansi had no answer. He bowed his head, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. For all his cleverness, all his quick thinking, he could not escape the truth. He had gone too far, and now he was standing in judgment before the gods themselves. The hall fell silent, the gods watching him with a stillness that was more terrifying than their anger. Anansi closed his eyes, bracing himself for their verdict. He expected punishment, banishment, perhaps even obliteration. But instead, Nyame's voice rang out, calm and measured. "Anansi," he said, "you are a spinner of tales, a weaver of webs. Your actions have caused harm, but they have also brought light. The question is whether you can learn from your mistakes, whether you can use your gifts for the good of all rather than your own gain." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Anansi opened his eyes, his gaze meeting the towering figure of Nyame. For the first time, he saw not only the power of the gods, but their wisdom, their understanding of the complexities of the world. I can," Anansi said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I will." Nyame nodded, his expression softening ever so slightly. "Then we shall see," he said. "Your punishment will not be exile or destruction. Instead, you will be bound by the stories you weave. Your web will stretch across the world, connecting all who hear your tales. But beware, every lie, every act of deceit, will weaken the threads. Only truth and wisdom will strengthen them." Anansi felt the weight on his shoulders lighten, replaced by a new kind of burden. It was not the punishment he had feared, but it was no less daunting. He nodded, his voice steady as he replied, "I understand." The hall began to glow brighter, the gods retreating to their thrones as Nyame's voice echoed one last time. "Go now, Anansi, and let your stories shape the world for the better." As the massive doors opened once more, Anansi stepped out into the world, his heart heavy but his mind racing. He had been given a chance, not just to redeem himself, but to reshape the web he had spun. And for the first time, he felt the weight of his actions not as a burden but as a responsibility. The god's judgment echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the path he had to walk. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows over the quiet village. Anansi crouched behind a broad, gnarled tree, his 8 legs barely making a sound as they shifted against the earth. He had been waiting for this moment all evening, his heart pounding with the thrill of anticipation. Ahead of him, near the market square, lay his target, a cart brimming with ripe, golden yams, their sweet aroma drifting through the cool night air. Anansi's eyes gleamed with hunger and mischief. He had no intention of paying for the yams, of course. That was not his way. The trickster relied on wit, deception, and the chaos he left in his wake. Tonight would be no different. With a practiced flick of his silk, Anansi spun a thin, invisible thread toward the cart, its shimmering line barely visible under the moonlight. He tugged gently, testing its strength. A single pull, and the yams would topple off, rolling conveniently into the shadowy alley nearby. He would feast, leaving behind nothing but confusion and frustration for the hapless vendor come morning. But as Anansi pulled the thread tight, a faint noise behind him made him freeze. His many eyes darted to the side, scanning the darkness. A whisper of movement. A shiver in the air. Yet there was nothing there, only the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. Anansi shook off the unease. Fear was for the gullible, for those who couldn't outthink their enemies. He wasn't afraid of anything. He pulled harder on the thread. The cart wobbled slightly, the yams teetering at the edge. Anansi grinned. One more pull would do it. But just as he was about to seal his success, the ground beneath him began to quake, ever so slightly, as though something massive was approaching. Anansi hesitated, his legs trembling with an unease he couldn't explain. He turned his gaze back to the cart and then to the alley where he planned to stash his stolen goods. Something wasn't right. The shadows in the alley seemed darker than they should be, as though they were swallowing the moonlight whole. Before he could react, a voice boomed out of the darkness. It was deep, resonant, and filled with a weight that sent shivers down Anansi's silk-spun spine. "Trickster, you weave your lies too tightly." Anansi's wit was not just for his own gain, but for the benefit of the people. He had taught them how to use their intelligence to solve problems, how to laugh in the face of adversity, and how to learn from mistakes. His tricks were like tools, sometimes clumsy, sometimes dangerous, but always with a purpose. And when used correctly, those tools could help the people understand the complex web of life. As the sun began to set, casting a soft orange glow over the village, the elder spoke softly, almost as if to himself. Anansi did not just teach us how to survive. He taught us how to live. His voice echoed in the stillness of the evening. His tricks were a mirror for us to see ourselves. His failures, his triumphs, they were all part of the grand lesson that life is not always what we expect. It is full of surprises, of moments when we feel we've lost, only to find that we've gained something far more valuable. The village grew quiet, the air thick with the weight of the words. The children sat in silence, their minds spinning with the lessons they had heard. In that moment, they understood that Anansi was not just a trickster, he was a teacher, a guide. Through his stories, they learned that life was not just about winning or losing, but about understanding the balance of both. That every moment, whether filled with joy or sorrow, held the potential for wisdom. As the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle above, the elder's voice grew softer. "Remember this, my children," he said, looking around at the young faces that were still enraptured by his words. Anansi's stories may seem like mere tricks, but they carry a deeper truth. They show us that no one is perfect, not even the wisest. But through the stories, through the laughter and the tears, we learn to navigate the web of life. The flames flickered one last time before settling into a soft glow. The night was quiet now, and the village had settled into a peaceful rhythm. But the stories of Anansi, the spider, would live on, woven into the very fabric of the land. His lessons about humility, ambition, truth, and wisdom would continue to be passed down, generation after generation. Anansi's trickery was not in vain. It had woven the threads of wisdom that stretched across the heart of the African continent, binding people together in a web of shared experiences. And in each story, whether of triumph or failure, Anansi's voice could still be heard, reminding everyone that life was not about tricks or deceit, but about the wisdom to live it fully, with kindness, laughter, and a deep understanding of the world around us. The wind carried the scent of salt and sorrow across the ocean, its whisper merging with the creak of wooden ships and the muffled cries of souls torn from their homes. Beneath the oppressive weight of chains and the stifling darkness of the ship's hold, a voice rose, soft at first, then stronger, weaving through the despair like a thread of light. It was a story. Anansi's story. He was there with them, the spider who could not be caged, who always found a way. The people clung to his tales, not just for comfort, but as a reminder of who they were and what they carried within. Anansi, the trickster, the clever one, became a silent passenger on the ships crossing the Atlantic. His stories, whispered in the dark, traveled with them. When the ships finally reached the shores of the Americas and the Caribbean, the tales of Anansi stepped into the sunlight. But the land was different here, harsh and unfamiliar. The people were scattered, forced into grueling labor on sugar plantations and tobacco fields, under skies that burned with an unrelenting sun. Still, Anansi's stories persisted, hidden in hushed conversations and stolen moments of laughter, and the rhythm of songs sung to ease the weight of the day. It was in the fields that Anansi truly began to transform. His tales took on new colors, new shapes, as they were retold and adapted to the lives of those who carried them. The spider became a symbol of resilience, his tricks a quiet rebellion against the crushing hand of power. When the overseer's back was turned, someone would smile and whisper, Anansi would have outsmarted him. In that brief moment, they would feel a spark of hope. The stories began to intertwine with the languages and traditions of the New World. In the Caribbean, Anansi became Anance, his name rolling off tongues with the rhythm of drums. His stories mingled with the vibrant cultures of the islands, gaining new characters, new twists, and sometimes new endings. But at their heart, they remained true to their origins, a celebration of wit over strength, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was power in cunning and laughter and never giving up. In the Americas, Anansi's tales took root in the soil, blending with the stories of other cultures brought by those forcibly displaced. Among the Gullah people of the southeastern United States, he became Aunt Nancy, a figure both feared and respected. His web stretched across the region, connecting communities through shared stories that taught lessons of survival and resistance. Children would gather around their elders at night, the moon casting silver light over their eager faces. "Tell us about Anansi," they would beg, their voices filled with wonder. And the elders would oblige, weaving tales that carried the weight of history and the spark of imagination. They told of how Anansi tricked the powerful animals, how he outwitted those who tried to trap him, how he always managed to turn the tide in his favor. In these retellings, Anansi became more than a trickster. He was a symbol of freedom, a quiet defiance against the forces that sought to break them. His stories were a reminder that no matter how strong the chains, the spirit could not be bound. One tale told of how Anansi had once been caught by a powerful king who wanted to keep him locked away forever. But Anansi, clever as ever, used his wit to escape, leaving the king holding nothing but an empty web. The people who heard this story would laugh, their voices rising above the crackle of the fire. For a moment, they too felt free, as though they had outsmarted their own oppressors. As generations passed, Anansi's stories became woven into the fabric of the diaspora's identity. They were passed down through song, through dance, through the steady beat of hands on drums. Each retelling was an act of preservation, a way to keep their heritage alive in a world that sought to erase it. Anansi's web stretched further and further, connecting people across islands, across continents, across time. In the Caribbean, festivals celebrated Anansi with vibrant costumes and lively performances. Children danced, their laughter echoing through the streets, as elders shared stories of the spider who always found a way. In the United States, folktales of Aunt Nancy became part of a rich oral tradition, passed down in kitchens and porches, in fields and classrooms. Even as the world changed, as new generations grew up far removed from the lands of their ancestors, Anansi's stories remained. They adapted once more, finding a place in books, in theater, and art. But the heart of the tale stayed the same, a celebration of resilience, of cleverness, of the unbreakable spirit. Anansi, the spider, had crossed oceans, survived the unthinkable, and found a home in the hearts of millions. His web, invisible but unbreakable, connected people to their past, to their culture, to each other. Through his stories, he reminded them of their strength, their creativity, their ability to endure. And so, under new skies and new lands, Anansi lived on, his laughter echoing across the diaspora, his stories a testament to the power of the human spirit. The city buzzed with life, its streets glowing under the soft hum of neon lights. Somewhere in the maze of skyscrapers, a clever laugh echoed. It wasn't loud, just a quick, knowing chuckle, but it carried a sense of mischief, as though the person behind it had just pulled off something daring. The sound slipped through the cracks of the bustling world, unnoticed by most, but its essence was unmistakable. Anansi was here. Not in the literal sense. The spider of old, weaving webs of trickery and tales, was no longer confined to forests and villages. He lived in the clever minds that navigated the intricate networks of the modern world, spinning stories, shaping truths, and challenging authority in ways both subtle and bold. He thrived in the cracks between order and chaos, a whisper in the ear of every storyteller, every disruptor, every person who refused to play by the rules. Anansi had evolved, but his essence remained unchanged. The archetype of the trickster, the one who bends the rules, exposes hypocrisy, and forces people to look at the world differently, was as relevant as ever. In the age of the internet, his web had become literal, a vast network connecting billions of people, where stories spread faster than ever before. The thread stretched across screens and platforms, carrying tales that could topple giants or bring light to the unseen. One such thread began with a teenager sitting in a dimly lit room, typing furiously on their laptop. They had no army, no power, no wealth, just a sharp mind and a story to tell. They uncovered an injustice, a secret hidden by those in power, and crafted their words carefully, weaving a narrative that would catch fire. Within hours, their story had spread across the globe, retweeted and shared by millions. It sparked outrage, change, and a newfound sense of accountability. The teenager's name was unknown, but their laughter, a quiet echo of Anansi's, could be felt in every corner of the web. Anansi thrived in the world of memes, those small, clever snippets of humor that carried profound truths. A single image, a well-placed caption, could dismantle the pompous, challenge the powerful, and unite people across cultures. It was trickery at its finest, a sly grin delivered through a digital screen. The spirit of Anansi danced in every share, every laugh, every moment when someone thought, "I never saw it that way before." Even in film and television, Anansi's threads were unmistakable. Anti-heroes who defied convention, characters who used wit instead of might, and narratives that upended traditional tropes, all carried the mark of the trickster. Writers crafted stories where the clever outwitted the cruel, where deception revealed truth, and where the underdog triumphed through sheer cunning. Audiences, hungry for stories that challenged the status quo, cheered for these modern-day Anansis, even when their methods were less than noble. In classrooms and boardrooms, Anansi's spirit persisted in those who asked the hard questions, who refused to accept the status quo. A young activist stood before a crowd, her words sharp and unyielding, challenging those in power to act on their promises. A programmer, frustrated by corporate greed, created a tool that gave people access to knowledge once locked behind paywalls. A comedian, armed with nothing but a microphone, exposed societal hypocrisies with biting humor. Each of them carried a piece of Anansi within, their actions rippling outward, changing the world in ways big and small. But Anansi's presence wasn't always comfortable. The trickster archetype was a double-edged sword, revealing not just the flaws in others but also in ourselves. In a world where misinformation spread as easily as truth, Anansi's web could ensnare the unsuspecting. Stories crafted to deceive could lead people astray, turning the power of the narrative into a tool for harm. The same cunning that toppled the mighty could also sow chaos and division. Anansi, after all, was never a hero in the traditional sense. His cleverness served his own ends, and his morality was as slippery as a shadow. Yet, even in his most questionable moments, Anansi's tales carried lessons. They reminded people to question what they were told, to look beyond the surface, to think critically about the stories shaping their world. His tricks, whether they led to triumph or trouble, forced people to confront uncomfortable truths and find their own path through the maze of life. Anansi wasn't confined to any one place, time, or medium. He was in the artist painting murals on city walls, their images speaking truths that words could not. He was in the hacker dismantling systems of oppression, leaving behind a digital signature that read like a smirk. He was in the child who asked, why, and refused to accept because that's the way it's always been as an answer. He was in every act of defiance, every clever workaround, every moment of creative rebellion. The modern world, for all its complexity, was fertile ground for Anansi's archetype. The threads of connection stretched further than ever before, binding people together in ways unimaginable to those who first spun his tales around village fires. Yet the core of his stories, the celebration of wit, the challenge to authority, the resilience of the human spirit, remained timeless. They resonated because they spoke to something universal, something unbreakable. Anansi, the spider who could not be caught, the storyteller who could not be silenced, lived on in the hearts and minds of those who dared to think differently. His web stretched across time and space, a reminder that even in a world filled with challenges, there was always a way to weave something extraordinary. The fire crackled, its embers glowing like tiny stars against the night. The storyteller's voice carried through the air, weaving its way into the ears of those gathered around. Each word was like a thread, binding the listeners together in a shared spell. This was no ordinary story. It was a tale as old as time, a thread of history spun from the wisdom of countless generations. Anansi's name hung in the air like an echo, ancient yet alive, carrying the weight of his legacy through the ages. The storyteller paused, letting the silence settle. In that quiet moment, the listeners could almost hear the soft rustle of a spider weaving its web, its movements deliberate and unrelenting. Anansi, the trickster, the teacher, the weaver of tales, was more than just a character. He was the thread that connected past to present, binding people to their histories and to one another. His stories weren't just entertainment, they were the lifeblood of a culture, a web that held the fabric of identity together. Anansi's legacy began long before the written word. His tales were carried by voices, passed from one generation to the next, each telling adding its own flourish, its own truth. A grandmother's whispered version, told to a child beneath the shade of a baobab tree, could differ from the lively rendition sung by a griot in a bustling marketplace. Yet, the essence of Anansi remained unchanged. He was clever, mischievous, and endlessly resourceful, a reflection of the human spirit itself. In every corner of the world where Anansi's stories traveled, his web grew. His tales adapted to the voices of new storytellers, the rhythms of new languages, and the landscapes of new lands. Yet, whether told beneath the open sky of the African savanna or in the flickering candlelight of a Caribbean hut, Anansi's stories carried a common thread. They were tales of survival, of wit triumphing over strength, of the underdog finding a way to outsmart the powerful. An elder sat by the fire, their eyes gleaming as they recounted a story of Anansi outwitting the leopard. The younger listeners gasped at every twist and laughed at Anansi's cleverness, but there was something deeper in their reactions. They were hearing not just a story but a lesson, a reminder that cleverness and courage could overcome even the fiercest of adversaries. In the flicker of the flames, the children's faces reflected something profound, a connection to those who had heard the same story centuries before. Anansi's web was not just a metaphor for his cunning, it was a symbol of how stories bind people together. The oral traditions that carried his tales were the heartbeat of communities, preserving their histories, beliefs, and values. Every word spoken, every story shared, was an act of resistance against the erasure of identity. In times of hardship, Anansi's stories reminded people of their strength and resilience. They were threads of hope in a tapestry of struggle. Even in the darkest times, when people were torn from their homes and scattered across the globe, Anansi's web held. His stories crossed oceans, carried in the hearts of those who refused to let their heritage fade. On plantations, where the lash sought to silence and subjugate, Anansi's tales thrived. They were whispered in the fields, sung in secret gatherings, and woven into the rhythms of survival. Anansi became a symbol of defiance, a reminder that even in chains, the spirit could not be broken. The storyteller's voice softened, drawing the listeners closer. They spoke of how Anansi's tales had changed, evolving with each retelling. In one story, Anansi was a spider. In another, he took human form, his cunning and humor shining through. Each storyteller added their own thread to the web, weaving their experiences, their struggles, and their triumphs into the fabric of the tale. Anansi was no longer just a character, he was the voice of a people, a reflection of their truths and dreams. The fire burned low, but the storyteller's voice grew stronger, resonating with the power of memory. They spoke of how Anansi's stories had inspired others to tell their own. Writers, poets, and artists drew from his legacy, using his archetype to explore the complexities of human nature. Anansi's web stretched into literature, theater, and film, his influence visible in every clever protagonist, every tale of wit overcoming might. The listeners were no longer just an audience, they were part of the story. As the last words of the tale hung in the air, they felt the weight of the web they were now woven into. They understood that the act of listening, of carrying the story forward, was as vital as the telling itself. Anansi's legacy was not static, it lived in the act of creation, and the countless ways his stories were reimagined and retold. The night grew quiet, the fire reduced to glowing embers. Yet, the web remained, stretching across time and space, its threads unbroken. Anansi's legacy was not just in the stories themselves, but in the connections they forged, the truths they revealed, and the hope they inspired. His web was history, memory, and imagination intertwined, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. The silence before mischief is like the still air before a storm, deceptive, electric. In every culture, in every corner of the world, stories are whispered of figures who thrive in that silence, whose cunning bends the rules and reshapes the world. Anansi, the spider, is one of them. His name carries laughter, shock, sometimes a shake of the head, but always fascination. Yet, he is not alone. Tricksters have always existed, threading their way through human imagination, from the sly foxes of Europe to the coyotes of Native America, from the clever rabbits of the South to the capricious gods of India. They walk different paths, but their essence, their refusal to be confined, binds them. Anansi spun his first web in the warm soil of Africa, his legs weaving threads that caught the light of human nature. He was small but never weak. His brilliance shone in his ability to see what others could not. A mighty god might roar with strength, but Anansi? He would tiptoe into their arrogance and turn it into his gain. Like that day he tricked Naam, the sky god, into giving him the stories of the world. Anansi had no armies, no thunderous power. Just his wits and a stubborn refusal to accept that things were beyond his reach. But for all his cleverness, Anansi was not perfect. He was selfish, greedy, even cruel at times. Yet, that imperfection was his magic. People saw themselves in his flaws. They laughed at his mistakes because, in truth, they were laughing at their own. They watched his triumphs and found hope in his victories. Anansi was more than a character, he was a mirror, reflecting human ingenuity, pride, and frailty. Far across the oceans, another figure moved with similar grace. Coyote, the shapeshifter of Native American lore, prowled the deserts and mountains. His laughter was sharp as a blade, his tricks as unpredictable as a gust of wind. Where Anansi spun webs, Coyote wove chaos. He could steal fire for humanity one moment and tumble into his own folly the next. Like Anansi, Coyote was both hero and fool, revered and ridiculed in equal measure. On another shore, under the shadows of the banyan trees, Krishna smiled. Mischief danced in his eyes, his flute carrying notes that charmed even the most rigid hearts. Though a god, Krishna loved to blur the lines between divinity and playfulness. Stealing butter, teasing milkmaids, he was a master of joy, of bending the rules not out of malice but to remind the world to laugh, to see the absurdity in their own rigidity. He was Anansi's kin in spirit, though their stories sprouted from different roots. Then there was Loki, the fire-haired trickster of Norse myths. He carried a darkness Anansi often avoided, his tricks more sinister, his laughter tinged with cruelty. Yet, even Loki was not wholly evil. Like Anansi, he showed the cracks in the grand schemes of gods and men. He played the fool, but in his foolishness, he uncovered truths that others were too proud to see. Each trickster danced to their own rhythm, but the melody was familiar. They lived to disrupt, to challenge the status quo, to ask questions no one else dared. Why must the weak remain weak? Why must rules stay unbroken? Why should those in power go unquestioned? Through their laughter and chaos, tricksters spoke truths that others could not. They were the voice of the marginalized, the defenders of those too small to defend themselves. Yet, the trickster's path was never easy. Anansi, for all his brilliance, often found himself tangled in his own webs. There were times his greed left him humiliated, his cleverness turned against him. But even then, his resilience shone. Anansi never gave up. He dusted himself off, spun a new thread, and tried again. It was that determination, that refusal to be defeated, that made him more than a trickster. It made him a symbol of survival. As the fire flickered and the storyteller's voice grew softer, the listeners could see the web that connected Anansi to the other tricksters. Each thread shimmered with the lessons they taught, the power of wit, the danger of arrogance, the beauty of imperfection. Anansi's stories weren't just African, just his own, they were universal, woven into the hearts of humanity. The spider, the coyote, the fox, the god, they all whispered the same truth: the world is not as fixed as it seems. It can be tricked, twisted, remade. And sometimes, it takes a spider to show us how. In a quiet room filled with the soft hum of life, a grandmother sits cross-legged on a woven mat. Children gather around her, their eyes wide and expectant. The air holds the weight of something ancient, something alive. She leans forward, her voice steady but filled with magic. Once, there was a spider named Anansi. The words spill out like water, and in that moment, Anansi lives again. The children see him, feel him. He is small, clever, daring, and flawed. He is spinning his web, not just of silk, but of stories that will carry his name far beyond the walls of this room. The threads of his tale stretch into the unseen, binding those who listen to those who have listened before and to those who will listen after. Anansi has never truly left. His stories, spun with care and mischief, survive because they are not just his, they belong to every tongue that dares to tell them, every ear willing to hear. In a distant city, far from the grandmother's mat, a young man taps away at his keyboard. The screen glows with a script for a play, and at its heart is a trickster. He wears no spider's guise, but moves with the same sly humor, the same sharp wit that Anansi carried across centuries. The playwright doesn't name his inspiration aloud, but it's there, in every word. The sly smirk, the clever twist, Anansi's spirit dances in every line. It is the nature of Anansi to be reborn. He thrives wherever there are stories to be told, wherever laughter and cunning can unseat pride and power. In a bustling Caribbean market, where vendors shout and colorful goods are piled high, a calypso singer strums his guitar. His voice is smooth as the breeze, and his words tell of a trickster who outsmarted the king. The crowd laughs, swaying to the rhythm, feeling the warmth of Anansi's mischief threading through the melody. In a crowded schoolyard, children chant rhymes and clap their hands. One of them begins a tale of a spider who tricked an elephant, and the others hang on every word. The tale is their own now, retold with their own twists, their own laughter, but the essence is the same. Anansi winks through their words, alive in their play. Anansi's power is not just in the stories, but in the storytellers. He is reborn in every voice that takes up his tales, and every mind that imagines him anew. The grandmother, the playwright, the singer, the child, they are all part of his web, all part of the legacy he has woven. But Anansi's rebirth is not always playful. In moments of struggle, when the weight of the world feels too much to bear, his resilience speaks louder. In a dimly lit room, a mother soothes her crying baby. She hums a lullaby, one she heard as a child, about a spider who refused to give up, no matter how tangled his web became. The song is soft, almost forgotten, but its spirit lingers. The mother doesn't know she's invoking Anansi's strength, but it carries her through the night. Anansi rises where courage is needed, where laughter can heal. He is born in whispered prayers, and rebellious jokes shared under oppressive regimes, and the laughter of those who refuse to be silenced. His legacy is not just in the tales of triumph, but in the stubbornness to keep spinning, to keep weaving, even when the threads are frayed. And still, Anansi changes. Each generation shapes him anew, adding their own threads to the web. To some, he is a hero, to others, a scoundrel. To some, he is wise, to others, foolish. But he is never forgotten. He evolves, shifting to fit the needs of the time, the voice of those who tell his story. In a gleaming skyscraper, a filmmaker presents a new project. It's a blockbuster with stunning visuals and a charismatic lead, a trickster who weaves through the chaos, leaving both destruction and laughter in his wake. The audience loves him. They cheer for his cleverness, groan at his missteps, and leave the theater with a spark in their hearts. They don't call him Anansi, but they don't have to. His essence is there, reborn on the silver screen. Somewhere in a small village, an elder sits by a fire. The flames flicker, casting shadows that seem to dance. He begins to speak, his voice low and steady. There was once a spider. The children lean closer, their faces illuminated by the firelight. Anansi is alive again, his web stretching from the flickering firelight to the bright lights of the city, from the grandmother's mat to the playwright's stage, from the singer's song to the child's rhyme. Anansi does not need monuments or statues. His legacy is in the words, in the telling and retelling. He lives in the laughter, the lessons, the stubborn spirit of those who refuse to be defeated. Every storyteller is his accomplice, every listener his co-conspirator. And so, Anansi spins on, reborn with every word. The hum of a server room fills the air, a steady, mechanical pulse that feels alive in its own way. Neon lights from screens flicker and glow, casting long shadows across rows of desks. Somewhere in the corner, a figure leans over a laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard like a spider spinning its web. This isn't just any web, it's a digital one, invisible yet vast, stretching across the world. In this maze of code and connectivity, Anansi thrives once again. Anansi doesn't crawl through forest branches or skitter along dusty roads anymore. Now, he surfs on streams of data, his silk replaced by threads of ones and zeros. His cleverness isn't dulled by time, if anything, it's sharper, more daring. The modern world is a playground of endless possibilities, and Anansi knows exactly how to play the game. He hides in the algorithms, shaping them to his will. He's the mischievous force behind a trending meme, the voice in a viral video that makes millions laugh while slyly poking at the flaws of the powerful. But Anansi doesn't just amuse, he reveals. In the flicker of a tweet, the subtle line of a satirical cartoon, he exposes greed, injustice, and hypocrisy. His tricks might look different now, but their purpose remains the same. One night, a young programmer sits alone in her room, the glow of her monitor the only light in the space. She's frustrated, battling a stubborn glitch in her code. Hours pass, and her eyes blur from exhaustion. Then, without warning, her screen flickers. A message appears, simple, cryptic, and somehow teasing. "Did you forget the spider's patience?" She blinks, startled. Was it a joke? A coincidence? She fixes the code a moment later, the solution so clear it feels like someone whispered it in her ear. She doesn't know it, but Anansi was there, weaving through the digital threads, lending a gentle nudge. Anansi's web now stretches into the heart of online communities. His tales emerge in unexpected ways, blending ancient wisdom with modern tools. In a bustling virtual chat room, where avatars dance and conversations overlap, someone begins to type. Once, there was a spider who wanted all the stories of the world, others pause, drawn in. The tale unfolds, familiar yet fresh, each listener adding their own twist. When the story ends, it's not just remembered, it's shared, reposted, reimagined. The web grows wider. But Anansi isn't always kind. In the hands of those who misuse his cunning, his tricks take a darker turn. Fake news spreads like wildfire, threads of deception spun with alarming skill. Anansi watches, his many eyes reflecting both curiosity and caution. He knows the power of a well-told story, the way it can build or destroy. In the wrong hands, even his web becomes dangerous. Yet, he remains, ready to reclaim the threads, to remind the world that every trick carries a cost. In a sleek boardroom atop a high-rise, a marketing team brainstorms their next big campaign. The room buzzes with ideas, but none seem quite right. Then, the intern, a quiet, thoughtful presence in the corner, speaks up. What if we told the story of a spider? Not just any spider, but one who taught us how to connect. The idea takes hold, and soon, an advertisement emerges that captures hearts and minds. The campaign spreads, resonating with millions. Anansi smiles, unseen but satisfied. Even in the corporate world, his touch lingers, subtle yet undeniable. Anansi finds a new rhythm in the world of gamers. His stories come alive in virtual landscapes, where players navigate quests filled with puzzles and cunning foes. In one game, a mysterious spider offers riddles, his voice laced with both charm and challenge. Those who listen carefully, who outsmart him with wit rather than brute force, are rewarded. Those who rush in without thought find themselves ensnared in his web, forced to learn the value of patience and strategy. His influence even reaches the realm of hackers, where digital tricksters work in shadows. Some invoke his name as they infiltrate corrupt systems, exposing secrets that others would rather keep hidden. They see themselves as modern-day Anansis, spinning webs of justice in a digital age. Others, less noble, use his cunning for selfish gain, forgetting the lessons his tales often teach. Anansi observes it all, his laughter echoing through the invisible corridors of cyberspace. And yet, for all his modern exploits, Anansi still knows the value of the spoken word. He thrives in podcasts and storytelling apps, his tales adapted for new audiences. Listeners plug in their headphones, and his voice emerges, familiar yet new. Once, there was a spider who loved to trick the proud. The stories weave their magic, bridging the gap between the ancient and the cutting edge. But perhaps Anansi's greatest trick is his ability to remain timeless. In a world of rapid change, where technology reshapes life at lightning speed, he reminds us of something constant. The power of wit, the importance of connection, the courage to challenge those who wield power unjustly, these truths remain, spun into every thread of his web. And so, Anansi continues to move through this digital age, unseen but ever present. Whether in the lines of code, the whisper of a viral trend, or the laughter of a shared story, he weaves on, his web growing stronger with every passing moment. The fire crackled low, casting a soft, golden glow over the gathered faces. There, in the center of the circle, sat the elder storyteller, her hands moving gracefully as if shaping the air itself. Her voice, aged but steady, wrapped around the listeners like a silken thread. "Let me tell you about the spider's last trick," she began, and the room fell into a hush so deep that even the fire seemed to still. Anansi had grown old. His once gleaming legs were now dull, and his steps were slower, though his eyes still gleamed with the mischief of countless tales. He had spun stories, outwitted gods, and bound entire worlds with his web. But there was something different in the air now, something heavy that even Anansi could not ignore. One evening, he sat at the edge of a vast, empty field. The horizon stretched endlessly before him, bathed in the pale light of a setting sun. It was a place where no one would disturb him, a space untouched by the tales he had woven for generations. The wind whispered softly, as though carrying secrets too fragile to speak aloud. Anansi was thinking. It wasn't his usual scheming or plotting, nor was it the idle musings of a spider who loved to laugh at the foolishness of others. No, this was deeper, quieter, a question that gnawed at the edges of his mind. Was there anything left to trick? Had his web reached its final strand? His gaze shifted to his surroundings. The field was barren, save for a single tree standing in the distance. Its branches were twisted and bare, as though it had lived through storms that should have broken it, but somehow hadn't. Anansi smiled faintly. He recognized himself in that tree, a survivor, weathered but unyielding. Still, a restless energy stirred within him. If this was truly the end of his story, it couldn't simply fade into silence. No, there had to be one last trick, one final tale to leave behind. The gods watched from above, their forms hidden in the fabric of the twilight sky. They had grown used to Anansi's antics, his endless tricks and turns. Some had grown weary of him, while others had come to admire his boldness. But even they leaned closer now, curious about what the spider would do. Anansi began to spin. The thread came from within him, shimmering with a light that wasn't of this world. He worked slowly, deliberately, his movements almost reverent. This was no ordinary web. Each strand carried a memory, a lesson, a fragment of the stories he had shared over the ages. The wind caught the threads and carried them higher, scattering them across the vastness of the sky. They shimmered briefly before disappearing, like shooting stars leaving trails of light. The gods exchanged glances. Was this the end, then? A final gift from the spider who had tricked them all? But Anansi wasn't finished. He paused, considering his work. Then, with a knowing smile, he whispered a single word. It wasn't loud, nor was it meant for anyone's ears in particular. Yet it traveled, slipping between the cracks of time and space, planting itself wherever it found a place to grow. It was a word of renewal, a spark of creativity, a seed of mischief that would never truly die. The gods realized what he had done, and a ripple of laughter, surprise, and admiration spread through their ranks. Anansi had tricked even the idea of an ending. Years passed. The field remained quiet and unchanged. The tree stood steadfast, its branches now adorned with webs spun by ordinary spiders. People came and went, but they often paused beneath its shade, drawn by something they couldn't quite explain. They told stories there, passing them from one generation to the next. In bustling cities, in quiet villages, and places Anansi had never even seen, his tales found new life. They were told in classrooms, whispered at bedtime, shared around fires, and even encoded into glowing screens. The trickster spider lived on, not in body but in spirit, woven into the fabric of storytelling itself. And sometimes, in the stillness of a quiet night, when the world seemed to hold its breath, a faint laugh could be heard, carried on the wind. Was it the echo of a memory? Or perhaps the spider himself, lingering just out of sight, smiling at how his final trick had worked so perfectly. The forest was alive with whispers. Trees rustled their leaves in hushed tones, and the creatures of the underbrush moved with an unusual stillness. Something was coming. Something that made the air feel charged, as if a storm were about to break. Anansi, the spider whose name was spoken with equal parts awe and mischief, was about to play his greatest trick. At the heart of the forest, there stood a sacred clearing known to all creatures. It was said that the gods themselves would descend there on rare occasions, bringing their power and their pride. This time, the gods were not visiting out of their own whim. They had been summoned by Anansi. The gods were not accustomed to being called upon by anyone, let alone a creature as small and unpredictable as a spider. Yet Anansi's message had been impossible to ignore, carried on the wind, whispered by rivers, and woven into the stars. It promised something they could not resist, a challenge. When the gods arrived, they found Anansi waiting in the center of the clearing, perched on a web spun so fine it shimmered like liquid silver under the moonlight. His eyes gleamed with mischief, and though his body was small, his presence filled the space as if he were as mighty as the gods themselves. "I have called you here," Anansi began, his voice soft but carrying a weight that demanded attention, "because I have grown tired of the stories told about me. They say I am clever, but only to trick. That I am wise, but only to deceive. Tonight, I will show you that I am more than the sum of my tales." The gods, proud and unyielding, exchanged amused glances. What could this tiny spider possibly do that would impress them? Anansi, sensing their skepticism, tilted his head and smiled, a smile that had foreshadowed trouble for countless beings before. "Here is my challenge," Anansi said, spinning a thread as he spoke. "I will create a web so strong, so intricate, that even the gods cannot break it. But this web will not bind you in body, it will bind you in truth. for within it, your secrets will be revealed, and your power will be tested. The gods hesitated. They were immortal, untouchable. Yet Anansi's words carried a strange allure. The promise of a game, of proving their supremacy, was too tempting to resist. One by one, they nodded their assent. Anansi began to spin. His legs moved with a grace that seemed to defy the limits of mortal skill. Thread by thread, the web grew, shimmering and pulsing with an otherworldly light. The forest fell silent, as if holding its breath. Even the gods, who had seen the creation of worlds, were captivated by the beauty of Anansi's work. But this was no ordinary web. As Anansi spun, he whispered into the threads, weaving not just silk but the essence of truth itself. Each strand carried the weight of unspoken fears, hidden ambitions, and forgotten promises. The gods felt it, a strange tug at the edges of their immortal minds, but they said nothing. When the web was complete, it stretched high into the trees, a masterpiece of light and shadow. Anansi stepped back and gestured for the gods to approach. "Step into the web," he said, "and prove your strength." The first to step forward was the god of thunder, whose voice shook the earth and whose hands could split mountains. He touched the web with confidence, expecting it to snap under his might. But as his fingers met the threads, a shudder ran through his body. His thoughts spilled forth unbidden, his jealousy of the wind, his fear of fading into irrelevance. The other god stared in shock as the thunder god pulled away, shaken. Next came the goddess of the sun, radiant and untouchable. She laughed as she stepped into the web, certain that her light would burn it to ash. Yet as the threads touched her, her laughter faltered. Her doubts, buried deep beneath her brilliance, came tumbling out. The gods listened in stunned silence as she admitted her loneliness, her longing for a world where she could rest. One by one, the gods stepped forward, each believing they would be the exception. And one by one, the web revealed their truths. Their pride was stripped away, their vulnerabilities laid bare. Yet the web did not mock them, it held their truths with a strange tenderness, as if to remind them that even gods were not beyond the reach of understanding. Finally, all eyes turned to Anansi. The gods, humbled but curious, asked, "What of you, spider? Will you step into your own web?" Anansi chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Without hesitation, he moved into the center of the web. The threads wrapped around him, glowing brighter as they touched his small form. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing would happen. But then, Anansi spoke. "I have told countless lies," he said, his voice steady but tinged with something deeper. "I have tricked and deceived, not always for the right reasons. Yet I have also shown that even the smallest can outwit the greatest. My truth is this: I am both the liar and the lesson. Without me, there are no stories." The gods listened, and for the first time, they understood. Anansi's greatest trick was not the web, nor the revelations it had brought. It was the way he had woven them all into his story, binding them together not in weakness, but in shared truth. The web was not a trap, it was a mirror, reflecting the essence of everything it touched. The gods left the clearing that night, their pride tempered, their understanding deepened. As for Anansi, he remained in the web for a while longer, gazing at the stars through its shimmering strands. He had shown the gods his greatest trick, but the truth was, it wasn't a trick at all. It was simply who he was. The wind carried a peculiar stillness, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Anansi, the spider who had lived countless tales, sat quietly on the branch of an ancient tree. His 8 legs rested, yet his eyes, bright and knowing, scanned the horizon. There was no crowd to witness him this time, no gods to test, no mortals to trick. It was just him, the night, and the web he was about to weave. He began with a single thread, casting it into the air where it caught on another branch. It shimmered faintly in the moonlight, delicate yet impossibly strong. Slowly, Anansi moved, spinning with a precision that seemed almost meditative. Each strand he added seemed to hum with a quiet song, a melody that spoke of stories long told and secrets yet to be whispered. The web grew, not in size, but in complexity. To the untrained eye, it appeared like any other spider's work, beautiful but ordinary. Yet, if one looked closer, they would see patterns hidden within. Tiny shapes and symbols wove together, forming glimpses of something greater. There was a village, its people laughing around a fire as a storyteller spoke. There was a river, carrying whispers of old songs. And there, faint but unmistakable, was the face of a god, softened by humility. Anansi's legs moved faster now, and his thoughts seemed to flow into the silk. He remembered the first time he had tricked the gods, stealing wisdom from their grasp to share it with the world. He thought of the tales spun about him, sometimes flattering, often not, but always alive. He thought of the countless storytellers who had carried his name, adding their voices to his, weaving their own strands into his web. He paused for a moment, his small body trembling with something that felt like both weariness and pride. Then he resumed, spinning more urgently. This was no ordinary web. It was his last. And in it, he would pour everything he had. The strands began to glow faintly, as if lit from within. The forest around him seemed to grow quieter still, the animals watching from the shadows with wide, unblinking eyes. Even the stars above seemed to dim, their light drawn toward the web. Anansi worked tirelessly, each movement deliberate, each thread a piece of his soul. As the web neared completion, it began to shift. The images within it grew clearer, each one telling a different story. There was a trick he had played on a greedy merchant, teaching him a lesson in humility. There was a moment of kindness, shared in secret, that had mended a broken heart. And there was the story of his capture, how even he, the great trickster, had faced defeat and emerged with a lesson worth sharing. But the web did not stop at Anansi's tales. It reached further, weaving in stories from every corner of the world. A young girl learning courage from her grandmother's fables. A tired laborer finding solace in a song. A storyteller in a faraway land, their voice rising above the chatter of a marketplace, keeping the past alive for the future. Anansi stepped back, his work finally done. The web shimmered with a light that was not of this world. It pulsed gently, as if alive, breathing with the rhythm of 1,000 interconnected tales. The patterns shifted and danced, revealing new stories with every heartbeat. For the first time in his long life, Anansi felt something he could not name. It was not triumph, though he knew he had achieved something remarkable. Nor was it sorrow, though the weight of endings hung heavy in the air. It was something deeper, a sense of completion that resonated through every thread of his being. He climbed into the center of the web, his legs trembling with both exhaustion and purpose. As he settled there, the web seemed to respond, its glow intensifying. The forest held its breath, and the world seemed to tilt slightly, as if leaning in to listen. Anansi began to speak. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it carried across the clearing, through the trees, and into the night. He spoke of stories, how they began, how they grew, and how they never truly ended. He spoke of the power they held, to teach, to heal, to connect. And he spoke of the web, his final gift, a tapestry that would hold every story ever told, and every story yet to come. As his words faded, the web began to change. Its glow softened, spreading outwards like a ripple in a pond. The threads seemed to dissolve into the air, carried away by the wind, yet their essence remained. The patterns etched themselves into the bark of trees, the flow of rivers, the very fabric of the world. The web was no longer a single creation, it was everywhere, and everything. Anansi closed his eyes, his small body still and peaceful. The wind carried his presence away, scattering it across the earth like seeds. And though the spider himself was gone, his web remained, woven into the hearts of all who would tell a story, share a memory, or pass down a lesson. The forest stirred, life returning to its usual rhythm. The animals crept back into the clearing, their eyes still wide with wonder. The stars above shone brightly once more, their light tinged with a warmth that felt like the echo of a storyteller's laugh. And somewhere, in a quiet village, a child sat by a fire, listening intently as an elder began to speak. The story was of a spider, clever, mischievous, and wise, who had spun a web so vast and so beautiful that it would never fade. The child's eyes sparkled, and for a moment, the fire seemed to flicker with the same light that had once filled the forest.